I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. These are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
blade knows no mercy. Few or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here. White blade knows no mercy. Few or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
Welcome everybody to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split Solos Bi-Weekly 3 Grand Finals. My name is Creators. I'm here with the man himself, Severio. We got a full day of action for everybody today at home. I'm super excited to be here, Severio. I know you are as well. Talk to me, Severio. I know there's been a lot of things happening in the Bi-Weekly qualifiers all up to today's date, but talk to me, Severio. How you feel about these games gonna go today?
Bro, it's been a wild ride for the past 2 weeks for each finals. I mean, our first finals kind of came through where we didn't even get a match point winner, right? We just ended up all 8 rounds. We were here for it. You know, CA and I both were here for that.
Yep.
Shane got his victory there, just earning points. And then we got ourselves going into pace, getting week 2 into game 6, which is an outstanding, Valley coming through. But before we go more, you know what? You already know how to make a reference to for you Twitch watchers, because everyone's been asking me for the past 2 weeks and a half, considering, hey, Severio, where's those Twitch drops, bro? Sir, I'm looking for the Dragon's Grave. I'm like, well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're watching right now. If you guys look into the bottom row, we are finally at Bi-Weekly 3. We're past the halfway point. You can get that card. You can equip it. Get the outfits. If you have the J-Team skin, where you have the Tumult skin, boom, it just matches out. He looks like he's, I'm not gonna say he looks like he's an ATL, just making sure he can get his money's worth, living out in Tennessee. But things come through here. The color palettes are fly. They are immense. And I know you guys are looking forward to this. You got to make sure you watch for an hour. Make sure you have your drops active. Make sure you bind your account. Don't forget, please. I implore you. I know someone in the chat last time I made mention that, oh, I forgot to buy my account. And you know what they did? They binded their account. They got the rewards. Don't be that guy. Don't be like, man, I wish I had it. I wish I got it. I was watching it the whole time. I didn't get it. This is the time. I'm telling you right now. Do it right now. Don't forget. We have at least potentially an hour, 2 hours to kind of work into seeing about these matches, and you guys have enough time to get that thing done. But before we go through, I want to make sure you guys take a look into the video to be able to be brought up here in just a moment.
完了呀，发球纸还没转好，还有10秒，麦克出局了。是，
感觉有点不自信吧，然后感觉怪怪的打的，就给自己做心理疏导嘛，那没办法了，因为你水平差的话，你可以自己练，但如果你自己心态出问题，你只能去靠自己去慢慢的去疏导自己的心态。
希望自己在这次的中间会怎么样表现？
打比赛嘛，那肯定就是只有一个目标嘛。
就相比于以前嘛，更硬了一点，然后也算是进化吧。我觉得总该轮到我了吧。
都说我是最强新人，我会拿下周冠证明自己。
吴霆锋那边怎么回事？被佩斯的反顶了，而且这一波的话，
这波 F 看
好反顶，这波抓到了，再见到佩斯这边直接被 F 给顶掉了。吴霆锋这个风盖的角度很刁难，因为所有人都是风压，而且还有风一直在这边游泳，后水的风还能再续杯，后三角直接打2个，双龙出海，2个人都不太好回去。现在的话，先带走楚征，而且那边阿山有一丝血 ，Spider 这个风是太有预谋了。
725现在应该补状态，给1刀，然后看对方动作。如果要选择现在和对方拼命，是有一些风险的。
是，但是对自己的这一个有自信，对自己的奥义的使用，但对方一丝血，还能交一个跳 A，
还是你拿下这个某一方的动向好躲闪，而且这个时候自己可以稍微打得更有侵略性一点。我们看一下麦克的选择，直接争了个尾气，而且在一个下劈，手里的胡啸鹰准备就绪，起枪是先手接升龙。虽然对面的尾袭准备就绪，但是在恶虎突袭的锁定下，麦克是战胜了某地锋，拿下了胡杨镜的胜利。
希望自己在这次的中间会怎么样表现？
冠军。
Gotta be honest, that showcase got me hitting the floor a little bit differently here. I know TG5 probably jamming in the background too, because he wants to win the championship. He's one of the players that we've been looking at for the past couple of years in this man. He deserves every single one of this bit of efforts, but now we have probably, now in the case scenario, one of the more consistent players to show up into the scene and prove it out, Wufang, man, from X1. I think Wufang is absolutely putting the work in. My man is massively getting understated into these pro league fights. I remember seeing him make a stare. You remember that stare he had when he looked to his left and he looked into his player? That man had a death stare. And next thing you know, look at where he's at right now. He got into the standings to be one of the top ones to contend out, especially against Mike, especially after we saw what happened in week 2 finals with Mike. I mean, this man was not in his best point in reference, right? That's what he said. I'm losing confidence. I feel like I am, but we always bring up the points to be made, right? Things can happen. One week you're doing really bad, one week you're doing phenomenally. You're doing top 3 numbers every single time, no matter what. So that's where I'm kind of looking out here for CA. I'm looking for the performance balance between every single one of these guys, staying the consistency effort to just try to go out on top.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, one week you're doing great, one week you're doing bad. Something to mention is, you know, week 1 bi-weekly 1 winner Chazon didn't make it to the bi-weekly 2 finals, and now we have kind of like this trend happening right now where the bi-weekly 2 winner Pays is not in the bi-weekly 3 finals right now for today. So, you know, it's all about mental, and we saw where there Mike was speaking about mental, and that is a big part in these games and in any esports in general, is having that composed mental where you're able to keep on going with your games. And we know that these players are mechanically gifted and how well they can perform in their games. I mean, we've seen it time and time again how well these players play this game. So it just comes down to the mental, and sometimes it just gets to you, especially if, you know, you've been on top for so long and not, you know, winning anymore. It can't hit you hard like a player like Mike. But another player like Spider, we've seen him really try to come back up from not winning any bi-weeklies prior to this to the split. I know in the spring split he did take one off of Mike, possibly 2 if I remember correctly, but still he has, you know, been playing very, very well, especially week 2 and as well as week 3. And we are going to be taking a quick look at the standings here currently for today's games. We do have the top 12 of the bi-weekly 3 qualifiers playing in today's matches. Starting off at the bottom, we have Chazong with 4 points, TE Stars with 4.2, ASC's XY with 4.6, JL's AIS with 5, GG Shaw with 5.1, KLA225 with 5.3. I mean, seeing XY being in these bi-weekly finals time and time again, he is a new cat in the block, and I mean, we've seen some very, very strong plays from XY alone. So I would love to see him being able to take an upset tonight here for one of these bi-weekly finals. But now in 6th place, FPSEQ's Verse with 5.7. EWG Arano, another fairly newer player, came in earlier, late in the last year season, now with 5.8. OUG's Mike with 7. X1's Wu Fong, this is the player Severio was talking about.
Yes, sir.
Hey, he got that death stare on him right there with that 7.2. WBG Spider with the 7.6. And DRG's Fong took first with 8.6. And DRG's Fong is a veteran player, right, Severio? I mean, he's been in the league for a very long time, and he just hasn't really been able to close out. But we've seen how strong his play style is and how capable he is of, you know, picking those eliminations, those points on the board for these games.
Yeah, exactly. Fong's been keeping rounds since the beginning of his playstyle throughout the NBPL, and having this past day 3 of playing and actually beating out Spider, beating out Wu Fong, and catching first place is like, he's definitely going to be going through and making his name through here. The 8-round pick selections in solos operates differently though than from your normal round 6. So we've seen Fong go through his rotation of heroes here and around the map selection pool, where it operates differently from the past days, right? Padoria Midnight's going to be our first map rotation. That's Fireflies round 1. Then we enter Sunny, we enter into Midday, we enter into Padoria Morning Dew for game 4, and then we enter back into nighttime between Hollow at Dusk into round 5. Game 6 has Morris Night. Then we have Starry Night for round 7 and 8. Now round 7 and 8, this is where things get a little bit different. Once we hit round 7, players rotation in terms of their hero, in terms of their rotation of when they can choose in the phases, because there's 6 phases. If they end up being in a placement at high value, like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, they are the last ones to be able to choose their heroes, and the ones in the bottom, they get the first choice. So it comes down towards where you can find your, you know, medium picks in between in the first set, seeing where your slow roll will get you. Comfort picks such as Liam will definitely be used frame 1 for a lot of these players, just because if they're in phase 1, but the second time that they go through, they're gonna have to really decide whether or not they want to hold them down until the last games, and looking at the pace of where the pace of the points that are going through to hit match points for a certain amount of players, or they're just going to go all in and making sure they go into playing that character. Because when we enter into today, this is the first time I think we've seen a match point threshold for it to be lower than 30. We are at 28. and Fong has the highest point. This man is 20 away, less than 20 points away from catching match point, where he only needs to earn that amount to 28, play his next game, get MVP, and then he's good to go for a bi-weekly win.
Yeah, and one thing I've been looking at, I mean, this week is the first week where we have a 28-point threshold. We usually have their 30-point threshold, and I can't really remember in the top of my mind right now where it was, but one week EWG Arano was at 29 points and he couldn't even make it. He was the first one to 29 points and he couldn't even make it to the 30-point threshold. So I'm very curious to see, how this is going to impact some of those players that once they are super close to the threshold are not able to, pick up the remaining points that they need. I believe it was 2 or 3 games that Arano still had and able to make it to the 30-point threshold, and he still didn't even make it towards the end of his games. He just had back-to-back bad games. So that is something very interesting to see now with the change there with the 28-point threshold. Compared to the 30, yeah, it's only 2 points, but I mean, in these games where now only first place gets the multiplier, it can be a lot, and it can be a big difference in these matches here for these players. But X1's Wu Fong, the man, hey, he's making a name for himself for sure. I mean, we've seen him. I mean, even bi-weekly 2, he turned up. Bi-weekly 1, he was fresh in the scene. He was still trying to get a feel of things, how everybody plays, how these rotations are going. But I mean, I know you've been speaking about Wu Fong all week, Severio. You think he's gonna perform today?
Listen, I want to place at most an utmost, belief into a single player, at least when it comes down to out of the top 3 brackets, right? A top 3 bracket represented by past wins, such as with Mike, with Spider, and having really top contending players coming through here. I know Arano's coming out of the gates here for the past while and making his points be made, but Wu Fong is coming through saying, hey guys, open the door for the first time. He's a newbie on the block from what we've seen, but he's been killing it here on the stage. He's been killing it this season specifically, and putting out X1's name on the table to not be spoken of, or without it not being mentioned, without it being even to the contention of his style. His style has been something that I've been looking at. I'm like, bro, someone get this man a dub, because everything comes out towards consistency and staying that way, right? First week, maybe not so much, but when he hit week 2, he came through and he performed even better. I know XY makes his chances in the first week where we're looking towards it from ASE, but I'm always looking towards and seeing where these new players stand up for themselves and playing out for the week prior. Now, it's also to the adjustment for the point cut, like we mentioned, that point system, because blow your nose, you're gonna have to really hold into the first place and hoping to kind of get that multiplier. And that was something that we made mention of, but this is a split pick. Here it is. This is the shenanigans. Wow, gonna have a Keelan in the first round from Star with his Liam, then Liam picked up for XY from ASC, and AS picking out Hottie. This is gonna allow for Liam, or for Keelan, to have at least a triple pick, round pick. Maybe T225 wants to rock it down. That's gonna be the case. Midoriya is gonna be his option for that. Now it's up to Arano deciding upon whether or not we're gonna see a triple Hottie, but it looks like T225 might be switching over to Hottie as a selection into this round. Not a bad option for him, especially coming out, and that's gonna be the case. That's the lockdown. Now we are burned out. We might have Mataras. There it is. Arano's going to choose it out. Versus going to choose it out. And this is going to go us into round 5 selection unless one of these players decide to change their minds. This is kind of guaranteed. Now we're into the Justina pools. Now we're into the Tessa pools. Now we're into potential for any out of pockets. Mike picking out his Zipping. He's been playing Zipping in Midoriya a lot more often than most other players at all. And now Wu Fong is deciding upon whether or not he should be choosing out something that matches his peers or just go by the rotation that he's most comfortable with. He's going to go for the Tumult because he anticipates from round 6 to have potential for players to choose out Akos. I don't know. Spider, though, there it is. The Akos. There's Justina for Fong. Hoping to see that lockdown, and that's going to be the case. That's our 12 players, 12 heroes to be selected for this first round, folks.
Yeah, I mean, Temmie, I would say, is probably that one hero that kind of counters every other hero. Just with how strong Temmie is, the whiffs, the ult, being able to counter ult, a lot of these, super aggressive ultimates like the Akos, even the Keelans, they'd be able to catch them inside the Temmie wall. The Justinas as well. They can dash above and try to avoid the Temmie wall, but still, I mean, just the Temmie overall. I mean, we saw some crazy stuff with the Temmie against Hotties as well. So I feel like Temmie is that character where that, he is mostly half of the time that lone wolf character in the field. And they do have those pop-off games, and I'm gonna be taking a very close look at how Wu Fong is going to be playing here with the Tumult. But yeah, like you mentioned, Severio, Mike has been playing that Zipping for that his first games in Perdorius for quite some time now. I mean, I did see one of the bi-weekly matches, I believe 2 days ago, he was playing as Zaping as well, but in a round of 8s, it could really play out good for him, especially for the double pick scenario. And he's probably has a game plan right now, but I mean, we've seen success with him on the Zaping, especially in the end game as well. He has the potential to take those spirit wells, pop into ultimates. I mean, overall, he still feels like Zaping is very strong. Zaping was in the meta very heavily. I believe still in the spring split as well. She was still getting picked for the last round picks. And man, it's crazy. I was just thinking about it while you were talking about the heroes. Like, man, we don't even have the spirit change, and we don't even have all the J's, like everything that is in the game right now. We are still playing in the old patch. So I mean, once that comes out, we're gonna see a lot of other mix-ups as well. We might be seeing a lot more spears in the field as well.
Yeah, no, Spears takes more dominance throughout trios for sure, and I'm curious in seeing how it changes up, because Stab is still kind of optimal for an option for the weapon selection in solos, just because of the amount of setups can occur from it. But our spawns having here Imperial Camp for FPX, TE taken in towards the Hall of Eternity, actually towards the front gate, towards the Gate of Heaven. But everyone's at the Mandate Courtyard, everyone's at Cinderfell, all across the Southeast region. This is an immense spawn because we know there's Fireflies. We have Fireflies throughout the Crimson Cave. We have Fireflies throughout every single one of these flotation for the floating platforms, and the players are going to end up going here for game 1. Wufong, Fong, Spider, Mike. We're going to have these fights start out here. As you can see, JDT Shisheng, he finds a weapon selection here, but Fong has already a fan. He's got blue armor, and he's going to be looking to try to go for this engagement, considering that Chushang is going to be going ahead and trying to kite around this building as fast as possible.
Yeah, Fong though gonna go ahead and get some more resources off these tropes. Zong as well doesn't want to engage so far, but AIS might want to. We do see him in the back end, might want to get active, but first one to get aggressive is gonna be Fong. Yes, Zong. Click comes in there for both players. Since the win Gus, no problems yet for anybody in the back end. We still have AIS there now, shifting on his attention onto Chuzong, but Chuzong still getting AIS low. F invested it from the Hottie. Now both of them, you quickly see them fix their target selection there onto AIS.
Now, Fong has to really look towards the spacing here. I mean, he has a whole heap of loot here to try to look towards gold trove, green trove, blue troves, everything around him that can give him an upper standpoint for weapon selection, as well as going for the Jade department. But one other thing too with Fong, I'm able to work with F1, and I think F1's a good option selection into this current meta, considering how much strikes can be burned out for time. Where you're proccing F1 and you're immune to any damage besides burns, you can take that into consideration about where he's looking to try to get that regen and just burning time for ultimates, such as with Keelan and Romy Yangs, or even for Hotties. But Spider, he's got purple Hong sword, he's got common armor, he's in glass cannon mode here, C8.
Yeah, but Spider now quickly sees the HP there of Chuzong. Chuzong gonna use these pillars to try to get his movement game strong for himself. We do see him trying to retreat now. Chuzong, Spider, AIS all in the mix right now. F2 through the wall there to get the hit there on Chuzong. Now the 1-2 off the Hong sword, and this is a purple Hong sword. Is gonna hurt a lot with no armor. Now Chuzong is gonna be forced to pop this after air LMB connects into the finisher R&B there for Spider.
Now, Fong's going to be looking to try to go for the engagement here, knowing that Spider just got ahead with the elimination, but knowing that it's been enough time for him to have ultimate here at this stage, has to back off. He knows there's other opponents here. AS from JL is going to be looking to kite around here. Mike is on a rooftop verse, approaching towards his area with TT25 in this mix. We have a majority of the top players into one area of interest, and this still has the remaining parts of the map. We still have the Hall of Eternity. We still have Imperium as a map selection for some players to spawn in through. So for whether or not these players look to reset over there, they're not going to have as much loot as per chance, just because time has passed by and everyone has looted around what has been into the vicinity, even to the Mercury River with the floating platforms, enabling them to get 2 gold troves and 2 green troves at the minimum.
I mean, one thing I was thinking about, we do have some scrap bars there. Wufong drops very low in the back end, but I was thinking about, Mike picking that Zaping. TT25 gonna pick up the elimination there onto Wufong, but Mike picking the Zaping, time and time again on this map. I'm pretty sure people are going to know that's Mike for sure by the time now, but do we still have some aggression here happening in the lobby? Spider trying to take a quick reset, and we got T225 showing right back in the mix. He's playing with those fist blades as we've seen him play those weapons. As soon as they drop, he has not let them go. That is his preferred weapon nowadays. We do have Spider now investing the F2, the 1-2 off of that. We still have Wufong and Fong in the back end as well. Lots of players all posted up. Mike Forcing out the F there from T225. We have Verse now as well, trying to chase down the Hottie. T225 was the main aggressor there onto a Spider, and now he's going to be the one being full focus here in this situation.
Yeah, main position right now, taking the ultimate, taking the reset completely. All the players are on range duty. It's going to be anti-air positions right now for T225. Look at the level 3 charge in case anyone's in midair or towards his line of sight. He's going to find out towards Verse and lock him to the building. Now it's going to be the F2 charger from Verse. It's going to go outside. It's going to be invested. Now it's going to be the level 3 swing as T225 has a level 3 to come out here. He knocks back Mike. Mike's not going to be in a position to look in the back around. His common armor right now having to reset. T225 will then catch a stagger as Fong, F1 instated for the Justina, is not going to be looking for the pistol shots. It's going to be poke between poke and who can look to try to ingress upon each other as T225 and Fong are in the inserts of this Verse. Mike, they're still on the outskirts looking to try to go for the engagement within.
Wow. Fong on the F1 Justina. We haven't seen that in a while, but it makes sense getting that armor back off of that. So not surprised that's being played out there by Fong. Now, do have some aggression going towards his way. We got T225 now. This time around the longsword, trying to lay down some pressure off the pistol shots. Arano picking elimination there onto XY and the kill feed. We do see him now with 1 on the board, as well as Verse and T225, all with 1. Spider as well with 1. So we do have some eliminations already happening across Predoria right now. Fong still trying to lay down some pressure onto Mike in the backside, but still getting full chased here by T225, laying down the range shots here from this pistol. And T225 to me has been that player. When I first heard about him, I went on his Douyin, checked out his clips, and he just had that crazy style there with the range shots, just back dodges into musket shot, pistol shot, you name it. But now TE Star against Arano. Arano very low on the Matari. TE Star on the Liam, already applying lots of pressure, throws down the V1, gets the first assist out the F. Now the Matari F is going to be invested. It looks like it's going to be a scatter here for Arano.
Now, Star has no more rage bar, so he's going to cancel. He'll get his F1 ability just in case. Arano's still trying to kite around here through the west side of the gates, but he's going to be looking to use his scare rush. The blue focus goes straight vertically into the sky. Star still looking a little bit more, just trying to go for a light stagger here as the pole sword has that stone form for a heavy weapon. Star has to be very careful at the timing here and try to anticipate it. There he goes for the R&B. If the F2 comes out, the F1 investment really early on. Star is not going to have no combo breaker against his target. Matari ultimate is out from Arano, so he wants to be able to lock down a position where he can reset, and if he needs to go on the aggression, here's going to be the case here. The F2 gets invested for the first dash. He's still got another one. He's in stealth. He goes for the teleport behind for the blue focus, releasing the vertical. Big chances for Arano to look for this turnaround because he is getting closer and closer at matching his HP with Star.
Yeah, Star now trying to retreat from the situation. 28% here on the rage. Arano with a purple pole sword to be able to lay out a lot of damage. Spins back the stone form there. There's gonna be a lot of damage. Is gonna be able to tap dodge, roll the F there. Another TP clinks off of it. The 1-2 there for the stone form. Sends it back. Gets R&B light attack there off the pole sword. Sends it for the second time. Doesn't get the damage time around. The parry there from Arano to Star has the F to avoid the damage this time around. Now the F called in from Arano. Subs over to the longsword. What's gonna be the mixer here for Arano? The 2-1 jump LB. One last hit. He's on his knees. And the Star now is gonna get parried once again. Arano here with elimination onto Star. That was a big elimination there for Arano. Gets elimination. We do have the first Roman Yanga, I believe. I might have heard the birds calling, but Arano now on the board. There it is. The Roman Yang gate ready to be snagged up. The passes here, and Spider already posted up, ready to go inside this Roman Yang, especially on the Akos. Look at the weapon inventory here for Spider right now. Purple fan in the back pocket, purple Hong sword. He's definitely posted up, and he has a strong suit right now to be able to take this Roman Yang.
And he also has himself with advanced heal as one of his jades. So having that type of sustain on Nakos inside Romayang, man, this man's going to have all the field day to try to reset. And everything comes down towards Romayang's just delaying as much as possible. But you're going to see the first entrance coming out here. Wufong, Kele, T225, two players. I love to see this. There's going to be a scrap off coming through here. Purple armor for Wufong, blue armor for T225. And it's going to be weapon selection the same rarity here. You can see Wufong looking for a charge R&B in the sky. Looking to try to use his semicircle in the position where he can try to capture a T225 here. As you can see, the scare rush is preemptive. Wufong's kites around here, try to create distance and locking down the Hottie. Now, of course, R&B charges from the fist blades. Very careful. Nice headshot stagger coming out here, but not going to be confirmation for it as Wufong keeps kiting around, just going for chip damage here. Wufong looking to try to look for the investment for the F2, but we're going to see that 1-2 uppercut, and now the skill comes out from Wufong as Temiwis gets thrown in place.
Wow, that's a nice switch there to avoid any sorts of pressure, to try to take a reset in. Does manage to pop it, I believe. Gets a little bit, make double headshot think there from Wufong for the ball. Since the R&B focus as well, gets big damage now. The 1-2 spam there from the dual blades, but T225 with a shift trial once again. 1-2-3 F called in here from Wufong once again. To be able to jump that LB focus there, doesn't get hit off of that. Now scare rush connects. Now F called in there for T225. Click comes in off the fall down there from the F. Now since that LB focus, crouch LB does not catch Hottie ultimate invested, tries to catch him there to respond there off the Temi. Oh, he is going to be able to take a quick reset in for himself as well. T225 now has to play the waiting game. What's going to be the mixer here for Wufong? Tries to put a grapple whistle, does not connect. He does get stuck in the wall though. Doesn't get any shots in now. It's going to be a quick reset in for both players as well.
Now, careful enough for Wufong. No combo breaker for another 10 seconds in the fight form. It's out. It's dodge. Wufong, look at his scare rush. No blue focus is going to hit here. He's looking for those dodges, but he gets caught with the parry. Nothing to save him here. He's going for stone form for the proc with a parry. Backline looks to scale rush around here if he can for a hit confirmation, but Wufong has 100 HP. He can get killed by an uppercut. That's all it's going to be needed. T225 looks for the scare rush. F2 investment. It's going to be forced. A horizontal clink coming out here. Looking for the stone form. Wufong making sure you can get another clink. That's number 2. Looking for number 3. Try to capture the R&B's relief. We got 7 seconds. F1 investment from Wufong. Looking to charge up the R&B as the movement comes out. These guys going to burn for time. One R&B clink to another, and that's going to be a parry coming up from T225, but not in time for the kill. And both of these guys have to back away from each other and reinitiate for combat against someone else.
Oh my God. What a turnaround there to Wufong to avoid getting eliminated there. That was like a 0.5 shift parry response time there for Wufong against T225. Now, both players are going to have that Yang depletion timer on their back. Do see T225 getting aggressed on here by AIS. First one's on the scene. It's going to be a hottie action here for both of these players. Fan versus Longsword. Clint comes in there for both of these players. F called in for T225 fairly early. Loses a lot of that blue armor as well. AIS full throttle in, trying to pick up the elimination here onto T225. Now, big parry here for T225. He's going to go ahead and swap him around. Get the power off of this. What's going to be the mixer here for T225? But in the back end, Shazam now showing up to the party on the Keelan is going to be able to choose out AIS out of the bunch. Now, AIS is going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Shazam, let everybody know you're not here by the safe. I am going to go ahead and try to pick up any of these eliminations. And you still see AIS applying some of that pressure onto T225. And it's going to be a flight simulator between both of these hotties here.
Yeah, but both of these guys in the 2024 version, and now T225 makes sure he can try to be the second one to ultimate. He's got enough time to kind of chase this out, but he's going to reset his common armor powders. Tushang is going to be the menace here as the Keelan, but of course, we're going to have a chance of seeing the timing coming through for Wufong, and he's looking for himself to get out of the danger zone from it, but he finds T225 and see a parry coming out here. It looks like T225 gets himself a free R&B blue focus vertical, but of course, you see the chase is going to be forcing T225 out of here. The engagement from Tushang is too much to pressurize because a Keelan can go ahead and F1 off you this cliffside and look for free bow shots. That's what T225 doesn't want. He does not want to go for having as much pressure from range weapons such as that pistol that is going to be realized as T225 looks to try to kite around as much as possible and keeping low ground to his advantage. But we're straining over here. We're over by the area of interest, Skygaze Cove. We're going to have WBG Spider and DRT Fong in an engagement. And remember, Fong has V2. He just invested his first dash to hit Spider. He just used his second dash to get out of here. And now Spider's on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, DRG's Fong does this time and time again. He gets, and his disengage is very, very strong, but he gets caught up on a third party. GG Shaw, first one on the scene, has that F1, is going to be able to get some back of that purple armor. We see GG Shaw trying to chase down there off the scare rush. This man is get the clippage off of that, but Fong now back again on the fan, always has a fan slash dagger in his inventory, and he now, it's a chase game here for GG Shaw into Fong. And we've seen this so many times here for Fong, being able to get out these situations that it's so rough to do, but he has these kiting zones on lockdown, and Arano trying to join on in. He does manage to clip him there. The F1 called in once again, and now DRG's Fong to be able to read the scare rush there, reads it, goes in and hugs the other side of the wall there to avoid the scare rush there in the back end. But now chase game once again, he's doing a really good job. You gotta catch him and you want to kill him. We see him here being able to avoid all that, but look at the scrap out we have right here, Severio. We got 4 bodies here in the zone.
We still got under 2 minutes. Nice headshot coming in for Tushang. Wait, can he get those soul bloom? Nope. It's going to be denied. No. He's going to deny it. Now it's going to be T225 versus Wufong inside of his own ultimate. F West is going to reset here. We're closing in. Nice dodges coming up from the fist plate. But Wufong throws his whiffs. He's got to be careful here. We're in close quarters combat. He gets a dodge. He avoids that blue focus vertical. I can't believe it. He's going for it again. He's going to burn that F2 investment. He's got whiffs throw, and he's only got 1:20 to make this one work here. He's got to avoid the third party as well. T225 needs a soul bloom as well as this process comes out. Roman Yang depletion. If you ain't got a soul bloom by the time it expires, it's over. Wufong takes a blue focus vertical. There's going to be uppercut. There's the F2 Sagger, and that's T225. And he get the soul bloom. Yes, he will. He's going to stay in the game, folks. 2 eliminations, and he's looking for number 3. AES goes down. T225 at 3 count, and keeping himself as the kill leader in the lobby.
Man, he got those freebies right there. You know, like nice little Christmas present. Christmas came early there for T225. Snagging up both of those eliminations. Now, 3 on the board here on the hottie. Did have to invest the ultimate, saves 50% as we see it there, but now GG Shaw, DRG's Fong still going at it. Like I said, you gotta try to catch him, and he is, oh my god, he is so, oh, double skill rushes there into the RB focus, big damage there for GG Shaw, trying to catch the prior off of this. Fong still does manage to get a blue armor swap here in the middle of Imperium. We do see him still trying to kite out both of these players. Big barrier as well here for Fong with the sap as well. GG Shaw now is gonna lose a lot of armor and HP, and now everybody's gonna turn his attention out to GG Shaw. It's gonna be forced to pop this Keelan ultimate. We're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna be the mix-up. Still choosing the Justina. Double slashes, triple as well, connects onto Fong in the back end. We see a lot of pressure now happening towards GG Shaw's way as well. Fong forcing out that F in the middle. Arano laying down the pressure. We have some cannon shots flying on in. Picture shots as well. Fong has a Justina ultimate once again. Now we're gonna have to wait and see what he's gonna do with it. He does get the full reset. He's gonna get regressed on as well, but GG Shaw now getting juggled back to back every three. Matari ultimate, Justina dances, everybody but Arano coming out victorious with his elimination there onto GG Shaw.
Mental aspect coming out here as Fong is going to invest his second dash to escape, but the Mataris keep striking, keep teleporting there with the V2. We're switching it over here. We got Star versus Mike and Naromi Yang. As the verticals come out from Star, purple fist plays in action. Going to have a purple katana on Mike here as he's zipping. So we're looking for the scare rushes. We're looking for a stagger. Mike is looking to hunt for it. He gets caught though. Star finds it. 1, 2 to the 3. No vertical 3. What there? That's a terrain manipulation that denies you. And that's going to be where Mike can get out of this for free. Now he's looking to charge horizontals. Trying to look for the fist plays pelvic thrust. Avoids it. Going to go ahead and see about it again. Gets a parry within the F1 cast. Lovely. Yes, you can see Mike gets a horizontal strike. He's looking to try to go for the attachment of just trying to get some bow shots as Star keeps kiting. He's at 60% for the rage bar right now. As Star keeps himself going, there is going to be that cast ultimate for it. And it's going to be a chance for that 1, 2, 3. There's the confirmation there. That's what he's been looking for the jump stagger as well. This is going to be a close fight. Mike activates ultimate for this fight to extend a little bit longer.
Wow, we have the last blade thrown down there from the Liam now, but there's going to be a lot of pressure still happening here towards Star's way. Mike constantly getting those health ticks back there from the Zamingo ultimate. Is going to be able to connect off that bow shot as well. Tries to catch him out to scare us. Doesn't manage to do so. Star now, I don't know if he's going to be able to live to sustain here from this opinion the situation. Now, a little bit of health advantage here from Mike. R&B, LMB, and the follow-on 1, 2, 3 as well there from Mike. Is going to be able to pick elimination there onto TE Star with the stamina strike as well, I believe. Now, we got a quick little replay. Arano with the red long. I think this is the first time I see the red long sword.
That's right.
Yeah. This is the first time I see the red long sword.
Yo, so in Mortal War, if you guys don't know, you need 3 eliminations to get the red longsword portal to be open through for this Imperial Tomb. So for him to get 3 eliminations, all within Imperium, allowing for him to get this longsword, everyone can notify each other of knowing that player has that red longsword. That icon is there. Once you hit a stagger, or if you hit the player, you can see their health bar. Because once that happens, the lobby can hunt that down. That's essentially a legendary longsword with lifesteal. A little bit increase, a little minuscule damage increase by 3%, but it's not going to be the point. That's going to be the damage coming out from each strike that comes out with a little bit hits. 13% lifesteal from each blue focus. I think 3% per each normal attack. That's still chip damage that comes back towards your health bar. So everything comes down to this aspect. Because Fong, you don't finish off Fong now, he's going to get out of here.
Man, look at this though. Fong has been alive for a very long time and is still chasing down the Justina here in the situation. But Fong not making it easy for any in the back end. We still have some pressure there from Mike now. Showing up to the party. Gold nunchucks in the hand, I believe. And I think I see some gold dual blades there from XY as well. Now gets clipped up here in the corner. We do have Arano with a massive scare rush there onto Fong. F1 called in once again now. Charges scare rush, trying to see if he can catch the timing there off of the Justina. F does not manage to do so. I believe he gets clipped off the ice as well. But now Verge on the back end. XY with a massive R&B minx there onto Verge. Does manage to scatter on out, but the first one's on the scene there for the chase down. It's going to be OUG's Mike. We got another scrap off. Spider against TE Star. 3 minutes and 11 seconds here for Spider to try to cleanse this Yang depletion timer. But Star on the chase right now with the health advantage against Spider. Was going to be to mix up Gold Fan here for Spider. Eats up the damage off the LB focus. Now Liam ultimate is going to be a Vestas. It's going to use the V2 to avoid there the Liam ultimate. That's going to be a nice play there for Spider. Trying to charge up the scare rush. Does manage to connect it off the V2 this time around. Now what's going to be the mix up here? Has the musket. Does connect, I believe, off of that shot. He is going to be able to avoid the last hit there from the Liam. Oh, now Spider trying to apply the pressure. Trying to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. LB R&B focus there into the V2 finisher there for Spider. And cleanses as well. Arano tries to snag it up. But Spider now with no O online might get eliminated here in this situation against Arano.
Now Spider gets caught by the vertical release, and that's going to be Arano getting his 4th elimination. A massive. This lobby is a bloodbath, bro. Everyone is everywhere hunting down in all places Imperium. You love to see it. And Arano gets himself 4 eliminations as it stands as kill leader. Second to be T225. 2 eliminations so far for XY and 1 elimination for Verse as well as for Mike, but none for Fong. Like we said, he has been kiting for his life this whole round. Yeah. Everyone has been hunting him down. Every time he gets his F1, that's another chance for him to get his armor restored by 600 if he procs both ticks. It's 300 armor per tick, so whenever he procs one, there's a whole armor bar to be available for him. The only thing he has to be worried about is like what just happened towards Spider just then. He got caught in that poison splash from Star's Jade selection, and that reduced the healing from that soul, and that's what allowed for it to come through. But an interview coming through here from Mike.
感觉就是，就反正这种感觉吧。我是觉得现在如果我现在只需要做到就是保持春季赛的实力，一直就是保持那个实力就完事了。其实我也不再想去进步啥的。对，有点打不来，感觉。 打的就是很奇怪，就是因为这版本，首先版本就是它是一个技能博弈是大于刀法博弈的，然后我之前一直靠刀法博弈嘛，感觉打的有点吃力，说实话，然后吃力加打不明白加有点怀疑自我，然后就有点小抽。这种练家就是就给自己做心理疏导嘛，那没办法了，因为你水平差的话，你可以自己练，但如果你自己心态出问题，你只能去靠自己去慢慢的去疏导自己的心态。
There's some good points brought up there. Mechanically, going through, practicing out, sword versus abilities, sword versus the character is pretty much essentially what he's bringing up. And that's the thing that comes out, right? Because healing kind of shifted this whole cycle of, you know what, I'm just going to be in an ultimate state and I'm going to be having these slashes. But also the case scenario, that mentality aspect, that's the thing that comes out. You get shunned out and getting eliminated by one aspect of your own. That's something that's maybe outside of your control, right? But then you start thinking to yourself, self-doubt, that is in my control. And then that kind of back and forth happens. And I know that kind of happens out for Mike, but at the same time, that goes for any player. And that's just something that comes out for his aspect here, CA.
Yeah, but now XY, this is a quick replay here from the second Roman Yang. Does eliminate Spider here, I believe. The V2 hit from Spider onto XY. Jump LB uses F to avoid the falling hit step from Spider. It's going to be a quick reset here for both of these players. We have Spider, first one on the scene. Limited to the jump LB. Liam Ultimate invested here for XY against Spider. Catches the leap into the uppercut V2 there from Spider. Jump LB for the extra damage. No, goes for the R&B. The Ultimate runs out, but the R&B makes, catches him in the air. Does not pull there for the siphon. He waits up a little bit, gets it back there, catches the scare rush down to Spider into the 1.0 for the dual blades. No, goes to the 1-2 minks into the, oh my god, he extends off of this into the armory fall up here from XY, and that was disgusting. Oh, mate there from XY onto Arano. Oh my god, action happening outside the realm again. That was just a little replay, but now live time. Arano trying to back off from the situation. Oh my god, the Cloud Weaver there from Fong. That was a mid-range Cloud Weaver there from Fong to Arano, and now Arano loses a lot of HP. He's gonna be able to try to kite this out. He does have the location to do so, and it looks like no pressure is gonna be happening towards his wave. Spirit Well up though, and Fong now with the Spirit Well trying to contest this with the Cloud Reaver. Mike now is gonna get parried there. We have Merciless in the back end. He had a run. Oh my god, look at the pressure. Make there in the backside from XY. That's another one there from XY. Now Fong in the center using the F1. Nice little strat here to charge up that Spirit Well. Load up there for himself. Cloud Weaver. Mink hits him back. Not meter burn there from Mike. Gets him a lot of damage there onto Fong. Trying to back on up. T2 do fall with the Merciless though. And Gold Frame can't contest it there. Now trying to overhold Mike, trying to still contest this, and he has the ultimate to stay up here in this location if it does go south for him. But now Cloud Weaver once again for Fong. It's just a crazy sequence of events here for all these players here, Severio.
Yeah, the position right now for T25 is Sublime right now, going back and forth. Now Musket Shot coming out from the headshot as it comes out. Mike having to avoid this. Cloud Weaver having F1 to kind of keep himself immune. He's going to go for the V1 proc because he's about to claim out this Romier, the Spirit Well, I should say, but now Fong's going to deny it. Now we're looking for a horizontal release. Now we get the claim. Now it's 100% rage. Now he's going to cancel ult so he can get that rage back up. He's got it ready to set up for the 100% in case he gets a little bit more bite they can chew, because right now with this buff with White Tiger's prowess, he's getting heal over time as is zipping in. Bro, that's essentially Infinite Sustain works right now. And Mike is going to go ahead for the LMB uppercuts. There's going to be the R&B. There's the bow shots. There's the pistol shots. There's the F2 coming in from Arano trying to go for the kill confirmation, but Fong dashes with it and gets himself away here. But T225, he's hunting this one down as he's on top of one of the pillars, and we got the Moonbane to close off the center of this circle.
Oh my god. Gotta be careful not to get clip off these Moonbanes, but Fong, I mean, as much as I hate the Dagger fan, I mean, Fong just has some crazy movement with it, and you gotta try to catch him. We see the Merciless come in back in there from T225. F1 called in there for Fong once again. This could be a bad situation for him. Does manage to get on top of the cliff there, so he is gonna be able to continue his movement here against the chase down from all these players. That'll be focused from everybody coming in hot there from one of these players. We do see the scatter once again there from Fong, trying to kite it out, trying to cut line of sight to try to take a quick reset in. Takes a little bit of damage there from the zone. F1 on top. Look at his positioning right there. Let's talk about this real quick. He dead at. I'm sorry. Yeah. He literally thought about that. Wow, he had the F1 popped, you know? He knew exactly where he was going to go. He went up into the last little safe zone on top of the temple as we see it now with the overview. I mean, it's just straight crazy mental there from Fong. But look at the action still happening here on top of this rooftop here with Mike.
Yeah. You know, another thing too, right, for Fong, make it even easier for you guys about how F1 Justina comes through here for the armor. And I gave you a lot of numbers. You probably don't I don't understand that. Each F1, if he goes full proc, that's a whole armor powder. If he goes for the first proc, he gets one common armor powder. That's resources saved. And that's resources saved from damage that's being dealt out here, just like what's being dealt out for Verse, because he's in the ultimate status. He's teleporting, he's throwing blues, he's going for soul breaks, and he's looking to charge up the R&Bs or horizontals. There it is, hoping it out, and that's going to be against Mike, the soul break in opposite direction because he heard the F2 in the background, and another teleport. There's going to be a chance for the Cloud Weaver to connect. Mike is going to have to be in a very
good God.
If deciding whether or not he's going to use V1, because right now, Mike, he's in a bad spot. He gets an armor swap because he's been holding on for that the whole entire time. He gets himself the spear to be on standby. He's got a full meter ready to go for a meter dump. And if he decides to hit any target, it's going to be because he's looking for the engagement and trying to force out abilities outright.
Now, just trying to stay up right now. Looking for the perfect opportunity. We still have some aggression happening towards Arano's way in the back, and we do see some type of scrambles. Oh, no. It's two Mataris. They're on the backside, so they are going to be staying up for this end circle. I believe that's the only pair of characters we have right now. Everybody else is alone. What we have is a Ping, a Hadi, and a Justina in the mix. So, oh, and a Liam as well. So it's just a pair of Mataris. He's got some bow shots here from XY. He's going to connect off of this as well. He's been connecting them all game long. Overhold the LMB. Now Verse trying to back on up from this situation. We got some pressure there from Mike. F caught in there for Verse. Avoid the pressure. Fong with the F1 continuously, and that's something good about the F1. Continuously getting that armor back and not using your resources, especially in Mortal War, where you pretty much have close to none half of the time. We see a lot of these players in the end game already with 3 powders, 4 powders most of the time, and just being able to pop that F to get that back, it's a very strong F there for the Justina. We do have Arano eating up a lot of damage there from the Merciless there from T225. Now Arano might be in big trouble. Cloud Weaver from Fong as well in the back end, and now the gold fan for Arano could come into justice for him. He does manage to catch someone in the corner, getting caught up. Oh my God, he runs it and goes up, does manage to avoid some of that pressure, but now drops very low. Cloud Weaver hit there, both shots in the back end. Oh my God, he had Mortal Defiance as well, so he is gonna be able to stay up for now. Fong trying to apply the pressure. He scale rushes over his head there, doesn't manage to get the damage. Merciless there for T225, crouches in to avoid the damage. Arano doing everything he can to try to stay up in this situation. Big parry there from Verse onto T225, I believe in the back end now. He's gonna be able to back up from the situation. Fong though still applying lots of pressure. TP's on in there onto T225, getting a lot of damage on T225. There's only one block of that purple armor left there for T225, and Arano's still in this game here, Severio.
We got to be careful here because Arano has a dash now. He's to cancel his ultimate. He's able to go ahead for the F2. You know, XY has Dragon War on standby, so if he finds a parry off against Mike here, or he throws out the blue focuses, potentially, right? Like we said, Mike is going to be able to be very careful and cautious about his choice selection. He has no combo breaker. He has no way except for sustain coming out, and his F is down for the next 10 seconds. For everything coming out from Fong, though, Cloud Weaver to Cloud Weaver span coming out, trying to lock it down. T225 forced the ultimate here. He's going to look for some sustain here. He's at 7 armor powders, down to 6. He's going to get caught by pistol shots. He's going to keep on burning this out just for heals, just for sustain. We still got a minute and 40 seconds left until the match ends out here, and T225 gets the max height just to go through. Parry from the back loud. We're going to see with the F1 as Mike goes ahead and goes into a clockwise rotation, or counterclockwise, I should say, and making sure he can just try to go out into the top of the floor of that broken wall. Fong gets hit with the 1-2s. Mike switches around, sees a target profile selection onto what seems to be Arano at another point of low health. No F2. One last hit. Confirmation. That's 2 eliminations for Mike, and that's going to be him going ahead and denying himself for that soul bloom. That's okay. He's got 100% rage, but it's going to be XY picking that one up here. Verse still looking to try to shunt out here from horizontals. He's got ultimate though for Matari, and his F2 is invested right then.
Wow, we do still have that pressure there from Fong. Now, investing that ultimate, gets a freeze in the back end. T225 is going to fall there to Fong. That's the first one there for Fong, which is so much pressure throughout the early and mid game. Now, finally picks up elimination on the board here in this end circle. That was a nice ultimate there from Fong to secure the elimination on there onto T225. And now, the pressure still happening there from Fong. Cloud Weaver, it's just a lot of pressure off that Cloud Weaver. We've seen it time and time again so far. Him using that Cloud Weaver and XY looking for the bow shots off of that. We see it. Mike there with a nice bow shot there onto Verse. Blue armor swap off of there. He is going to be able to stay up. No, Mike picks up the elimination there onto Verse. Now Mike in the mix here with 3 on the board. We've got a big parry happening there onto Fong. F caught in there from the Liam. Proc comes in off the nunchuck. Doesn't let it loose though. Gets the 1-2 off of this R&B. Crouch LMB there off the nunchucks. And now 3 players up. OUG's Mike, DRG's Fong, and XY in the mix right now. We're going to be in the mix up. Big parry there from Fong. Now Mike's going to lose all that armor. Gets inside the zone as well. We got the Supreme Ultimate Investor here from Mike. He's going to go ahead and swap on over to the Gold Spear this time around. In the back end now, Justina Ultimate Investor. F caught in there from Mike to avoid all this pressure here in the center of the zone. We do have Liam Ultimate Investor there from XY. Justina freeze connects there from Fong. A red longsword there from Fong this time around. Headshot big parry there from Mike. That's gonna be a lot of pressure. XY is gonna be the last one standing. Mike with 4, I believe, or 3, but XY with 3. It looks like XY is gonna be our MVP here for game number 1.
First MVP for today's games, and this is going to be huge right now for XY. Remember, the match point is 28 points, and without as much pre-pose, he's taking this first place, taking the multiplier, and taking out those placement points with him for, I think, around, we're going to do the math right now, for what, 6.6 right now for that round? If he had 3 eliminations, and if not 4, that's going to be up towards 7. So now it comes down to ASC's XY to make this game happen. This is going to be the momentum he's looking for. And the amount of aggression that round, bro, absolutely diabolical.
Crazy. I mean, Fong with the Cloud Weaver that was just applying tons of pressure to anybody dropping low. We saw it time and time and again being, you know, played out there in Fong's way, and XY still getting more damage off those bow shots as well. He was looking for those Cloud Weavers. He was capitalizing off of them as well. So he was doing a really good job of taking advantage of those target lockdowns there from the Cloud Weaver, not being able to move out or anything. So I mean, that was a crazy game. That was a crazy intense game. We had a lot of pressure early in the mid game, crazy end game as well. Fong was pretty much trying to fight for his life from the start of the game to the end. We did see him getting chased down by 4 players back to back as well. So that was a crazy overall insane game 1 here for the BIWEEK3 3 grand finals. I mean, we still got potentially 7 games to go here, Severio. I mean, I don't know, man. These games are just at a whole nother level now. I feel like the Predoya match is just a lot of aggression now.
Dude, when I saw that Mandate courtyard spawn, I was like, bro, 5 people in one spot. And everyone rotated out from Nbpl towards that area anyways. And that turned out into a whole heap of trouble into the Imperial camp as well. We didn't see those fights, but then everyone suddenly turned out. But before we go forward into that, we're going to listen to a question for you Twitch chatters. I know you guys are into the YouTube chat as well, but Twitch chat, you got to make sure you get these rewards, because I got a question for y'all. How many kills did OUG might get in the game 1? Is it A, 3, B, 4, C, 5, D, 6? Make sure you have an understanding about what happened at the very end there. I'm going to let you know that ASC's XY had, you know, to this point, last we saw the same amount of eliminations, but then things could change. We could see it into the final standings once that shows out. Make sure you guys have it. Make sure you guys have the opportunity of having your whispers open, because then NARAKA BLADEPOINT's going to message you out, and you're going to be going ahead and getting your free gift. Now, like I mentioned every time, Twitch drops for you guys, bind your account. We mentioned it earlier. I wanted to mention it again, because I know you guys are like, oh, wait, what? There's what? And I'm like, Dragon's Grave. That's the card. Don't forget. And now it comes down towards round 2 for the momentum push. We're going to have a chance of looking towards the scores and just seeing how the players are going to be now stacking up against each other. But like I mentioned, I was going through, everything kind of led out towards the Hall of Eternity for those fights. And this is going to be the, you know, where the results are because of that. XY, 4 eliminations, 7.8 points. Huge. He's already at the halfway point, essentially. Nah, he's not. He's at a third of the way there. Arano, though, at 5 points for second place. Mike taking 5 as well. And considering that TT25 got 4 points, he sees Spider here, 3.5, 2.5 for Fong, Verse with a 2.5, 1 for Wu Fong, 0.5 for Star Shaw. And AS, Chushang, we didn't get a chance to see him. We saw Chushang to that zone fight, right? We can talk about it as well, because TT25 was there, Wu Fong was there, and AS was there. Those guys were all in one corners, but the ones that come out better on top in terms of point values was both Wu Fong and TT25. More importantly, coming up from TT25, right? That's where all 3 of his eliminations actually stemmed out of. So that fight alone was also something to keep in mind about where our standing's going to have here, where Chushang has no points earned, so he's still going to take his proposed for 4 points, 4.7 for Star. AS with the 5 points, 5.6 for GG Shaw versus the 8.2, as well as Wu Fong with Wu Fong. But considering that we still have top 6 to look towards, I'm curious in seeing about those point spreads, because right now, these guys right here into these bottom scores, they can have a pop-off game. That could always happen. TT25, though, 9.3 in 5th or 6th. Arano at 10.8 in 5th. Spider, 11.1 in 4th. Wu Fong at 11, or DRG Fong, we rephrase that, 11.1 as well, but he's in 3rd. 12 so far for OUG Mike, but XY at 12.4, first place overall so far here at C8.
Yeah, I mean, still, he had a 2.5 for game number 1. He carried over to 8.6 there for DRG's Fong. And it's just super rough. I believe he was the only Justine in the server. And like I mentioned, a lot of the times he was, you know, pretty much just trying to kite out all the pressure that was being thrown his way. We are going to be taking a quick replay here for game number 1 here. Powered by Thunder Robot. We have a runner here with a crazy 2-1-1 onto TE Star into the last and final parry there onto TE Star. That was a beautiful showcase in there for himself. And now WBG Spider in the realm of Yang catches the Scare Rush, overholds, goes for the jump LMB, doesn't collect, but now goes for the parry. AIS trying to stay up. Clint comes in for both players. Spider now can be able to invest the Alco's ultimate, catches the leap into the LMB finisher there. Now nice little headshot there for Wu Fong. Does not cleanse in that situation, tries to stay up, and TT25 here with a nice 2-piece combo there from Popeyes, picking up the eliminations here in the zone, getting it for free there. And now XY against Spider and Realm of Yang, and does manage to stay up here, does catch here, it does get the reset off of this, I believe. There goes the Scare Rush, throws it down. The ultimate once again here for the extension. The R&B Minx, that was clean. I've never actually seen it that way, where after grapple bump, you get the R&B Minx into the V2. Now Mike picking up the elimination there, or the V1, sorry. Picks the elimination in the last and final moments of the game. The V2 there from Fong onto XY, but XY picks up both of these kills right here, up to 4, to the last and final hit there onto Mike, and that was a massive game there for the rookie. XY is going to be our MVP here for game number 1 on the Liam. And he was like, yo, y'all not trying to snag up the Liam? I will. I'll take it here in Group B.
Yeah, you know the crazy thing too, right? His Jades, he never really had a chance of using everything except for the Octa Slash blade. He was just spamming that out, the RMBs. I saw that going through. And his dual blade damage is going to be the highest weapon damage, but his bow shots have been tremendous. He didn't have any bow Jades. He just went for the double quick charge for the mitigation and the Starfall just because. But the 20k damage output here with 4 eliminations, getting his 7th MVP, earning it out, and playing Liam. You know, someone who has been chosen sometimes in the past, maybe not being able to place out first all the time, but when it does happen, it's just a comfort pick coming through. I know Duncan was making mention of that last day here for day 3. He was saying about how much the opportunity of using Liam just gives enough players a time to adjust when a fight happens and just being able to take disengagements more superfluously and then just going through with it. And one thing kind of leading out into that is that 2-piece combo, XY was handing everyone a dry biscuit, no drink. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one was able to contest with knock back.
That is criminal, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Liam, just with how many times you can take your turn back with the kit that Liam has, is just overall the safest pick out of the bunch. Yeah, you do have more hyper aggressive characters, but you know, the Liam just being that, you know, that structure of the temple, just being able to always go to that Liam and be able to have the best game that you can here, and you know, is potentially, or I believe is the most comfort pick for all these players. I mean, every time I watch Mike stream or Spider, they're always playing Liam, so I guess this is like the character they're trying to perfect at most, because just the skill ceiling of that character as well can be so high, trying to ditto it or just overall trying to fight every other character in the server. But you know, one other thing I've been thinking about is that little interview we had in between game number 1 there for Mike, where he was saying that, you know, the skills are just on a whole nother level now, and that he's just been so used to playing, you know, his weapon. He did mention sword, but you know, he's just been practicing his weapon craft and, you know, being the best at that he can, you know, catch and prowl, you know, damage and all overall with just weapon alone. And you know, that's very interesting because all these characters are getting reworked as well, and a character that has been shining off for the rework has been Matari. You know, Matari has been very strong since the rework, and I mean, we see it every single day here in the Pro League, how strong the Matari is and how high she jumped in the meta, especially after the rework. The only player who used to play Matari back in the day in these long days of games was just Spawn. You know, for his last pick, he was bringing out the Matari for his last and final games if it did go up to game 8. But you know, yeah, just it's something very interesting that he mentioned there, because I feel like all these other characters that might get reworked, you know, do have the potential to be in the meta as well. Another character that I'm still confused about is, you know, Valda, now that has been changed. I don't know if she's gonna be able to get in the meta now with 2 abilities into one, the F1 being merged with the F2, the ult being lasting longer as well. I mean, you know, it's just something that we have to wait and see how these players do, and especially how the devs go with, you know, changing all the other characters as well, if they are going to be able to go inside the meta with how their change impacts that character alone. And you know, there's also, you know, you can think about it, all the characters in the pool, and you know how careful the devs have to be with adjusting these characters. Like, you know, a character like Tarka, where you know, one thing that you change to Tarka can completely make them very, very viable in these games. And you know, it's just little stuff like that that just gets you thinking, like, you know, what's gonna happen. We do have a new character coming out soon as well. I know everybody's super excited about that. I know I'm very curious to see how that character is going to work. My speculations and stuff is, you know, I believe it's gonna be a healer, but you know, we're just gonna have to wait and see when we do get the showcasing of that character. But yeah, you know, the game continuously evolving here for NARAKA. It's always been a game that, you know, it's just every single day something new coming out, everything changes. It's not always the same game. Different characters get stronger, as we've seen it time and time again with the patches that have been rolled out for the game. And you know, it's something that you really have to adjust to, as we saw Mike mentioning here in that early interview here for game number 1.
Yeah, and one thing too is, right, sword and abilities. That's where the kind of case of it goes through. Right, remember, it's not just like sword, like longsword or hongsword. No, it's like every weapon selections, right? And the best case scenario when it comes down to it is ability usage with weapons, right? That's what you know, Mike. Look, he's reading his novel. He's writing his biography right here as it comes out. Because the thing is that with strong skill set, with great responsibility comes, you know, great sacrifice for himself. Where if you end up using in the past going set up for neutral, setting up for combos, right? That was the biggest worry. Your biggest worry, right, would have been Takeda with the Furin and just releasing it to try to knock you back. And you can calculate that comes out. Players that use Keelan, right, as a first and foremost, right? Then Matari comes out, where Matari, has her opportunity of just setting up combos, but that's very risky. You'd rather just use it for ability like the F2. That's where that changes when the rework happens, and that's why she's a 100% mainline pick within the 6 rounds or 6 round phases chosen. She's at least going to be picked at least one time within those guys into their play style. So for everything coming out, it's just too good to pass up. Just like Keelan, just like Liam, and those 3 characters kind of dominate where it comes into play. And Hadi having those changes in the rework, right? Another character that ended up going back into the point of being used in solos, going into placement of just being able to go for those strikes. Even with a nerf of 4 seconds in solos, it's still being picked up. Yeah. And I saw when with the V2 having a chance of just locking through, we didn't see a lot of zippings, but that burn take damage just so much more than you can like expect for your opponent. They can take less time to take more reset opportunities with a full armor, now deducted to half because of the burn effect. But then also you're looking at how well they can try to go for strikes in the Roman Yang. So that's where they're going to be looking for prevalent strikes and positions. Now, we saw in day 3, we saw Frostvis, and I've seen this where players that are performing today, like Spider, where they're going up against players in their own region, going ahead and using V1 and having that as a disengagement. That's just a flow of where things change out. Different abilities are used in different modes, and that sometimes can dictate new flows of combat. Because V1 for Hadi and solos is strictly disengagement, straight up. Whether you're using lever tech or not, you're setting up yourself for the Roman Yang to make sure you have a Keelan ultimates. Boom, you're in the sky, 40 meters up in the position where he can't do anything for you. And that's where something that Fong, right, is utilizing F1. It's killing time for your opponent. Killing time for your opponent is the most definite way of just burning out resources of their ability casting, and that's something that comes out in full value, especially against Batara, right? She's at 24 seconds for using her ultimate, but she has 2 F2s. She's got 2 teleports for her opportunity for V2, where she can teleport behind you, and you're just burning opportunities for your opponent there. And Keelan definitely, because he can't deal damage, he can't go ahead and strike back. He's just waiting for you to end out your duration.
Yes. I mean, Keelan, man.
Sir.
Keelan has just, changed the game completely from how I see it. Just a lot of players. It's rough to try to play against the Keelan, but it's just changed up the game a lot. Just being able to have that aggression with the ultimate. But we are going to be locking in for our game 2 round of picks here for these players. We're not, see the traditional Liams and Keelans being picked up in the first half. As always, we see Spider already locking in the Liam and Fong now with the Keelan as well. So it looks like we are going to be having that 1-2 split here for the first group as well for this game as well. Now, Mike, waiting for him to pick. Fong's going to pick the Keelan for his pick in Group B. Mike snagging up the Liam, going and secure the comfort pick for a lot of these players on the Liam. Fong has had very strong games on the Keelan as well. We've seen him time and time again just playing the Keelan very aggressive verse on the Hadi. Arano, so I was gonna say, he might be playing that Hadi as well, but now swapping on over to the Alcos here for game number 2 for his 3rd round of picks. And now another Hadi's in the mix there for GG Shaw and T225 now this time around on the Justina for this game on the 4th round picks. And now we're going to start seeing our Mataris being played out. Do have another Justina here for AIS. What is XY, our MVP for game number 1, going to pick? As we're going to wait and see what he's going to snag up for this game. Still have, another Justina. So the Mataris is still up for grab. And, this is very, very interesting how the change here for the groups are made now, where, before you would, we have a ping for T Star and Chazon and the Matari. I remember back in the day, we had like pretty much just one full lobby full of the same character. Yeah. Especially during the Zaping meta when she first came out, the F2 was out in play. Pretty much, it was just a full lobby of Zapings. Just being able to, just pick the same hero twice. But now with the change, I love the versatility, being able to see different types of characters in the mix, and I feel like that's a lot better than how it was before.
Yeah, because we went from you can all choose the same character as long as you choose them twice maximum, and then that was the case. And then we got our chances of seeing the first time of the phase system in rows of 3, where 4 players were able to choose a character, and then that was the case scenario of seeing, then we saw, less of the mass majority, but we still saw contesting, right? We saw the variations of Zippings and Alaroth, whatnot, just to kind of hold down the fort there. But then when we switch into this new phase system where there's 6 phases, I love it because that means there's an average of 2 characters of the same type, a maximum 3. But with the 2 types, that's where you're going to see the limit. Now, for the Justinas here, all V1s, all F2s here for XY from ASC, Kayla to 225. Now, I'm looking at Torres Arano. He's opting in for the F1 for the Akos. Those are the round 3 pick. And looking at everyone else's skills, it looks to be the normality here for Keelans, for the Liams, for the Mataris, and just having the hotties as well. Zipping choice pick for Star is something that also allows Star to kind of hide in the masses if the players are recognizing him playing it. That's just because of their past intuition of playing against him either in scrimmages and open games and just having every single opportunity of like saying, okay, maybe he is going to play, because Mike played it first round, and that's going to be everyone is notified about Mike playing that Zipping post game and whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a scenario for the players to see, is he really going to be that confident choosing it, or if he's going to be sneaking within the masses of the choice picks.
Yes, and now our drop zones here for our game number 2. Sunny Time, Hollow Rock, no Fireflies in the spawn. We do have Fawn contesting that puzzle area with Spider as well. They are going to be going at it. I believe JDG was in the mix as well. We have a lot of players landing at Plume Castle. I mean, FPXEQs, EWG, TE. I mean, everybody's in the mix here at Plume Castle. Not sure if anybody's on the top left-hand side of the map. Do see OUG's Mike and GG Shaw close to it, though. So we're gonna have those early spawn fights there on the top hand side of the map, and I believe Spider used to land there as well. He used to rotate top left as well, so he might be taking the same route unless he changes it up here for game number 2. But Spider locked and loaded. OGG's Mike, thumbs up are in here for these players trying to lock in here for game number 2, and we are in for our second game here of the BIWEEK3 3 grand finals. Mike on the Liam, and now with the new season, we do have the new skin in play as well for the Liam. Got to keep an eye there for the blue Liams. Ooh, nice little dodge LNB Pro here for Mike. Big damage onto XY. Crouch LNB for the extra damage there off the fist blades. Applying lots of pressure, but that's going to be a purple armor there for XY. Now, it's going to be able to get some sorts of HP, but quickly loses there against OUG's Mike. And OUG's Mike still applying tons of pressure here with a big parry.
Yeah, F2 coming in clutch here for the Justina, but it might not even be enough. There's no more armor swaps. There's a jump at LNB for the Clink. Mike gets the first elimination throughout this match. That's going to be the first kill within Pinnacle Town. Now we're going to look over to T225 over by the quarry up against Wufang. Wufang looking to try to engage this. It's going to be the 2 players that spawn right next to each other. T225 finds an armor swap. First gets elimination in the kill feed against Arano, though. We're going to see the LNB, the uppercut with the F1 investment from Wufang as the combo breaker comes out. Wufang looking to try to charge up LNBs and RMBs. He's going to go ahead for the grapple and try to contain a hold check. F2 investment from T225 a little bit too late, and then a jump LNB would have been it to confirm it. There's the uppercut. Nope, T225 doesn't want to contest it. He wants to go in the building, see if there's any armors, and there is one. But Wufang's going to be defending this. He's going to get the swap, so he's at a 600 HP, efficient, position against T225. This is a scale rush between scale rush. Who's second? Who's first? And now T225 looks to kite around here, looking for an armor swap as well. Finds it, gets parried, looking for that. Look to jab for the most maximum damage, and looking to try to go ahead and get another grapple. But this is going to be the kiting coming out from this tower. Unless T225 can find an armor, this is going to be a quick elimination that comes out from Wufang, and this tower is a detriment for Chase here.
Yeah, we see it time and time again. These players playing these ballista towers to get their movement game on, and T225 quickly fishing for it. Was trying to look for an armor swap there in those huts, but was not able to do so. Now the Clink there for both of these players. T225 now is going to use this whole area to kite the situation. Now it's going to cut line of sight, cut the noise as well. Takes one in. Now back to full armor off of that alone. He is to be able to try to go back, try to see if he can find any more resources. Since the RB focus, big damage now. Wufang here with the Keelan ultimate is be able to catch the first slash. T225 now is going to respond with a Justina ultimate of his own. Trying to lay down some pressure off the cannon shots in the back end. XY fishing for the perfect opportunity for him to try to go on in, but Mike's still getting active here. This time around against GG Shaw with O online. GG Shaw as well on the hottie. We're gonna have to wait to see how this scrap off unfolds. Scare Rush nearly connects, but that's a big parry for OGG's Michael. GG Shaw F caught in there for the hottie to avoid the full damage. XY in the back end might hear all this aggression from both of these players here in his backside. Now the hottie GG Shaw investing the ultimate here to try to retreat from the situation. XY finds that purple armor from earlier there from Mike that some elimination Mike got in the early game. And it looks like the scrap bar is going to be still going towards GG Shaw's way, and XY might be joining in as well.
Yeah, GG Shaw is going to deplete his ultimate. He's trying to get as much heals, looking for a knockback with the V2, gets it, confirms it, now has to space away, and that's deflight mode. Now we know XY is going to be taking any opportunity he can to strike. He got that purple armor from his previous life, but he has only one life left, and this is going to be the last one. He has already died. Now XY can take this chase on with a fan, looking for bow shots against GG Shaw. The kiting in Pinnacle Town, there's a lot of lines here. There's a lot of points where you can try to break line of sight from your opponent, and there's a lot of areas here for scale rushes as well, at the ledge grabs and all the windows. And then once you hit into the center mass landmass of the Pinnacle Town, you have a good majority of windows just kite through here. So for Mike, this is going to be difficult for him to find any sort of opportunity of wanting to invest ultimate, only maybe for denial of pushback from an opponent, or just looking to try to confirm a solo. Either or, just denying heal back from his opponent is going to be one of the case scenarios, as there is 3 total. But we see Verse getting elimination. Spider goes down, and looking towards his lobby, Sar is already fully eliminated from this game completely into the match. Now is a Zipping Ying pick coming through here. So now no more Zip in the game, folks. This is going to be only towards the majority of the mass picks. And now it's going to be a case scenario of whether or not T25 getting elimination on Wu Fang. It's going to be his first elimination, and seeing about the lead getting in the scoreboard of the switch ups.
Yeah, we still see XY full chasing GG Shaw right here on the Justina, trying to stay up. Do have around 3 minutes for our first Roman Yang to spawn on in here for game number 2. GG Shaw lives to see another day on the hottie. Is to be able to buy us some of these resources, but Mike not letting go, still wants to see if he can pick up this elimination onto GG Shaw. And the back end, XY is still in the mix as well. F caught in there for the hottie. Mike doing everything he can to try to catch up here onto GG Shaw. Nice little scare rushes there from GG Shaw, being able to avoid a lot of this pressure thrown his way right now by Mike. And Mike, with the fist blades, scare rush on it is a little weird. So, you know, not maybe to have that crazy range there off the scare rushes, but now GG Shaw is going to send an R&B focus, massive parry there from XY. Now GG Shaw forced to pop the F once again. 55% on that rage. Is not going to have that exit there off the ultimate this time around. We do have the pressure happening towards his way, and it's going to be the ultimate invested there from Mike onto him to pick up the elimination. And now Mike catching the par there onto XY.
Now, XY is going to have ultimate here, and he's going to use it in contention. Remember, V1 to mix it up, because players might be anticipating V2, but the moment that the dash hits the ground, the players can look at the trail, notice it immediately for the frames. Now, Mike looking to try to go for the RBs, gets a held LMB blue focus. He's going to release it. Mike is looking to try to go for the dodges. Nice pitter-patter coming through here. There is going to be the RBs as the steps coming back here. F1 investment from Mike, no combo breaker. We still got dashes available for XY, and Mike is going to have to be very careful about this, because there's a parry coming out from XY. Nothing's going to save him here if he can get got by the RB. There it is, free confirmed. They're going for the upper. Oh, man, he's going for the uppercut. Didn't work out, and now he's going to be looking for the kite. Look, Mike can look for armors if he can, but he's going to see the investment from XY for the F2, meaning that he can take any sort of aggression here, and it might work out. As long as XY doesn't catch any sort of neutral here, we're going to have to not invest our F1 for the combo breaker, because Mike is going for a reset here.
Yeah, he isn't able to pop one powder in. XY still on the chase against Mike. Mike, here's that first remaining starting to form on in. XY does not want to let this elimination go. We do have the Ballista Tower as well here for Mike, so he's going to be able to kite the situation out if he needs to, as we see him quickly finding the quite nice little spot here to try to take a reset in. The pressure's still going towards his way. We're going to have to wait and see he's going to be able to get out of this situation for the Roman Yang, but Chuzong already posted up here for the first Roman Yang. It looks like he does have the pass, and DRG's Fong might want to see if he can try to get the contestant here onto Chuzong. Chuzong cutting line of sight completely. Fong shooting up the bell, I believe, is going to be able to see a little bit more resources for himself. Now he's going to just go ahead and let go of that pass for now, I believe. Yes, he is. So looks like Chuzong is going to be taking our first Roman Yang. Mike gets out, does manage to find a Roman Yang gate as well. XY in the back end with full chase down onto Mike, probably still to try to snag up this pass, but Mike is going to be able to go ahead, just wait this out with 9 seconds remaining. He's going to go ahead and get his ultimate back up as well once he takes that realm. So just a matter of time here with a 3-second countdown for himself to be able to go inside this Roman Yang, waiting this out, and he is going to be able to stay safe with already 2 on the board here for OUG's Mike. He had a massive game 1 as well with 3. So this is a good pacing here for the champ, the man that everybody knows, the GOAT, that has been running it down here in the Pro League since he got back in. Now Spider against Fong here in the cave, and I know you like these caves here, Severio.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and these caves are opened up. We were talking about, hey, when's the timing of it opening up? And now Fong wanted to look for this aggression. You got to remember, Fong, you guys didn't see it. Maybe you did. Kill feed. They already went a scrap off. Fong lost. He's going for round 2 here. The Oryx swords are already invested, though. Spider has to disengage this, and now Fong can possibly just get this shield for free. This is a free purple armor for him to gather. In the Roman Yang, though, we are going to see Mike getting contested against AS. Mike is very, very prevalent in being the first person in. F2 investment early onset here from AS, and the purple staff is going to be working out for here for the DPS. The opportunities. There's the R&B clink number 2. Mike looking for the charge up the R&Bs, goes for the staggers. He's going to find it, capture it, going to commit towards this. Maybe look for the extension. There it is. Going to be coming out here for another one. He's looking for another stagger, but the ultimate comes out. There's going to be enough time here for AS. So he has V1, and there's nothing he can do here for the second time. And the reset, wait a second, we're looking for the pistol.
No.
He mixed up. He might be looking for himself for the R&B. There's going to be the release. He has another Oryx sword to kind of look for the lockdown. But once the pillars come into play, he's got to be careful about whether or not he's going to invest it. There it is. 1-2, dodges the freeze, looking for the open space, and that's going to be the elimination. Maybe, perhaps, but no. AS is smooth with it. He's got the moonwalking shoes, but it's not going to be enough. There's going to be the hard pebble on the floor, and that's going to be Mike getting his elimination spread into this game.
Rare mistake there from Mike. Still be able to come out victorious there in the Roma Yang on the 2-on-1, but still securing the kill. He's going to go ahead and get the buff as well. Verse. This time around against Chuzong. We got gold pulse sword already here for Verse at the start of the game against Chuzong. Dual halberds are out here for Chuzong to the 1.0. Big damage there for Verse. Now, aerial LMB to the aerial R&B there. That tries to catch him off the grapple, but Chuzong quickly responds here. Jump LMBs. Big damage there off the blue fist blades. F caught in there for Verse. Tries to catch him off the scareways. Doesn't manage to do so. Chuzong trying to kite it out. Wants to see if he can try to take a quick reset, I believe. He's going to use a pillar for high ground. Does manage to bait it out. Verse now quickly swapping on over there onto the gold pulse sword, trying to find a scareways to R&B Minx, but no, he's gonna get caught up there off the after from the Matari. Jump LMB, big damage there from Chuzong, and that's some nice kiting and bait there from Chuzong to stay up in this realm. And Yang and Verse now is gonna have that Yang depletion timer on his back, and now he's gonna snag up the gold Hong sword as well off this realm of Yang. So Chuzong now with a nice little upgrade there from what he had before with the blue fist blade. So he is doing a really good job this far in game number 2. 3 Vermilions Burmites are out here for JDG's X1 and OUG here for game number 2.
Yeah, I think he picked up a Soothing Boons, and that's going to be good resources there for Shishang. Now, Arano outside towards the Serpent's Pass, spawning in here. AS in the vicinity. Grapple Stagger coming from AS, looking for the jump LMBs. There's going to be a grapple to extend past this point for Arano, just looking for the RMBs. He gets it. He confirms it. That was nasty. He's looking for the crouch LMBs here, looking for the Scare Rush to try to close gap this position. A nice armor swap from AS and the free RMB Blue Focus. Big vertical coming out, but the 1-2 is going to kite out here. Arano looking to try to go ahead and finding himself time and spacing between the Justina. Of course, once that Justina starts ulting, things get a little bit more detrimental. He's looking for the portal, he takes it. We're in Yushan Ruins now, looking to try to go for it. There's the army release, and guess what? Who's chasing right behind this? GG Shaw, right there in the vicinity, looking for a bow shot, most likely in the background, but this is going to be a chase that's going straight to the north side, and AS is going to have to be very mindful about this third party because GG Shaw is playing hottie.
Wow, now getting caught up here in the side of this terrain, trying to pull up the F1, does manage to knock back there onto GG Shaw. I believe he's going to be forced to pop this Akko's ultimate in the back end now. DRG's Spawn showing up to the party, a player that is always in the third parties, not for the third parties for himself. Arano now gonna be able to create a little bit of this here. Just managed to pop another white health in there to try to tap up that white health. Now trying to kite it out. GG Shaw on the top side with 22 seconds. Needs to try to find Soul Bloom to cleanse with the V2. Doesn't connect on to anybody. Fong still applying the pressure off the pistol side. Now drops in the backside. Madison Scare Rush out there from the corner. All these players full chasing down. Who we have to win to see who picks up the domination. The first one on either. I hear a pulse sword. It's AI throwing the Cena. And now with the lesson final hit, and Ronald's gonna fall here. And I believe he's gonna be eliminated here from this game as well. If I believe so myself. Yes, he is out of game number 2. Now GG Shaw is not got all the materials and resources there from his body.
Yes, GG Shaw resources. AS is going to get some rage to pick up. Very close position. He got caught on this play. Getting out there. Mike, though, post sword action. Yeah, you know how it goes. Big DPS from Mike. It's one of his best opportunities. Is just kiting around and just striking out enemies when they least expect it. So that amount of damage coming out is kind of it's kind of massive for him to get that weapon in the Romyang. Now with Yushang inside of the Yushan village, got up against 65 with the V1. That's first dash. So we know that Yushang is going to be keeping himself nice and nice and cool under pressure. Has a Matari ultimate, has F2 potentially. No, the armor swap though from TT25 though gives a little bit more chance for TT25 just to keep kiting around here. He's finding more and more resources as he's lining himself into Yushan Ruins. Yushang Gold Hong Sword from a Romyang win has himself to just kite around. Look at try to flank, not going to have the opportunity to do so. We got Bells in the rotation. That TT5 is going to make sure he gets a deny to Shang for the chase if they are still there in terms of the Yushan Ruins. But for DRG Fong, he's immediately frame 1 at one of the Romyangs. One elimination on the board. Purple Dagger is one of the key lands. Had interrupted the chase coming in from GG Shaw inside of the Yushan Ruins. So now takes his time to go towards the Romyang portal and just setting up shop here before one of the opponents. And Mike, with gold nunnies, having that as a secondary gold weapon, he's just stacked up beyond belief. And he's at 5 eliminations, folks. And he's in first place.
Yeah. I mean, Mike's been running it down here for game number 2. 5 already on the board here for OUG's Mike. Not letting go of that gas pedal off of game number 1. Picking up those eliminations. We already have 3 players out of this game, I believe, as well. So, Mike, getting up for that second Romyang. Look at the inventory stackage here. Gold dual blades, gold poster, gold nunchucks in hand. I mean, he has a nice kit for himself right now. Full jaded out, 24%. I mean, he's locked in right now. He's locked in, ready to see if he can find anybody scattering out. Oh, he's not going to take the second roam, I believe. We do have Wufong in it, though, with a purple pulse sword, purple Hong sword in the back pocket there for Excellence. Wufong does get eliminated there from Mike, I believe, earlier. Had the Vermilion's Burst, Mike, and it might be a nice, it might be a little run back here between both of these players. Mike already moved on over to the realm of Yang Gate, and now it's going to wait this out. But TT25 and GG Shaw are going to have the contestant here for the Spirit. Well, LNB here for TT25. Then go for the aerial LNB, knocks him out of the ring, trying to confirm the remainder of the Spirit well. But GG Shaw quickly reaggressing, doesn't let loose of that meter burn proc there. Now, LNB focus connects times 2 there for TT25. GG Shaw is gonna be forced to back on up. He's like, yeah, you better go ahead and top off that, because I'm about to snag up this purple armor. And now we see him trying to retreat from the situation. And Mike as well might be showing up and trying to get the aggression, but we still have Wufong and XY in this realm of Yang.
Yeah, Wufong's gonna be looking for the scare rush here, looking for the stagger. The chase is on here. XY has a longsword on standby. Justina ultimate also ready to go through here. Wufong though has no combo breakers. He's got to be careful. Wufong looking to charge on B to try to mitigate that stagger as he's looking for the scare rush around the pillars. Keeps himself going through for the next minute and a half, or next minute and 15 seconds. And now comes down Wufong with the charge R&B. Doesn't release it. Now he goes for the second one. This is the beta. This is the mix-up. And now Wufong looking to try to go for the R&Bs again and again. The pistol shots, looking for some chip damage here. Scare rush comes out. Doesn't confirmation hit. Looks for an R&B. Doesn't get it. Now it's a little bit more tough for him. Now he's looking towards XY, who gets that parry. He's gonna pick up that Hong sword, frame one, uppercut confirmation. F1 still available. Wufong denies it, goes for pistol shot immediately, and goes for the kill in face value. F2 investment, but this is gonna be up to whether or not XY can get a freeze. He finds it. He goes for 2 dashes, so he's going to grapple bump, maybe looking for the extension here. There's gonna be the uppercut, jump LMB, and there's gonna be the freeze. He's gonna get enough time. Maybe he can. No, he gets dodged, and that's gonna be the slash coming up for Wufong to the mortality guard. He's got blue bar, and he's looking for the spam, and that's comes Keelan versus Justina.
Oh my God, XY mistimes the prio LNB there off of the freeze, caught the pawn with the double dashes, doesn't manage to extend off of it though. That could have killed, and I believe that would have eliminated him. I believe the mortal bar, or whatever the technical name for it, would have ran out there for him to be able to pick an elimination there. But that is super unfortunate for him. And I mean, earlier as well, he caught the freeze onto he caught the parry onto Mike into the 2-1-1 from the fan into the freeze because of the terrain. Oh my God, massive parry there from Fong to XY. XY's gonna eat up a lot of damage off the gold pulsar. Look at the damage there off of one parry alone, with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to try to cleanse. Straight out of the Roman Yang, losing a lot of HP. But look at all these players here, Severio. This is the party.
This is the target spiral selection comes out. Mike also having Rupture Gale Orb, so if he finds a cannon, he sees one, he might be going for the hunt, as AS is gonna get target prior selection as well. Wufong might be coming to the mix here. He's got prize fall from that Morris Blessing inside that Romy Yang, and he's got a gold weapon to work off of this. He's looking from the west side, but you can see AS is taking a lot of pressure here, going for the 1-2-3s, going for the stone form, going for him, sorry, not the stone form, but forcing the stone form from Mike. And now the horizontal gets caught in the whole check. Now there's a parry coming out here, but it's gonna be avoided with the cast ultimate from Mike. He's in a little bit of a predicament. I gotta be 100% honest here. We're gonna have a lot of chance for the Justina to look for a dash and getting an R&B, but Mike switches the dagger as a standby chase disengaged weapon. AS still has 2 dashes available, has himself at 400 HP, being very mindful about the chase coming through here. I hear ultimates back and forth from any opponents looking for AS, and of course he finds the R&B. XY actually proccing the ultimate, but a jump LB from Wufong, and there's a white tiger scrap. And we're looking for the stone form proc. He's looking to try to charge R&V as XY gets that point, but no chance of getting the solo him. He's at 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, wow, that is super unfortunate there for XY. Tries to snag it up there with the Justina dash, and now the ultimate is canceled there for himself to save that 50% rage. And now the pressure's still going towards Justina's way. We do see him eating up a little bit of damage there, losing 2 blocks of that purple armor. Fong might be the first one to chase him down as well. We do have a player, I can't catch the name there, who's chasing down. Yeah, it was Fong. It was Fong there trying to pick up trying to get some pressure there onto XY. We do see him now being able to pick up the remaining resources there from the body. Now, lots of players still posted up, poster hit, now knocking up all that armor there from XY there from Fong on the gold pulsar. Mike there with one as well. Another hit there in the back end, and the final hit there from Fong to pick up the elimination onto XY. And just the pulsar damage is insane yet alone. And now with a gold rarity, we see him just, like Severio say, big DPS in for this weapon alone. And now Fong is going to be able to pick up his 3rd elimination here for game number 2.
Yeah, replay for that Realm Yang number 2, where Fong picked up that gold pulse orb, potentially coming out for the pistol shot to midair, back and forth between him and AS. And now's a chance for him to look for this rematch outside of Realm Yang, but we're here for the reason that rematch had occurred. For AS here, getting caught into this parry, huge parry for the horizontal release, and looking for the soul break. It's denied with the F2 investment for the Justina ultimate, for the F2 skill, and now another horizontal, another soul break release. Fong can get this. This is free. This is free. This is free. Crouch LMB, yeah. Nothing can stop that from that point with how low AIS was there. And now Fong is still on the hunt. 3 eliminations for him and Wu Fong. Wu Fong later into the ends of the Realm Yang is able to keep on hold for his White Tiger's prowess, but a Thunderstorm, a explosive armor. That's what we see here so far from Fong. If he finds a katana, if he's going to use his Starfall and a Rupture Gale Orb for Mike, still hasn't found a cannon, but he's still rocking 3 gold weapons into his selection. If I'm not mistaken as well, I think he also has a Kablan. We're going to double check that, but that's going to be a Pride's Fall. That's 2 Pride's Falls. This man has double Pride's Fall into his build extension as well, if I'm not mistaken. So for Wu Fong, having this as well as a Sap Jade, keep that in mind. Sap Jade. Every single weapon pair, you get yourself that health restore for getting a single hit on the opponent. So that's something that can keep him going into the end game circles. And of this Jade right here, I think this one's a Soul Slash. I'll have to triple check that one. But C8, take it away.
Man, I love that that new change on the Sap. Because before it was just, it went through weapon categories. So I love that it just implemented them all to one, because, sometimes you kind of were, it's good to be, to be good at every weapon. But, if you had a higher rarity weapon in your inventory and it's not what the Sap was on, you were forced to swap on over to whatever weapon the Sap was in, just to try to stay up if you were low in a fight. But now just with all of them into one, makes it a really good change for my opinion. But now GG Shaw already in Hadi Ultimate, trying to back on up here. We do see him. Nice little kiting here, goes above the mountain. He's gonna go ahead and go right inside the cave there to try to stay up. Headphone users, be aware. I'm just gonna let y'all know, if that Pride's Fall connects there from Wu Fong, you gotta be careful. We do see him charging up here. They have a little triangle here for the Keelans, I believe, into Mike as well, trying to fight for this Spirit Well for the contestant, and Mike always trying to contest this as well. And all the lobby is, they don't want to give up this buff. We do have lots of pressure happening towards everybody's way so far. Spider, go ahead and try to go into the 1-2 there from the halberds. Liam Ultimate investor here for Spider, trying to stay up. He's gonna go ahead and take a quick little reset, and instead of the Spirit Well, might be able to get this all out. Does manage to catch Fong there from mid-range. Nice little F there from the V1 there from Spider. He's gonna go ahead and snag up the gold dual blades. Has another gold armor as well. Now trying to quickly go ahead. Looks like he might be choosing Wu Fong out of the bunch, one of the Keelans, and we do see him now applying lots of pressure. RB Minx there, or LB RB Minx there for the dual blades. Tries to catch the prowl. Do have the LB focus there from Wu Fong, trying to kite out the situation, but Spider still applying tons of pressure, and the Pride's Fall charge up there in the back end there for Wu Fong.
Yeah, I gotta be careful though. Spider almost got caught by the horizontal, but he was safe by the cliff side. Now the realization is not Soul Slash, gonna be Dragon like Might. He has gold dual blades. He should be looking to try to go ahead in the future about converting it, but he might be sticking towards the dual blades. There's a huge potential for the catching that LMB uppercut into the R&B blue focus. Has a lot of potential keeping juggles going, especially coming through for its for catching enemies in the flop state. For Spider right now though, keeping himself with 19 grapples, looking pretty nice with the supplies, especially coming through here with the Mystic Might. Pride's Fall being charged up from Wu Fong as a bait out. He's gonna get enough time to space out, and of course getting caught into that corner side. Spider may be looking for the R&B release. He's not going to capture it. Wu Fong is going to keep cutting this cliffside as long as it comes through, and another player set is coming here. Shu Shang is into this vicinity, as well as with GG Shaw, if I'm not mistaken, just trying to hide out there. You can see him in the blue armor, but he's making sure these fights happen. There's the F1 investment, but Fong is going to go ahead and miss it out, and a Moonbane strike comes down, losing out almost his armor, all of his armor, I should say, has disengaged almost immediately.
Oh my God, no one caught it though, so he has to be able to stay safe. Spider was focusing Wu Fong there all the way through. Wu Fong gold weapon Mike as well. We have another gold dual blades in the back end. Everybody's stacked right now in this end circle here for game number 2. 7 players alive as well, and this is a tricky end circle for this game. We do have Mike on the gold nunchucks once again, second time around here for tonight. He did have him as well for game number 1. Now the random Bane gonna be forced to play in the outskirts of this Bane. We do see everybody just waiting this out. We are gonna have the Mystic Might buff here for WBG Spider off that Spirit Well. So go ahead and go back and pick up the remaining resources there from that Spirit Well. T225 gets clipped there front. He was just chilling. He was just chilling there on the wall and gets clipped. Now does have that purple armor reset there for himself. So no pressure though. He's gonna stay safe for now. Spider and Mike still they saw him getting clipped, so they might think he's weak. But T225 now is trying to reposition here to make sure he doesn't get full aggressed on by both of these players. We do see Spider first one on the scene. Wufong still getting aggressed on for here from Spider, and I believe he's not gonna be able to get him off his back.
Yeah, no, they're going inside the cave now, though. For Spider, he's got to be careful. The Moonbane is done. There's no more Moonbanes to be available. He's had Mystic Mice since the inception of picking up the Spearwell. Had supplies to go back there, cutting through here, making sure he can try to go for a horizontal, maybe? I don't know. He's scared of rushing back and forth. He gets to the Clink. He sees it, actually. He's going to be looking for the charge, potentially for a cannon shot. Gets caught by the Stagger from Fong, and Fong is kiting. Can't catch him. I mean, he could. But then all of a sudden, he's going to be gone in your side of line of sight. And there's Fong on right next towards the gate, and T225 spots him out. We still have a total for the player counts to be alive here for 7. Now, of course, having to kind of work off of this end, I'm kind of curious of seeing whether or not we're going to have a chance of getting a prize fall release. I'm going to be 100% honest, because things come out towards prize fall, and y'all got to be prepared for that. That's the moment that you're going to be waiting for. That's the moment I'm waiting for. Because DRG Fong is still trying to kite around through and looking to try to take fights without his own points of pressure. He invests his F1 here and looking to try to roll out as an Autobot, you know, just trying to make sure he can get himself away from all this action, because he's got 3 eliminations. And there's a top kill leader of 5 with Mike, and now Spider is looking to try to go ahead, and he's committing towards this. This is finally the point where Spider can test and chasing out Fong for as long as it works and seeing it work out in his favor.
RB makes Fong now forced to pop the killing ultimate. I mean, the T225 on him. I call the T225 when you just release 2 blues back to back. Spider doing that to Fong, quickly taking out all the HP from Fong. We do have some cannon pressure in the back end, but no one wants to full commit there while that Keelan has that ultimate online. We do see everybody retreating for now, but now Fong back to full health, trying to get some pressure onto T225 in the back end. We do see him eating up a little bit of that damage, but Fong playing around the bottom stairs side here for himself, but Mike still full committing there onto Fong. Knows that once the Keelan ultimate is gone, does have the chance to try to pick up the elimination, but Fong, we see it. We saw it every single night. We see it where Fong has that crazy movement, already swapping back to that dagger, knows that he might get aggressed on with no ultimate online, has ran out. So he's going to go ahead and swap on over to his movement weapon, the dagger / fan, to be able to go ahead and see if he can kite out any of the pressure that's thrown his way. We do have Wufong playing the top side of the mountain right now. T225 as well, right next to him. Mike trying to contest it. Mike maybe. Spider as well on the bottom side. We do see the Liams on the same trail. And now Fong might get aggressed on the backside. Wufong getting bullied from the top mountains. We do see, I mean, this is probably the worst case scenario. Mike and Spider, the ones full on just trying to get somebody out of the distance. But now looks like Mike, so go ahead and drop down. We have our second end game circle quickly approaching us right now. And Mike, though, with the gold pulse sword, if he has, you know, that mid ground, there's a lot of walls in this area for him to start charging up those scare rushes.
Yeah, and that little center platform can be broken, so every single one of these players can kite in and out of it if they need to try to escape. You can see the cannon shots coming through there and just trying to break it down, potentially. But if everything comes out here, 7 players in the same game circle is kind of nuts. We got a minute and a half to work out, seeing who's going to be coming through. If Justina ultimate comes out, everyone gets frozen in the zone, it's over for them. They're going to take a lot of time in terms of taking the zone, take damage. But T225 has that purple cannon going for those proximity shots. He's hitting Wufong directly behind that wall, and he's going to get those shots to deplete at least a good 3/4 of his armor. And now Wufong has to keep fighting around outside of that room. Now he's in the full view of T225. T225 knows exactly how low he is. He's going for the scare rush. He's going to initiate, going for cannon shots. Nice mix up going through and back and forth between swapping his weapon from range to melee. Now Wufong is outside of the vicinity, but remember, cannon goes through the wall. So now, all of a sudden, uppercut attempt from T225 goes for a horizontal release. He's not going to be able to avoid it. Wufong haven't investing his F1 yet. He's just holding on for it, and he gets a time to heal vitality, but no armor patterns makes this a lot more difficult. F1 investment now comes out, and he's going for scare rushes back and through. GG Shaw in the corner, and this is going to be where Wufong is going to be looking to try to avoid the Justina ult as it comes out here, C8.
Oh my god, he catches the uppercut to the freeze there for T225. Wufong now trying to apply the pressure, catches a little bit of damage down to Fong, I believe. Nice little kite there to get out of that mid area. He does know that's a lot of pressure, does not want to get caught up there from the scare rushes. Wufong now might be dropping right back down, but RB makes that for Spider, and Spider's going to snag up that elimination. That's going to bring him up here, there onto 2. We do have a lot of pressure still happening in the bottom side, in the top side as well. Spider investing the ultimate. RB focus there for T225 onto GG Shaw. We do have elimination going towards Spider's way, though. Spider with another one. Mike throws down the V1, gets the damage. Kilo ultimate is invested. T225 now trying to see if he can snag up another one. We do have Chusong there, applying the pressure onto Fong. Chusong picks the elimination onto T225. Fong on the Kilo and trying to see if he can find one, but Mike's still up as well. The last final hit, we got 4 players up, and I believe it's Mike with the MVP for game number 2. But that was a crazy end circle. Everybody stayed up. 4 kills were not taken. There were 3, I should say, and OUG's Mike is going to be our MVP here for game number 2.
4-way tie. Never seen that one before,
seen that.
dude. Yo, today is historic, bro.
Long sword and that.
Bro, you're taking everything through. That's no multiplier, and there's not placements for first, second, or third to be taken. Everyone's side out for fourth in that final moment. So that's this extends today's games a little bit more than we can, sense out. And Mike having himself the most kills definitely takes the MVP. Fong still calculating what's going to go through because he's deciding. He's like, I need to see what's going to happen here for my choices. I got to see what's going to go through him. His test of gameplay is flawless. He hasn't chosen it yet. That's okay. We still have our chances between rounds 3 to 4 and hoping to kind of see that coming out. And that's where he can pop off. T25 having chances of opportunities of surviving. Does so, in fact, with those armor swaps and being available. Wu Fong, no supplies, getting pressured out by T25 by those cannon shots. And that's where it came down. We saw Spider getting caught out by that Moonbane, and we thought he was going to lose out his lifespan, but that cliffside protected him. And he rotated right back to his supply pool that was available from the Spear Well that he didn't pick up along the way. So that was just a good chance of seeing where all the players are positioning there. And Yushan Ruins, so many walls, so many opportunities for scare. Huge terrain advantages that players can take and chasing down. You saw Fong going through that pillar or one of the obelisks and just trying to shot someone out, but he gets caught by the knockback and he had to reposition it entirely. He made a whole loop-de-loop across the whole field between the caves, getting chased out by Spider, and that cave system is impeccable. I love seeing that cave system being used whenever the chances happen, because it's just how fast can you capture somebody and how fast can you anticipate them going from point A to point B by taking your own route and cutting through that.
I feel like we never get the end circles there. I think we have gotten one on the top mountain, but right there, I mean, that was just a crazy sequence there. We did see Wu Fong trying to stay up there, had a lot of pressure being thrown his way there from T225 and Fong as well. But, Mike or Spider picks up the elimination there. We do have a quick question for everybody at home, though. Answer for Treasure. Everybody on the YouTube, go ahead and swap on over to the Twitch if you want to be able to have a chance to win one of these Summer Split random gift boxes. The question is going to be, who won game number 2 today? And, these could be a little tricky, Lots of times people, might be thinking this is who's the last one standing, but that's not how it works, right, Severio?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's only going to be the person that catches MVP. That's the personnel who wins game 2. That's how the game wins happen regardless. So make sure you guys have been paying attention. We've been saying his name a lot of times. A is not good, A is not going to be something I'm going to say is coming through here, but FPX versus A. B is Kayla, T225, C is EWG Toronto, D OUG Mike. Make sure you guys have a chance of looking past that point. And if you guys are on YouTube, you know exactly what you can do. You can press the left P on your keyboard and go back a couple of seconds. You're like, oh yeah, it's that person right there. It's insert name, And like we said, Twitch, chat, that's where you're going through. I know players looking for the drops there. Listen, I know it's going to be happening. You guys can get those drops. Hopefully seeing about that coming through and getting fixed out. We're going to have that chance of hopefully seeing that because Dragon's Grave, everyone's been asking about it, and I know you guys are looking for it. So just letting you guys know, keeping your thoughts. Mike, though, taking that first place, taking 5 kills, 6.5, 3 eliminations so far for Spider with 4.5, as well as for Chushang into third, Ji Fong with 4.5 as well. These guys were all tied for 4.5 points in that last minute survival rate. 3.5 for Wu Fong, though, and Versus taking 2 points, TT5 taking 2 points, GG Shaw taking 2 points, 1.5 for AS, and XY taking a 0.5 replacement. But Ronald and Star just had a rough outing in terms of the games. I mean, we saw Star get immediately killed before even first round Yang.
Yeah.
And he was the only being in the lobby. I know players were looking towards and seeing about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of, we'll talk about it in a second. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look at our overall standings here for our games off of game number 2. TE Stars, like Severio just mentioned, gets limited very early into this game with 4.7, AIS with 6.5, GG Shaw with 7.6, JDG's Chuzong with 8.5, FPSCQ's Verse with 10.2, and EWG's Arano with, also getting eliminated early or with no eliminations on the board, I should say, with 10.8 there for game number 2 for his second game of the day. And Killate T225 signing up that sixth place spot with 11.3, X1's Wu Fong with 11.7, ASC's XY with 12.9, WBG Spider with 15.6, DRG's Fong with 15.6 as well. We got a tiebreaker there for that second place spot, and OUG's Mike in first off of that game with 18.5, and that's what I want to talk about. OUG's Mike playing out that early to mid game, very, very strong, picking up those eliminations early to mid game. He didn't even pick one up there in the last and final moments of the game. He had those 5 kills already moving on into the end game circle. So, that was a crazy, crazy way to get that MVP for himself. But now we have a quick little replay here for game number 2. Severio, take it away.
Yeah. Clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming, gamers unite. Yeah, Mike himself getting this parry, it was massive. And that forced out XY to position where he's like, well, I was going to have the tech chase, can't do it. Once you look for that scare rush, Mike was looking for the jump LMB, jump horizontal. Now, Spider gets his kills against Spawn. We didn't see this. This was the round 1 fight. That's an absolute execution there. And Mike looks again for his own Oryx Sword to be placed out for the flash, and he finds the elimination. He's looking to try to anticipate every single one of these Justina dashes, and he uses Oryx Sword defensively. Doesn't work out, but then again, all of a sudden, he looks for the R&Bs, and the jump LMB was all he needed. He laughed it off. He's like, easy. And then everything comes out here where he gets caught by for the Keelan slashes, and the things get a little bit more detrimental, but then he finds a lineup. He looks for the Keelan guard, the Keelan Immortality guard to come out here, and he finds it. Wu Fong gets eliminated as a result. AES in his fight against Fong here, though, we saw how easy that kind of cleanup came through, even with the Justina ultimate to come out there. Still had enough time, and he found AES for the second time outside of the Romy Yang instead of the shot like that White Tiger's prowess proc. Final seconds of the match. Once we saw the final elimination here from the Keelan ultimate coming through from Fong, we saw that the elimination actually didn't even go through. No one just died out. That was it. It was like, oh, well, I guess we're all tied.
I can't believe he didn't die there. That was like
1 HP. Not even
that's like
that was a sneeze.
Yeah, that was like 1% HP on the White Hell, but he's gonna snag up the MVP here for game number 2 with 20,000 damage here for OUG's Mike. His 7th MVP. He's running the fist blades in the beginning. Now swap on over to the Nun, or he did swap on over to the Nunchucks, the gold pair of Nunchucks he got off the Roma Yang. Running Rupture Gale, standard damage reduction, Starfall. I feel like we never see Starfall in play, huh?
Nope. I want to. Oh, I want to, bro.
Yeah.
I always look towards Starfall because the only reason they don't use it, right, is because quick segment, right? It's just because Starfall can be avoided by just tap dodging. And players who you think you can capture with Starfall, if they're scare rushing around with Yangs, they can just tap dodge if they're scare rushing and then they avoid it. A grapple stagger can confirm it. You can lock down somebody if you're from a fair distance away, and if you catch that stagger, that's just a quick way distance to deal a little bit of damage. But here and there, doesn't really showcase. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Stop. It did get itself though one of the cumulative type Jades, which brings up between explosive armor and Vajra's grip. Both Jades being able to see and getting that chance and making sure that can happen for the ultimates, but at the same time,
but yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how the remainder of the games go. We do have 2 games out already, but we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. Once we come back, we do have our game number 3 locked in here for the BIWEEK3 Grand Finals. My name is Creators here with Severio. We'll be right back right after the short break.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Going through here for the short break. We're going to be going through and entering round 3 for BIWEEK3 finals. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. And we're going through with some baller games. First game had some immense chases coming through. We saw a lot of aggression. Second game having a 4-way tie at the very end with a just nice way of rotating out in the Yushan ruins as the end game circle had come through. And I'm really excited in seeing where this comes out. I mean, stemming out from character picks that haven't been able to be picked up from characters such as with Tessa from Fong, as I mentioned before, and seeing the Zipping coming through here as a choice pick. Now, Mike already chose that one out for his Midoriya map, but that's one key figure that happens to have a Zipping pick through the pick pools. TE Star tried it around 2. We didn't get a chance to see how he performed with it. He got immediately eliminated before the first round, both of his lives. So that allowed for 11 players to kind of combat throughout the whole entirety of the match. But at the same time, out-of-pocket picks come through here, out-of-pocket skills, and even skills to kind of throw off your opponents, right? You're kind of anticipating seeing one skill to the next. That's why I was like, I saw V2 Justinas round 1, then all the Justinas in round 2 decided to use V1. Yeah. That was something that you can you see the opportunity for throwing your opponent off sometimes in the middle of all the action, of all the effort that happens throughout, engaging in one fight by themselves or in a multiple fight when there's multiple people around.
Yeah, and taking a quick look at the new system that we have here for the winner, where before we didn't have that threshold, now would only be in 28 points. But having the threshold gives you a good opportunity, even if you have a bad game like TE Star just try to make it into the threshold. And I mean, it just comes down to MVP. It's up for grabs at that point for who's able to pick it up. It doesn't go off of points anymore. So it just comes down to if you're able to quickly shake it off, get right back into it, trying to have a good game 3 now for TE Star. Opposed to how it was before, where those points. The points were crazy massive. Yes, we go all the way up to 8 games, and one of the players in the threshold don't get the MVP. Yes, it does go to the highest point player, as we saw for the BIWEEKly 1, where Chazon took it from Mike off of 1 point alone. It was a crazy showcase there for Chazon there for the BIWEEKly 1 grand finals. But still, you still have the opportunity to be able to get take the win here for tonight if you even have a bad game. And that's a different mix-up now that these players have to deal with, just with that change alone. But yeah, now Mike, crazy game 2, had a good game 1, snagging up those points up on the board for himself, not letting go to the gas pedal. Now this is where Mike, what do we know? Mike gets threshold game 3-4, and then he ends at game 3-4 or game 4-5. I mean, what if he, he's like, yeah, I had to work on my mental, and he just, he solved the puzzle, and he probably figured it out,
Yeah, because I mean, things lead out now with this lower threshold. He's at 18 point, something in the mountain, now taking out less than 10 points to work into match point. He has to hit that match point first before the next game, or then he can just go ahead and catch an MVP, regardless of how many kills that MVP earns. As long as he gets MVP, then he settled in for a BIWEEKly 3 win. Something that he's kind of been hoping for, and just kind of going locked down throughout the the echelon of just pressure that has in. Because I know this man has a lot of pressure to look out towards. Of course, he's got a lot to work into from his past experiences against fellow players such as with Spider, but now taking it into Fong, taking it into T225, taking it to Arano, forcing out these fights. I remember we got to remember seeing out the fights that even when Wang Liang, right, when we saw Wang Liang up against Mike, that's another opponent that he has to keep his eyes out for. And catching out the first 3 days of them playing out for their 2 days of the BIWEEKly now matches his perspicacity. He kind of goes through and makes himself set up here, with sheer indefatigability. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? Indefatigability, across the realm of human endeavor. This man makes everything easier on the forefront from his success rate that he's had in the past year and months in the past.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, man, I don't know, because this is where the pressure starts happening. If Mike has been performing well off the first set of games, this is where a lot of players are going to have to try to shut down that momentum that he has so far in these games. I mean, back-to-back games like that, just getting a big amount of eliminations. Hey, I'm not gonna throw any salt on him, but I do remember the first time we did have this system in play, where he was the first one in the threshold. Fong was just landing on him time and time again, was not trying to let him get that MVP. So, we could have a little bit of a situation like this, but we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes. We do have the highlights earlier from these matches. Mike here on the Zapin. This was from game number 1. TE Star there with the Army focus does not connect. The 1, 2, 3 there off the stamina strike elimination there from Mike. And now Mike, last final moments there with a grapple LMB onto Arano to secure that kill. Got a little nice little Royale here for OUGs. Mike crossing LMB for the extra damage. This was the start of game number 2 here. Army focus on in. Jump LMB. That was a crazy jump LMB. He catches him off the ledge there. Weaves the Army focus there from the long sword. Another one back to back with a massive pair there onto XY. Forces out the F and now quickly gets elimination right after with another jump LMB off the ledges. And hey, that's nice. I didn't even know that was a strat like that.
Yeah, forcing everyone in their spot out of their comfort zone. That's what Liam can do, right? We force them into a spot where they get caught in the bind, and that's the setup that Mike looks for, especially for kill confirmations. For everything coming through here, Mike, right, looks towards the Justina, has to know, okay, where do I use my ultimate here? I used it first offensively. Now he's looking towards the dash, he's counting it out here. He uses it when the point comes through, when they're in point blank range, but all he needed to do is just a little bit of chip damage, and that's where he took the opportunity here, especially against Keelans, right? Keelans who can just go back and forth. Capturing him out is probably the best feeling in the world right there, all right? But then once you catch the elimination point after the Keelan Immortality Guard, that's all you're going to need to look for in trying to get the elimination, or for it to get stolen out from under your nose. And that's exactly what First is trying to look for and trying to doing. And remember, this is before the first this is for the eliminations that come out here for 5 once versus elimination. 16 minutes of no eliminations for Mike, right? Like, this is the close position here where Mike's like, let me get this dual blades real quick. And that was his third gold weapon to be in his inventory. Ballista shots coming through here, as we always see coming in from the backline. That was from Wufong. But once Mike got the elimination, he catches himself that MVP. He's getting himself the kill spread, and that's all he really needs. Now, potentially, let's crunch the numbers, right? If he does get first place, he gets another 6 eliminations. That guarantees him MV for the match point next round, and that's just a potential, right? If he gets 7, he's more than good. He's more than good. But if he gets 6, he's got to get first place.
I think I saw it. I saw him do it. One of my weeklies. I mean, Spring Split. Spring Split. He was running up the whole Spring Split. I think, like I said earlier, I think he only lost once to Spider, once or twice at max. Pretty much every imprint on the scroll was OUG for the Spring Split. But you know, now here for the Summer Split, here for this year, we have had some different choices or some different players rising to the bi-weekly finals. So it just comes down to whoever comes to play here for these matches. And you know, bi-weekly 2 winner Pace, bi-weekly 1 winner Chazong. It's been a long time since we had a different winner, you know. So those 2 wins like that, especially week after week, not being Marcus Spider, has been a big change here in the Pro League, where we've seen those 2 players pretty much just,
you know, stare, bro.
Run it. That's the stare. Yeah, that's the stare Severo be talking about. He be saying Wufong be locked in, and he does not come here to play. He does come here to play, but you know what I'm saying. He's here for the smoke, and he's ready to try to take one of these bi-weeklies in. TE Star. So trying to see how he's going to play out his game number 3 off of, you know, getting eliminated very early into game number 2. He needs to bounce back off of the situation to try to see if he can make it to that threshold as fast as possible. Now with a 28 point, once again, I keep mentioning it because, you know, 2 points might not sound like a lot, but that could be a different decider from how many people or players are in the threshold and how many people are, you know, able to contest the MVP spot. Spider. Oh, I remember this from last year, Spider. I believe it was a year and a half ago. Spider was just laying back in his chair like no care in the world. This was before Mike was. This was the staple Spider pose right here in these matches before Mike was in the league. Now back, bi-weekly 3, locked and loaded. Had a crazy bi-weekly 3 qualifier openers for his games. Good amount of points. Now waiting for the next game to load up. Fong as well. I mean, I think Fong has the best movement in the league. I'm not gonna lie to you, Severi. I actually do think he has the best movement in the league.
Oh yeah, no, like it's kind of crazy when you compare and contrast him between other players and how he disengages. The forced majority leads into his favor. If we look at the stat lines alone, how well he kites around, but not only how well he kites around, how fast he takes the initiative of doing so, and knowing exactly how fast with which each weapon that he uses. That's why he always has one of the best scale rushing weapons for himself in the slot. The short-handed weapons such as the dagger and the fan. He keeps that on stand line because he knows how fast he can kind of disengage from that, and you know how well he does it. TT25 on the other hand, man, this man is a certified I'm gonna push in, you know, W key. And he pushes through with pulse sword action that makes things a little bit more difficult, especially, like I said, mentioned earlier, right? Mike, he doesn't really have any sort of obligation of taking fights with TT5, but TT5 took that personally. Frame 1, he smirked pull out the finger guns, and he goes popping left and right with with every single one of the fire shots Blue focuses, and he does it where Mike would least expect it. And that's the thing that come out here. We saw XY get eliminated from Mike last round because he released the Blue focus. Sometimes some players release it just because if it's the unoptimal way, we're gonna do it anyways because that's what they're not anticipating it. But then all of a sudden TG5 does that. And Verse, I don't really have any words except where Verse comes out to play. He doesn't have anything else to worry about in terms of the pass. I mean, when we saw Verse playing into play for FPX, back when we saw Zhuishi, right? And then Verse takes the mantle in terms of playing into the team. He was doing good business, right? To try to work out for placements and all that. And it really came out to show, especially when he was doing some seeing what his teammate from what Zhuishi was doing and using it to his own benefit as well. Taking skills, taking tactics come from his teammates as well as from other players, and then utilizing for their own. And even other players took Zhuishi's anticipation for the 2-on-1 as we were able to kind of see with the longsword. And Arano had some consistency left and right. And AS in the past has also had some consistency playing out into these scrims, right? We've seen that over and over for the course of time.
Yeah. Remember, he had a crazy season for AS. Now AIS, but if you guys do hear any of the casters call him AS, it's just he just added one letter, so a lot of us are used to him just calling him AS. But he did have a crazy season. I can't really remember what season it was where he was staying consistent in his game. He was making it into the bi-weekly finals as well, but just haven't been really able to snag one up any of the bi-weekly finals. As we were speaking about it a little earlier about who was running it. I mean, there it is. OEG's Mike. Ever since OEG's Mike came in the league, he wasn't in the league for quite some time. Then he did get through to the league, and it was just a lot of pressure because before it was Spider controlling a lot of the battlefield for these fights, and he was pretty much controlling how who would get I don't want to say focus, but he was just controlling a lot of the aggression from everybody around the server. But when Mike was put into the league, it's just quickly changed on over to him being the one controlling the battlefield with a lot of the fights. But now it's a big change with just not being able to see who just eliminated. That's a big change, I believe. I mean, you killed a Liam. You don't know who that was. So it doesn't matter if it was Mike or if it was somebody else. It doesn't matter. You just killed that player. You can just, snag it up in the back of your memory that, hey, I just killed a Liam. They might have Yang depletion timer, but that's all you pretty much get the value there from that. Unless like Mike plays the pings for round number 1 in Predoria.
Yeah, another thing too is that rule, right? Like you mentioned, like there's now everyone is incognito. They don't know who they kill in solos. Like trios, basically the same thing too, right? Where we have no chance of locking down who and what got killed by when and where, unless you're in a kill cam. And at that point, oh, it was that person, right? And then you can just like watch it out and see what happens. But now we're into the round pick selections. Verse and Arano taking out the first round for game 3. We are in Morris Isle midday, and I mean, we could see some hybrids here, right? Keelan and Tahadi could be on the ump with Liam somewhere around the midst. Those 3 are going to be in circulation for the first 3, unless we see a round 3 pick for Akos again, right? But at the same time, this is going to be where the course pick selections come out into the Morris Isle midday map rotation. The double Liam is going to be locked in for the first round. Second round has TG5, GG Shaw. So for right then and there, I mean, yeah. Typical Keelan coming out and Akos. Wow. Early Akos choice selection. This saves GG Shaw Keelan later down the road, so that way he can hold off for the future picks, especially when we enter round 7 and 8. Worst case scenario, push comes to shove, he gets himself in a lower bracket. He goes Keelan into rounds where he can dominate because those are nighttime Firefly maps when we get into round 7 and 8.
Yeah, and that's usually the times we see Mike play those Akos, his Akos games is in those night times. And I still think Mike has the cleanest, and I still think he has the best Akos in the league. Oh yeah. Definitely has has performed every single time on the Akos with just a crazy amount of eliminations, and even being the odd character out, still finding success on that character and taking MVPs. I mean, every single time we see the Akos, you really got to take notes with how he plays that character alone. But XY and AIS both playing the Keelan. Chazon is going to be playing that Hottie. We had a Watari as well in the mix already. for this game. Now, another hottie for Spider this time around here for the 5th round selection. And, you know, Fong on the Matari that he loves so much. Now, with the change, super strong character. We did see some bait outs earlier there off the F and Roma Yang, showing how strong it is. Wufang bringing out the Aquas for this game alone. And Mike on the Temi, and this is a dangerous thing as well. Mike's Temi is super clean. We're seeing him try to catch hotties off of the Whis alone. Once the Adi pops that ultimate when they fly up, seen some tech there from Mike trying to catch him off the Whis a couple times. So hopefully we get to see it once again tonight here for our 3rd game of the day. Locked and loaded, these players ready to get it going here for our 3rd game of the day. Once again here for the Solos BIWEEKLY 3 Grand Finals. My name is Creators here with Severio. Hope you guys you guys are having an amazing day or night so far, wherever you guys are watching from. Yeah, we do have a little bit of problems there with the drops, but don't worry, it looks like it might be part of the Twitch side, so just make sure you guys keep an eye out and try to claim it whenever it is available. So now back to the games. We do have our 3rd game of the day. Hopefully we do see some crazy Temi plays, because I love Temi, Severio. I just love the character Temi, and I love that, you know, it's that the dark horse pick for a lot of players nowadays.
Yeah, especially coming through the skill set of how well someone can use them, when and where is the most important part. I mean, we can see the Temi being picked out here for the, seeing the average point values. That's really not the point. It's the same thing with Liam, right? Some chances of seeing Liam like, well, he doesn't really do well. Well, that's because he's either comfort pick for players, or he's just going crazy in terms of knowing best of how to use it, like certain players. And Mike knows how to play Temi to its full capacity for what it's worth, especially when those points, like 3.7 points, bro, that's 3.7 points we take into match point threshold by average point value. So we're gonna see these spawns coming out. Servants Crowns has Mike, has Spider, and towards the Noble Cave with DRG Fong, and an EWG all the way to Lake Yellowleaf. But X1's Wufang way out into the northwest, maybe towards even to the Zest Winery north side. We're gonna see some spawns to the eastern ends towards the Crow's Nest. KLA T225, JL's AIS, and then there's going to be FPX and TE Star actually onto the southwestern end of these spawns, and this is going to leave Celestra to be available for players to kind of rotate down towards. Now, whether or not the zone is going to end up going through here, TE Star is going to be spawning in there with ASC's XY, so now it's really starting out here, folks. Game 3 is going to begin. We're locked in, we're loaded, we're going through for the halfway mark potentially, because right then and there, we're starting off strong over by the Artisan's Grove.
Spider and Verse landing at money. Spider with no weapon in hand, but we see how strong the fists are. Quickly being able to blue focus, as we see it already. Spider, they went out there to Verse with a blue dual blades. That's why just get the damage there on Spider. And Spider's gonna be forced to pop this F here on the hottie with a blue spear in hand. Gonna snag up blue halberds as well. Trying to find an armor, and Verse managed to catch a blue armor. We still have some aggression here from T225 and TE Star as well.
Yeah, TE Star's gonna be looking to try to go for the LMB's uppercut, but there's the F1 investment from T225, so Star charges the horizontal. He's holding it down. There's gonna go for the F2 for the stagger. He finds it, but there's not gonna be any sort of LMB uppercut confirmation. He gets caught by a toothpick here for a carousel. Potentially there it is, and that's gonna be a free 1-2-3 blue focus vertical. And there's gonna be coming out here from AIS to Shang T225 in the spot where he found that solo. Man, he can get his ultimate up here very soon, but he's gonna need taking time for trying to get his armor back up.
Yeah, and AIS is going to get parried in from T225. Overholding the R&B focus. Gets the damage there now in the back end. Sends all over the area R&B. Chazong, though, choosing out the purple armor AIS there. Does manage to get the damage on. T225 is going to be forced to pop this Keelan ultimate. Does not manage to get the second slash connection there onto AIS. Full chasing down. Trying to see if he can find his damage elimination onto AIS. And XY as well on the trawl. All the way in the back end. He's going to wait for this Keelan ultimate to go down. We do see him already catching up. T225 now swapping his attention onto XY. Doing a really good job kind of this out. Does manage to connect off this slash now. T225 with no ultimate online is going to have Chuzon and XY close to him right now.
Yeah, now for T225, he is able to disengage completely. GDG Shishang versus ASC's XY comes out, and there's going to be a no armor situation for XY as the engagement comes out from AS. Of course, looking to try to go for the RMBs, and there's going to be the LMBs again. There's going to be no stagger there, but XY has to be careful because AIS purple armor, he can take all the little bit of neutral hits as much as possible, but there's going to be a chase between two targets. For now, for XY, F1 still available. He goes for a grapple stagger. He still has an opponent behind him, and he's trying to force out an engagement of AIS against Shishang. This is a very risky position right now because he's still getting backline. He deleted all of his armor though, and now AIS can take full aggression against XY with the F1 investment preemptive.
Do have both F invested here for both players, I believe. Now XY trying to see if he can stay up does manage to get a little bit of nunchuck meter burn, does not catch anybody, and I believe XY got caught up there from just being a Keelan in the mix. Everybody probably thought he was the one with no ultimate, but now the nunchuck meter burn is going to connect there onto AIS, big damage, but in the backside to Zong does manage to get that blue armor inside the HUD as well, but XY drops very low with the blue armor, does not manage to get it because it's all completely low, does manage to get a carbon armor swap now, goes into the scare rush in the back end, both F invested there from the Keelans, now Keelan ultimate investor here for XY, trying to get out of the situation, does manage to get a clip off of this, both Keelans are up now, and AIS applying lots of pressure, but T225 there with a pistol shot for the elimination onto XY.
2 eliminations so far for T225, has 60% so far for Rage, wasn't able to get that solo, but he's going to go right back into it. He sees his cliffside fight. He's looking for pistol shots. He's looking for loot. He's getting all the supplies he can get and muster through. Now he's going to see AIS with that ultimate stack going through. The Keelan guard's already invested through, so for there, it's going to be the R&B release from the nunchucks. Not going to hit confirmation, but he gets a parry. Nice! And that's going to be elimination right there for a solo for T225, but it looks like the solo's already picked up for Chisheng. This man can't get any solos today, but he's getting all the kills, and he's at 3 so far. Purple armor investment. Chisheng disengages completely from this area of play. Might be leading us into this lesser region, as there's still plays and fights to be had elsewhere.
Yeah, and this is scary side here for T225. T225, he be having those crazy pop-off games, and already with 3 on the board on the Keelan, he has the opportunity to, pick up even more with his purple armor already. Massive parry down to Zong instantly into the aerial LMB for the extra damage off the parry with full meter dumped here, ready for himself to see if he can find elimination. But Zong gets some pressure, forcing out the F. Combat armor swap there for Zong. T225 now overholds. Both players with the blue focus proc there off the nunchuck. Sends the LMB follow up there for Zong. Catches the fire as well. Goes for the aerial LMB into the aerial RB to the grapple LMB. Aerial RB, grapple LMB. Keelan ultimate invested there. Now Keelan ultimate investing for T225, trying to see if he can try to turn this fight around, but Zong now just has to use Celestial here for the kiting.
Yeah, now he's going to change to look for an armor as well, but he's looking through this one set of buildings. He's got ultimate. He's got F2 invested there, and there's going to be the ultimate cast. So T225 looks to try to go for one heal off for an armor as Chisheng goes for himself as well. One last armor powder into his inventory for a level 2. He's got healing berries ready to go through. He's going to go ahead and try to reset that for a round 2 position, but now T225 having a full purple armor ready to go is going to put into the investment. We didn't see Chisheng commit towards using a 2-1-1 there. Mostly just going for those grapple extensions and just keeping the stagger game going, looking to try to invest towards T225's inventory and seeing what's going to be used for skills and ultimates. Now, Mike, he's over by Event High Temple. He's on 0 eliminations, so still with common armor, and may have looked for a reset there because now we're going to see a fight between Arano and Wufong.
Fong. Blue armor loses 1 block though. Now aerial LMB there for Arano onto Wufong with the blue halberds. Wufong on the Akos has the weapon advantage here against Arano, but Arano with the health advantage does manage to get a blue armor swap. Now massive parry there for Wufong, has the F to stay safe, and this is one thing no other character has in the game. If you do get parried, you keep your weapon off that Liam F as well. So Arano is gonna go ahead and retreat, and yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about, Saverio, because since game number 1, I kept seeing nunchuck LMB uppercuts going for the aerial LMB instead of for the 2-1-1. So I was, wondering what was going on, because we did have a time, I believe for the bi-weekly ones, it started, or even prior to that, just, straight 2-1-1s there from the nunchucks. But it looks like, that's the mix-up now. The aerial LMB into the grapple extension there for the extra damage off the nunchucks. So that was just, something I was wondering about as well. Why, no 2-1-1 off of that. We were seeing the aerial LMBs just happening for all these players in the server. But Mike, already with 50 seconds left here to be able to enter the realm of Yang, trying to cut out the pressure right now here from Fong, and Fong on a Matari versus as well. Mike is going to lose this pass for now, and Verse is going to be the one quickly picking it up.
Yeah, 37 seconds on the clock right now for Verse as a wielder and trying to look around and cutting around against Fong. Now, Fong obviously has these dual halberds on play standby. He's looking to try to go for a stagger. Of course, there's going to be the scare rush again as Verse gets backlined by Mike, having to keep the tree line to his advantage. Nice parry from the scare rush, and the purple halberds is his. Verse looks to try to go ahead for the swap, but he's going to look for the crouch LMBs and just has himself 19 seconds left before he can try to use it. He's got ultimate still, and Mike and Fong are going to distance themselves away from this Rumyang portal towards the Burning Pagoda. They find a parry. Mike is going to be looking for a jump LMB. He may not even be able to find another one, but Mike now up against a Mataro in ultimate form. He's going to go on full aggression here as disengagement from Fong might prove out that Mike says, nah, I'm just going to pick up the purple weapons and just go for a reset. Maybe looking towards Rumyang, potentially.
He was definitely going to loop that off of that parry, but Fong has the ult there to stay up. That was going to be tons of damage there off the fist blades, but now Mike securing the purple halberds off of that parry onto Fong. Wufong, 2 purple weapons already in his inventory, rocking with the fist blades currently in hand, has the purple nunchucks in the back pocket if he needs it here on the Akos. A little bit of Frogos here on the helmet for himself. Now XY on the Keelan. Just waiting this out to go inside the realm. And Yang does have the pass ready to be able to take it. Just full blue inventory out right now. Blue dual blades in hand with a blue musket as well. Now, looks like he is going to be going against Wu Fong. It's going to be a big scrap up between both of these players. We also have Arano against JDG and NPHGQ against TE. But both players are going to be taking the high ground here for this first Roman Yang of game number 3.
Yeah, jump clean coming out here. Musket shots coming in here. Might be Wu Fong's F2 game.
F2.
It's a nice bow shot, potentially. I don't know what. XY's going to eat up a lot of points here for HP for his armor, so he takes in the points to be restored with the armor powder in the face of danger. Takes the RB blue focus to the face. Jump parry opportunity from Wu Fong gets avoided, and now it's going to be a chance for that fist blades for those crush LMBs as it comes out. There's a 1-2-3 release. There's going to be the bow shot. Wu Fong finds it. Jump LMB is all he's going to be needing to, but he's going to use the F2 instead. Wu Fong death stare. We saw it, folks, earlier. This man is not playing around.
Wow, that was a lot of pressure. That was a clean Roman Yang there from Wu Fong. Now Arano against Chuzong. Blue halberds here for Arano, and I believe Chuzong has blue nunchucks now. And let me pry here for Arano. Swaps on over. F-Con in there for the Hottie. Winning this out. Trying to see if he can find an opening. Catches the Prowl once again. So to go ahead and invest the ultimate. It's going to be able to catch the TOD as well. LB uppercut once again off the halberds. To the 1 up for the halberds. And that's all he needs. And that was a big elimination there for Arano against Chuzong. And he is going to snag up the weapon upgrade off of this as well. What is he going to be getting? A gold dagger here for EWG's Arano. And that was crazy TOD because the terrain was not in his favor. The uppercut was towards the pillar side and still managing to turn that body off the TOD or off the ultimate. Proc does manage to confirm elimination there for himself as well.
Yeah, and he's picking up himself a twin shot there. But of course, Wu Fong outside Roman Yang with victory looks for XY. Now, XY has ultimate. He's got a cliff side, and this is going to be a dangerous game for him to try to kite it out here because Wu Fong is not going to allow it. He's got enhanced get rushes as well, increased distance closer. And now it's going to be the Queel and ultimate. Now the V2 connects, but wait a second, what just happened there? He extended to cancel out the slash for the pounce. Now Wu Fong stuck in the corner here. This could work out for the Queel and the rendering slash connects there. But of course, Wu Fong still has the HP advantage, has Vermilions, has himself to look for it. As XY spans out the guard, he's going to be going ahead for those slashes as they're infinite until the 4 seconds. Now he has to disengage. He looks to go ahead and disable his ultimate. Still has combo breaker, but he's getting chased now as AIS from Team JL. He's looking for kills here. Islet Crater fight coming out. Arano finds a nice parry against Star and looks to extend his pass. He's good for it. He's going for the jump R&B, but the Matari ultimate is still available. There's Star. He is at last whim standpoint and looking to try to get the last hits as Arano disengages into the building.
Yeah, now trying to fish for the CP. We see him charging blue. Go ahead and go for the uppercut. Does not manage to connect off of this, but still has that ult online. And Arano to go ahead and wait this out. Let that ultimate pass by for him to get reaggressed on here. We are going to be able to get one hit off that TP. R&B into the LMB there from the spear. Oh, he's playing Con generic. There goes the R&B. LMB in the corner. Tries to extend. Oh, he couldn't extend. He's doing the TLD off the spear staff. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm seeing here in the pro league. Now, Star, please do it. Please do it onto Arano. He can't fully extend there off the Con generic. Off of the grapple buff, he can just go ahead and swap out over to the weapon. Get that one hit into the grapple extension there for both weapons. Arano, though, on the Liam, trying to stay up. Pistol shot as well there for Fong in the back. And now Fong showing up to the party. LMB, jump LMB, Clint comes in there for both players. Arano, now he's going to get forced to pop this F as well as Fong to try to catch the Prowl, but a fallen R&B there for the elimination, and T-Star getting right back into the party. It's going to be this time around against GG Shaw.
And he missed out on picking up the solo. Shaw was quick to figure that one out and pick it up himself. Roman depletion still in Star's behalf. He still has zero eliminations, and that, you know, the Continental, the spear into staff swap extension infinite is absolutely goated. It is nasty. You know, it's like, you know, you're looking at the corner, you're like, man, that round recluse is going great. Oh, what word? And now we're gonna see AS knock out Wu Fong. That's what I'm saying. This is where the aggression comes out. Now AS is in the mix because we saw Wu Fong coming through here as the frog helmet. Now he's got, you know, squished out here. He said rip it, and, you know, he crossed the road. Now for everyone inside of Sunwings, it's up to them to look towards whether or not there's any other Roman depletion this year. Why they're taking so much aggression, right? That's going to be the understanding about it. And Chishang is one of those players who still has it for another 90 seconds or so. For DRG Fong, though, he is also in a position of just trying to find out of getting TE Star out of here, who has Roman depletion. He just doesn't know it yet. He's got to burn out time. He's going to be keeping the aggression as the ultimate has been procced already, as Fong is going to have one more teleport ready to go. Yeah,
we're going to have to wait and see. Oh, he can do it off of this. Yeah, there goes the uppercut. R&B, grapple. Here goes the Congeneric off of this. LMB, Congeneric into the grapple extension as well.
Oh my.
T-Star does it here. The Congeneric TOD. We're in the stat spear, and I heard the parry, and I know he can do it off of that, and he does showcase it there, and that was a disgusting Congeneric TOD coming in there for T-Star. Now Mike, Chazong with another proc there, but the F called in there from the V1 there from Verse, and looks like Chazong is going to pick up the elimination there onto Verse. Mike still has the pass though with the purple outburst. Now just has to kite this out for 21 seconds. Has the ultimate online here for the Tumult if he needs it against Verse. It looks like he's going to be, you know, safer now. Has the space that he needs. Does have the terrain as well, since the RB focus big damage there onto Verse. Verse has the weapon advantage though. Both shots, I believe one does connect there. I believe the explosive, no, that was not explosive armor. I heard sound cue. I thought it was, but Mike now gonna go ahead. Yeah, you heard it, right?
Yeah.
I heard it. But now we have our second Roma Yang of game number 3. OUG's Mike against X1's Wu Fong. And I know you're excited for this one here, Severio.
He has Phantom Step too. Wu Fong has Phantom Step. He's not going to be able to get any sort of grapple coming through here or any sort of melee auto aim. He's got to be careful. Mike is going to have to be very wary. He's the biggest competitor against Akos as a Tumult, but of course, the damage spike coming out here from Wufong is detrimental. He's even got to go longsword on standby. Mike using ultimate on and now it's going to be the ultimate cast coming out from Wufong as a result of that parry. The Wistro span can come out from Mike, but he's got to be careful. Wufong is playing footsies here inside of his own circle of his ultimate. We got 4 more seconds left for this V3 ultimate to be up standby. Mike knows that he's going to have to distance himself away, and now he's got to be wording himself out, making sure he has his F1. And as the reset comes out for Wufong, we still in ultimate status for the Akos. There's the V2. There's the confirmation. F1 is not up here, and there's going to be the jump LMBs to go for the F2 wars. Extensions might be looking for the RMBs, but the F1's back up in time. As you can see, Mike is going to be keeping the kiting alive here for the Dream.
Oh my God, catches zombie focus into the area RB. Now the click comes in. Wufong and Mike both with the same health advantage. Gets the RB damage off of that. Now overholds, no problems yet. Now, since the RB focus off the goal longsword, that's a lot of damage there onto Mike. And Mike now has F available once again. Gets caught up with the F2 now. Gonna go ahead and pop the F as well. No, gets clipped off the RB. And Wufong though, with a mass elimination there onto Mike. Now EWG Zorana gets T225. Kilo ultimate and Roma Yang. That's a nice V there from Liam, or the F from Liam V1. Arano though, very low. One more slashes off. T225 needs does clip him there, still alive. And the last final hit there for T225. That was a crazy scrap out between Wufong and Mike. And that was the little dangerous game right there, because once that Akos ultimate is online inside that Temi ult, it's kind of a, you know, like a prediction game for the Temi, trying to catch where the Akos is going to be leaping at, trying to stay in that gold frame. Even though he could try to predict them off the little jumps, he can stay safe off the gold frame as well. But you know, it's just rough. It's just rough there for Mike. Does manage to get eliminated there from Wufong. Now with, you know, that Yang depletion timer on his back. T25 though, winning his Roman Yang gold Hong sword. I mean, he's locked right now. Gold armor as well. He's chilling right now.
You know, he got martial art will form hook. He's got Rupture Gale Orb. He's got Windy Trinity if he's looking for horizontal releases, right? And he's a Keelan. So everything comes out working in his favor. And that Rupture Gale is something that T225, the reason why he's been using cannon so much, just because he loves using the cannon for those proximity shots, now comes into full circle for this end game circle. And of course, the run back coming through here, Arano sees Mike and doesn't know it's Mike, but he's going to go up against the Tumult regardless, because he's also on Roman Yang depletion duty. He's got Liam ultimate set in standby. He's got a gold fan from his first Roman Yang victory. He's looking to try to go ahead and try to contest this out, but he's not taking the pressure. He wants to force Mike into his zone. And there it is, into the ravine. Now this is going to be dangerous for Arano. This ravine can force a tummy circle easily as pie. And if everything comes out for the crouch LMB parry from the horizontal, there it is. And there's a double blue focus. Mike now has to invest his combo breaker and has to decide whether or not he should stay into this position right then and there with no health target.
Now, get some caught in the wisp, but it's just a last frame there off the wisp disappearing. Arano and Mike both taking a quick little reset. And big parry there for Mike. Has to have to stay safe there off the Liam now. Trying to stay up. Trying to go ahead on top of the ravine this time around. Arano still applying the pressure on the side of the rock. Does get the damage off the R&B focus. Mike trying to see if he can take a quick little reset in for himself. But aggression still happening towards his way there from Arano. And Arano overholding this time around. Tries to catch the LMB, the crouch LMB. Click comes in there for both players. ×2 as well. Both shot is going to get punished off for this as well. Mike though applying lots of pressure. LMB focus. F caught in here for the Temi. Tries to go for the whisk down. Does not connect off of it. Is going to go ahead and try to retreat. Has the ult online. Grapple a bow shot. Does not connect, I believe. Overholding. There goes the Temi ult. Now the F caught in there for Arano to stay safe. Tactiles rolls outside of the wall. And this is a very dangerous weapon to try to play against this Temi ult. It's the fan. Gets cut off in the wall. No whisk down though. Does not connect off of this. Does get a little bit of damage there, I believe. But now Gonna go ahead and retreat off of this, both players. But no, Arano quickly re-aggressing Mike, quickly swapping on over to the blue fist blades. Arano trying to take a quick reset in for himself, but uses oh my god. That's one thing I always thought it was crazy on the Liam. It's just the knockbacks off the Fs and the ult as well. It's just insane.
Yeah, and it's a fear factor move. You know, with Joe Rogan when he had hair, you just don't know when things are going to be expected with the bow shot, and that can cause a lot of headaches. For Arano right then and there, though, making sure you can put himself with a gold fan and keeping that utilization of damage, he still has around 150 seconds to try to lock into a kill and getting a soul bloom. This is dangerous territory that he knows this time he doesn't have ultimate, but he doesn't have ultimate himself. He's maybe better at the rage bar for it to be made, but then there's the other opponents. There's bells to be rotated out on. X1 Wufong is still into the distance and looking through. That man had death stare against Mike in the Romiang. He might even still have a death stare when the moment he sees another Temulch into the field of play, and he could go after him easily. But Spider here in the mix, 0 eliminations, and he's making sure he can just keep eyes on the pry area of as much as the players come out here in the fields inside the tree houses. 1, 2, 3 as we release those. Mike finds Arano into this tree house, and now we're gonna have a third party potentially coming in here as the rollouts coming against GG Shaw, and he might be the one griefer that is nothing that a Romiang depletionist would love to have to handle.
And those halberds putting up a lot of damage there onto Arano. Arano is going to go ahead and try to kite this out, but running right on into another player, and it's going to be WBG Spider with the purple longsword in hand. Looks like Arano isn't able to cut the line of sight. Does manage to pop one in, but Spider already quickly changing his attention on over to Arano. Arano has the playground right here at Sunwing to try to stay up. Gets clipped off the aerial LMBs, though. Tries to scare rush on now. Double jump LMBs, triple jump LMBs, I believe, from Spider there. Now, does lose all that armor that he had from that powder. And Arano now to go ahead and use the ledge here. Finds a little bit of safe spot with a minute 15 seconds. Needs to see if he can try to cleanse this just in time. Or it might just count his blessings, just walk out of his zone and he doesn't find anything. But another player with Yang depletion timer is going to be OUG's Mike as well, with 50 seconds remaining. Might be eliminated off of this game, and putting up no points on the board could be a little bit of a problem for him when he was speaking about the mental, but we're gonna have to wait and see how it pans out for him. With 38 seconds left, he still has the opportunity here to cleanse his Yang depletion timer.
Yeah, he's got F1 standby in case he needs to take a combo breaker. He sees purple armor. He wants to swap it, but he's getting targeted. He can't go back for that just yet because there's not a lot of time for him to handle out here. He's at 88% on the Rage Bolt. He can get the range damage taken here and burn up Rage slowly but surely. Moment that he gets his ultimate, players can look for the disengagement, and then he won't get any value. So in which case, he takes the initiative. I can't get points, but players are still hunting me down. So he's going to use F-Whisk. He's not going to have enough time to kind of go for elimination of this threat pool because everyone is looking to just stay surviving. Because now we're entering into this point where Mike gets eliminated. He's still first place for now, but we still have to see whether or not Spider can get eliminations. TT25 as well, who is on the cusp. Bro, Arano, he needs that Soul Bloom. He's been needing that Soul Bloom for a long time now, and he's been waiting for it the whole point to go right back into the games and keep himself alive as time goes on.
Oh, this is very dangerous. Zone 4. Yeah. Does have the terrain though, so he does manage to cut the line aside from the players. No, quickly see him on top. I mean, I just cursed him right there. I thought he had the movement there going on top of the trees, and now this is bad for him. Does manage to cleanse, but a lot of pressure is going to be happening towards his way. And Spider already the first one on the scene. We have Wufong trying to snag up a little bit of eliminate or damage there off the F2 as well. Now does manage to pop a Battalion as well for the White House. Looks like he does manage to stay up for now. AIS, though, still looking for him. Does manage to cut inside the middle of Sunwing. He got to be careful not to get hit off of a mushroom. And as soon as I say it, there it is. Getting clipped off. Okay. I'm just straight up back to back. Gets quickly caught up on the mushroom. And that's all it's going to take. He is going to be limited there from WBG Spider. And that is super unfortunate there for EWG Arano.
I was like, there's no way. Yes. And then the moment you were saying it, I was like, it's speaking into existence. Boom. And he's done. Now it's going to be up to the last remaining players. TE Star still has a gold longsword on standby, has his F2 still rocking through here in case he needs it. But he's looking good. 17 grapples, 4 healing berries, 6 armor powders. As long as he can get a kill to resupply himself, that would be the best case scenario. He finds that uppercut going through, but TT5 gets clinked for it. Looking for a scare rush here. Looking to mitigate that scare rush there. Is going to be forcing the TT5 ultimates. Now you got to be careful, right? There's a lot of shrooms here. All right? I'm going to call it out ahead of time. This is going to be a dangerous territory for him. So for Star right then and there, it looks to kite away because he knows how much pressure can come out here. And especially considering the Immortality Guard can give TT5 just enough time to survive. And there's going to be the Poison Splash coming through here from the Shroom. That's going to be 70 tick damage. He finds an armor swap. Perfect. It's going to be a chance for him to get a forward sustain. TT5, though, opposite ends, doesn't have the HP threshold to survive here. If he gets one pistol shot from the back, it's going to be over. He's got the armor swap, though. He's got 900 armor now, so keep himself sustained to kind of live to fight another day.
Yeah, look how smart he is getting out that middle area. That's not when they clip off a mushroom because even though the armor is up, the white health is not. But TE Star still getting aggressive on here from Wufong. The F2 connects there from downtown to the aerial R&B there off the gold fan there from Wufong. Now TE Star loses pretty much all that gold armor there off of that. Oh my god, that was an insane F2 there from Wufong. Now looks like he does manage to find a nice little spot for him to stay safe and take that recent that he needs. Fully kitted out though in the weapon department as well for himself. Wufong claiming this top side for this random Bane for the next zone. We do have TE Star with White Tiger still online from the Spirit World, I believe. But let's take a quick look at the eliminations so far here for game number 3. We have T225 and FPSDQ's verse with 4 eliminations on the board, and GG Shaw and AIS with 2, and also with Wufong with 2. WBG Spider and TE Star with 1 elimination currently for this game. So, you know, nice little MVP could be happening here for T225 or Verse if they're able to stay up here in the last and final moments of this game. But, I mean, it's another 7-player end zone here this time around here, Severio, once again.
Yeah, you know, and Spider does have a good chance of just dropping in from down top below. He has a blue dagger, right, for kiting, but he also has that prize fall standby, so he can catch a snag, knock back into a treehouse, and knocking them away. Anyone that try to look for it, it would be his position. T225 though likes to kite around here. You can see he's going towards his zone. He's looking to the shop to get some supplies. I'm looking towards and seeing about the Jace right here. Another prize fall in versus hands as well. No dagger, no fan, but as well as picking up that prize fall, right, he also has in terms of one of the Jades, which I don't know if he's going to be able to, you know, get away with it. But if he ends up if he has an Aurora Burst, right, it's one thing, but if he has a Merciless Havoc, it's another. For him to actually work off into using that as his weapon selection, he's got a common Fist Blades though. So for right now, as long as Verse can keep going through here, if he does have Cloud Weaver in the standby, that would be where he can kind of work off and just knocking back players. We saw that in round 1, and it is going to be a Cloud Weaver. So for right then and there, Verse puts himself in a spot where players, if they want to initiate, they're going to get caught by a wall of smack from that Fist Blades, and then they get caught and they get suctioned out, where other players can then look for those cannon shots or pistol shots, however which way the random range weapons do occur.
Spider loses a lot of HP. Cloud Weaver for Verse as well. That's gonna be a lot of damage to after from TE Star. Now Spider's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate. Oh my god, pistol shots, cannon shots, all the pressure happening towards Spider's way. Trying to weave it out. Does manage to stay up, going to the top of the bone, but no, he falls off. And TE Star is gonna pick up elimination now to Spider. That's applause, by the way. And TE Star now to be able to pick up elimination there onto Spider. That was a nice one there from TE Star though. Making sure he picks up 2 now this time around for game number 3. They had 0 eliminations off of game number 2. X1 Wufong does manage to go ahead and kite this out. Still trying to see if he can fish for these F2s. We do have GG Shaw inside the zone, picking up some resources. FPSDQ's Verse though as well in the mix. We have 2 Oculuses on the field, 2 Keelans, and you know, Lone Wolf Liam and the Lone Wolf Matari for this end circle. We are gonna have to wait and see how the pair of characters play this out. But T225, go ahead and wait this out. FPSDQ versus Wufong, TE Star on the left-hand side, AIS on the top-hand side. T225 just laying down that pressure off the cannon shots. GG Shaw has a blue one, but T225 has a common cannon for his inventory. Cloud Weaver, I mean, we saw the damage off the Cloud Weaver there from DRG's Fong for game number 1, and Verse as well, trying to capitalize off of it. Do have, I mean, that F2 Akos from Wufong, trying to see if he can find any sorts of damage. It's just insane because if you're able to catch anybody with the overhold F, you can potentially get, you know, range shots in, or even a blue focus off of it as well.
Yeah, the lobby can take full advantage of this. I know players like to say, like, man, why aren't they fighting each other? Listen, this is for placement. Placement works so much more value here than you might expect. So this is why you're not seeing the players taking any fights that are with somebody that's next door. We're looking to see who can enforce out ultimates by forcing out pressure without putting yourself in danger. Now, for this case scenario, once we enter into the last couple of seconds, everyone's going full ham. You know, no salami, all pastrami. Everyone wants to make sure they can get the dub and get as much multiplier positions as they can, especially if it comes down to first place. For Wufong, though, Gold Dagger in standby, having it now in the play where he does have the Jades to work around with for it. He has Dreadful Whale in the mix-up, so now it comes down towards Wufong and just controlling. This is a really strong Jade, but TE Star getting denied into the grapples as Verse takes the position instead into the sky, and Wufong has himself to have an F2 Roar to hit through the walls if someone goes ahead and kites around this, one of the bones here in Sunwing's Rest, but Verse still having high ground is a Liam. He can look the connection. Twin shot from GG Shaw. We saw that from earlier. There's the F2 Roar connecting against Star. Star gets caught to the knockback, and another F2 Roar comes coming out here from the coastline. Now for Star, he's got to be careful. He's got F2 again, but he needs to take one time to get an armor powder heal, because the moment the zone starts ticking in the next 30 seconds, he's going to take a lot more damage than he's hoping for.
Yeah, we do see all these players trying to fight for the high ground. We have 3-3 split right now, 3 on top, and the last remaining players on the low ground. We do have everybody now starting to take the top side of this end circle. GG Shaw versus Wufang. Everybody now, they're going to be forced to drop on down. I believe I heard a parry there on the bottom side of this map. We do have a lot of pressure happening towards TE Star's way. We do have the killing ultimate very invested from T225. He's going to pick the elimination onto TE Star. Verse now trying to stay up. Does manage to get the pencil shot finisher there for himself. Picks up another one. The V2 connects to the back end, and killing ultimate is up. We have another 4-player. What? We have another tie with 4 players up for game number 3, and these players are playing these end games perfectly right now.
Bro, 4-way tie 2 times in a row. Yo, give me a nickel. It happens, and it's strange that it happened twice, and this is one of those cases.
Wow.
We're doofing schmirts out here, man. And the thing is coming through between these top 4 players. Like we said once before, placement points into multiplier, that is now denied. The majority of it now. This really elongates our solos games for today, because then the catch-up game is up to everybody. Mike has 19 points in first place in the total standings. I saw that to make sure the notification of like whether or not he gets passed. No one is able to secure that placement of passing past that point. So for right now, for the standings, the slow roll of points allowing for every single one of these players, or rather, let me say, the situations that allow the players to then get a position upwards of point values to get closer and closer to the match point, makes it a bit more difficult for those at the top of the ladder for themselves, because the moment they get up there, they get shoved into the face, and then they're in second, because then another player can end up going through and catching that spot.
Oh man, I'm just thinking about Mike. He did have a 0-point game, was on the top of the pyramid, but I'm trying to remember the points T225 had. He had a massive game 3, so this could, you know, jump him up.
5. I think it's 5
eliminations. Yeah, so he's pretty much, you know, mimicking what Mike did for game number 2, pretty much off of this game alone. And it's almost the same situation, just this time around, he's the one up. You know, back-to-back 4-player tie for game 2 and 3, which is insane. Hey, today is a night of history, like you mentioned. I mean, 4-player ties. We had the Card Generic Spear stab combo come out as well. I mean, that was disgusting there from TE Star. We're definitely going to be seeing that in the replay. Him catching it off the parry as well. You know, I'd love to see that finally being played out here in the Pro League, because, I mean, you see how strong it is. Once that F is on cooldown, you manage to catch a pry or the parry off of any of those 2 weapons. You're able to loop, get the elimination on the board, especially on flat ground, as we saw it. We have to wait and watch the replay once that comes up. But KLA's T225 is going to be taking our MVP here for game number 3. Is T225 going to be able to do it today? I hope he does. I hope he does, because I am a T225 fan. He's always been super close to taking the J Cup home as well. But, you know, we're going to have to wait and see if he's able to, you know, snag up this bi-weekly finals for himself this week.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna catch Ricky every single time he sees Mike, and then now he gets himself for 5 eliminations, same as round 2, as we mentioned. That's gonna be where it's like, all right, the reciprocating end is this. How close are we gonna be when we come down to round 5 or even to round 4, right? Because round 4, right, anyone can have a 5-point game until first place, and then they just skyrocket. Now it's really closing in to that state of mind. And this also goes down to the Akos picks being chosen. F2 Akoses, both sides of the plays. 2 Akoses that are able to shoot their skills through the walls if it comes down towards it. And that terrain always comes down to position of whether or not the zone ends up going at position over by Sunwings. And Sunwings had a nasty circle 4 to 5 and 6, where we just ended up closing away from that spear well, as we saw from that reset from Mataris or Star, especially getting out and getting the armor swap T225 close to death's door, and finding an armor swap in the middle of all that traction, but not getting caught by the poison splash was more important, the integral rotation. And that's just something that we can see from even from a Rano standpoint, right? Rest in peace, because we saw when he went through the skull of Sunwing, he scammered through it. You can get yourself under fire, and that's take damage over each other's. And each poison splash is proc is like what, 75 damage straight to your health bar. And when that thing happens, when he gets a reproc, and oh, here's another, you know, here's the reproc, and that could really set out to deciding your survival rate to be deleted. But scoreboard happening here: T225 6.5 points, as well as with Verse with 5 kills.
Oh, wow.
And that's a 6.5. See, this is what I'm liking. This is what I like to see. 3.5 for AS and Wufang, 3 points for Shaw as well as Star, 2 points for Fong, Spider with a 1.5 alongside Arano, Mike with that 0.5 replacement, Chishang and XY though taking zeros for this round. And we're having close quarters scores here. like a Soldier Boy song, bro, on the iPhone.
I'm thinking about we did see that the the winner is KLA225. So taking a look at the situation right here, where KLA225 and FPXQ's verse both had the same amount of eliminations, and they were the last four standings, or one of the last four standings. So I'm guessing it goes towards damage, where all right, that's like the only case I can really think of how who's securing the MVP for the game. But the overall standings here for the bi-weekly final 3, we have TE Star with 7.7, stacking up 3 points for this game. JDG Shuzon with 8.5, Jealous AIS, did see him there in 10 plays, but Exos Wufang with 15.2, FPHQ's Verse with 16.7, WBG Spider with 17.1, DRG Swan with 17.6, now KLA C225 with 17.8, and OUG's Might with a 0.5 game 3, still in first place with 19. But look how close this top 5 or top 6 is right now here, Severio.
Man, I'm really looking out here for Mike and trying to see where he can contest game 4. I mean, his Akos has already been chosen. Probably going to conserve it for the potential where it ends up going into round 5 and 6 for where there's match point games where he needs to make sure he can lock through in and just survive. But of course, we got some clips and highlights brought to you guys by Thunder Robot. Born for gaming, Gamers United. This is going to be the setup where in the Sunvale Dwelling, 2225 found Star, and then everyone in the lobby is matched up here. That terrain manipulation worked in Star's favor as he's able to get that 1-2-3. And that's a pistol shot that 2225 was able to find through a parry against AIS, and Jishan going ahead and snagging out that Soul Bloom. But then Fong gets himself into aggression. This mode with the Matari, getting himself a free RMB blue focus in that last hit confirmation, labeling him to get the kill. And Wu Fong, man, I don't even have words to say. This man is on death's door duty.
Yeah, I mean, this was a clean Realm of Yang there from Wu Fong. FPSGQ's verse against TE Star in the Realm of Yang. Catches the grapple bomb to the LNB focus there off the aerial grapple, and now to the LNB jump, LNB finisher there for verse. Wu Fong against Mike this time around. Eats up the damage off the RNB focus ×2 for the elimination off the F2 alone. Has the F to stay safe for the time being, but sends it and gets the elimination there onto Mike. And now the last and final moments of the game, TT25 slaying out those killing slashes there off the ultimate, the V2 in the back end. I can't believe we ain't see the conjure there.
I know.
I'm not gonna lie. I was just waiting for it. I was waiting for it. But needless to say, KLA TT25 is gonna be snagging up our MVP here for game number 3. What a massive showcase in here from TT25.
Yeah, and he had Jades to kind of work into these endgame circles. I made mention the Rupture Guild burn that he's able to have. You can see 2,400 damage is being dealt out here. That works, it's a Supreme Jade into the endgame circle. Martial Art Will Form Hook didn't get used as much, but he definitely utilized his ultimates more so into the mix-ups, as well as other weapon options that we can't see into the top 3. But I know for sure that this man was just cycling through with whatever he had, whether if it was a staff, whether if it was into using ultimate, whether if not he was using insert weapons. There's a lot of titles in terms of what weapons get utilized for the comfort picks, but then the comfort picks kind of come out here once you start getting different weapon jades that kind of work best, right? And that's like something that even correlates in the trios, right? Players use certain weapons only because certain jades get picked up because they have such a strong value. If a player ends up picking up a martial art will form hook, right? It's double charge RMB. You could potentially get a use out of it. You could potentially get a use out of it in solos. But the problem is that charge RMB for when it gets released gets realized real quick, where players are able to see it and anticipate it and then get the release. But weapons like the longsword, when you get Hep to detach, that's an animation that's not even included by the base kit, the longsword. That's something that's extra. And the players can't anticipate that. They will find out real quick where you find your ace up your sleeve to be released. And then for them to realize that it's something that it will also force the lobby onto that person for range shots, and that's just something for yourself to kind of keep in mind about where these players decide to reveal those jades or not.
Yeah, especially with a hepta. I mean, you have one free one. You have one free hepta that you're able to throw. Once that card is showed, I mean, like you mentioned, you gotta watch out for it. You start seeing some of the players, start pairing right after the focus attack. But we are gonna be having a quick interview here with one of the players, so we'll be right back after the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Spider and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧。
大家好，我 WG Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访，怎么感觉这么的不积极啊？明明刚刚还是挺嗨的。Okay, so first I would like to know so far how you comment on yourself. 那我们这边先来问一下吧，既然这个状态来这边，今天又是打一个周决，目前为止对自己的这个状态怎么评价呢？
还行，很平常。
就很平常是怎么理解？觉得是成绩上面，还是说，因为今天成绩好像跟前2个双周比，我感觉是有进步的，自己觉得呢？
就没有特别，就状态没有特别的好，但也没有特别的不好，就是很中间。
废话文学是不是给我说 ？OK， 开玩笑啊。OK， I think so. My status right now is like just so far it's just so. It's not like really good status, but not too bad. And I think I still have like still have some place I can improve. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，来让我们看一下今天的题目是什么。So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. How many kills did SZ WBG Spider get in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 Spider 拿下了多少击败啊？说到刚才这把比赛，我觉得最后其实也是非常的惋惜啊。这边先问一下 Spider， 最后那波什么情况？怎么就你被点了呢？
我没有好朋友，然后就是我也不知道，他不去打张起灵来点我。
实在是到现在还觉得很费解。Okay, we just mentioned about the latest game, and I would like to know why, like in the end of the game, like all the opponents they are focused on Spider, and he told me that he also don't know why. It's really strange because he think Killing John is really a strongest hero now in the solo game, but I don't know why like they all fighting on me but not him. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得 Spider 应该准备就绪了。那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 Spider 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. Okay, and because we just mentioned about the character in the game, and I would like to know so how you comment on like Killing Zhang this hero now in the solo game. 那我这边也想问一下，既然刚才我们也讲到，哎，你也说了，为啥大家都不去点这个张起灵，然后来点我啊？那你这边觉得起灵目前在我们单排当中一个强度如何呢？
应该是最强的英雄。
具体强在哪里？
就是大招强度吧，就是他的大招强度跟别人的就是对开的话，他80%都是优势。
Okay, so in my opinion, Killing Zhang is the strongest hero now in the solo game. The most important part is because his ultimate is really strong. If we have the other like character that compare with the Killing Zhang, when both of the characters just use the ultimate, and I think Killing Zhang is better. Thank you for today's interview. 谢谢 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访，给我们做了个精彩的分析。好的，那接下来3把比赛，包括因为今天周决嘛，那我们就要好好的期待一下你的表现了，好不好？ Okay, thank you and good luck to Spider and thank you for today's interview and we will take a break and be right back later.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. Mike's blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split Solos Bi-Weekly Finals 3. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just watched 3 games being played out here for the Bi-Weekly 3 Finals. It was an insane sequences so far here for these first 3 games of the day. And today, the Bi-Weeklies have that egg game potential for all these players. But before we get right back into the games, do have to remind everybody for the Twitch shops at home, you guys do want the Dragon's Grave Bi-Weekly 3 Grand Finals player card for everybody. You got to watch for an hour. We also have the daily drops there with a Taste Spectral Suck and the Laudation Trial Choice gift for everybody. I know a lot of people have been saying Twitch shops have had issues. For me, just personally claimed I didn't receive it in game, but just give it time. If it did get claimed, you guys are gonna be able to get it already. If it's claimed already in your inventory, just wait it up for it to go inside your mail inside the game. But you know, we do also have the drop live for tomorrow for the Trios Grand Finals there for the Bi-Weekly 3 as well. So, you know, just make sure you guys keep an eye on it. I know it's stressful. Everybody been asking for this, right? So very like when the banner coming out, when it.
Like, do I trade Dragon's Grave or do I get 30,000 gold? I don't know. Yeah, no, you answer that one for me. But everyone looking in the chat, we all see you, right? We're all making sure you guys got the opportunity of getting that card because I'm looking for that card too. I'm a collector. I'm looking to try to get this card because it looks good with some outfits. I'm telling you. Yep. I'm looking for the style points, right? Endgame NARAKA is a cosmetic game, you know? And if we have a competition for that where it comes out, you know I'm showing up. I'm pulling out all the fits. I'm pulling out all the accessories. If they start asking me out lore questions, I'm on that too. If everything comes out for everyone kind of working into these games, to keep in mind, we saw Frog Hat coming from Wufang last round, right? So, you know, just keeping in mind about what we see and about. But more importantly, back into we're locked in. We have to look towards round 4 because round 4 is we're back in Padoria and we're in Padoria at daytime. Post round 4, we're into nighttime rotations. Yep. And this is where everyone concurrently comes out to eat for first round fights, first minute fights, first second fights. A hot drop means one thing only when it comes down towards those maps, and that's just either certain death or certain victory. Whether or not you're Mike and you spawn into the Holoroth region. We saw that in round 2. Either you pick up 2 ranged weapons, or you had yourself a gold armor, a purple armor, and a purple weapon. Right? Things can happen off of rip that you don't really anticipate and looking for. Right? I'm hoping to see whether or not they're going to see some flicks left from right. I'm hoping to see about that. I saw a bow shot from Star that actually eliminated Spider. If you remember Spider flying up the moment that he got caught out in Sunwings, it was just a hailfire of just straight range shots coming out to try to capture it. And that's just because every kill matters. Nothing is going to give you enough chances of snowballing with a 1.3 multiplier like we saw in the past with the 4th place. That's what we had before. We're running out of options when it comes down to it. So that means we have to snag as many fast kills as possible. Whether or not we're griefing another player that might be one of our predominant friends, whether or not it's going to be someone that's our contesting opponent, or you're based and you're Wufong, and you got that death stare looking at your opponent like looking at the stream. I'm like, yo, this man he's got some inner demons that he's letting out onto the floor, and he's doing that. And he's like, listen, I don't want you to see my face. I'm covering that. Every time he wheels out the hell, man, he's coming out to play. No questions about it.
Oh my god. Yeah, and he's been looking really well, especially at Roman Yang against Mike. I mean, Shakir is that even the one prior to that, the first Roman Yang as well, he just had a crazy showcase, and he literally dodged everything straight into damage. I mean, that was like, it's rare to see those clean Roman Yang. I've seen it before for a couple other players, but they're very rare to see like pretty much no damage Roman Yangs, just being able to get in and out, snag up the buff, get your weapon upgrade, go right about your day, trying to see if if you're in second realm, get more eliminations on White Tiger's powers or whatever the cases be, can be for these players off the realm. But 3 games out the way. Thanks for very much. We're going back to Perdoria. Sunny time. Are you a fan of Perdoria? This is the first time we see Longsword. That was the other thing I had mentioned, that today's not history. I mean, this is the first time we see Longsword as well.
Yeah, Rano actually pulling out that 3 elimination spread inside of the Imperium region in the center, right? The center of the map. You need in Mortal War in solos 3 eliminations in order for you to obtain the portal towards the Dragon's Tomb, towards the Emperor's Tomb, I should say. But you got to also remember, in that tomb, right? Madari could have a field day because she can proc ult and get the fireflies from that too. Because there's fireflies in that room, dude. In that room,
a lot
getting a red weapon, which is like I said, legendary with a 3% damage increase, but on top of that, life steal, and then having ultimate to be on standby for you to refresh. Rage-based ultimates have a lot of value if you end up getting that, but it's so circumstantial when it comes down to players that are able to get that portal unlocked, because you need, like I said, within the borders of the walls, you need to have eliminations inside of Imperium, no questions asked. That's the only limit of that rule. Arcadia region within the north side, you need to solve the puzzle in Perdoria, and I like Perdoria just because those 2 conditions, right? You're not going to see in Pro League play until today. You didn't see that. You didn't see anyone in solos being able to get the red longsword as often as you might see in other case instances. And Volpian's Essence is always going to get contested, especially coming up for survival rate, because that thing goes crazy. But another thing about it is just that loot pattern, right? Floating platforms inside of the Mercury River, alongside the whole entirety of the center fold of the map. That's something else that players kind of want to take into consideration about, especially by the times that the matches start the refreshes for those floating platforms. Or whether or not we spawn into Mende Courtyard, we know there's 2 floating platforms left and up, like in terms of going west and going north. When the time comes and you rotate out, you either get yourself a Firefly onto one of those floating platforms, as well as just taking the aggression of taking Jades, taking anything you can, because always when it comes down to it, you end up having a Jade that can be picked up, that can put you into the end game circle with no problems, with ease. That's just something where you can control the battlefield in your own play, and even taking into Rummy Yanks. You have players that kind of work into taking Rummy Yanks even with common armor. Why? Well, because they have either a purple weapon or they have something they can work with, because it's a quick action Jade, like Rampage, for instances, a blue focus quick action Jade that releases the blue focus immediately, goes into purple focus for the majority of damage. And if they have a higher rarity attack pool for percentage rates of their stats, if they have like a 12% attack boost, and the Rampage being included into that, that could be a reason why they want to take it. They have Kabloom. You know where Kabloom stands. When you catch neutral with that thing, and you catch the uppercut, you can just swipe around and extend that thing in a monstrous direction, even towards a wall. And Rummy Yanks can give you that opportunity of testing that out in your first fight, just to get that victory and getting gold armor. Or gold weapon, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't have a wall, you even get the follow off of the Cavalry Bloom as well. So, like you mentioned, just being able to get all that from Perdoria, it's a lot different. I feel like we had a little bit of taste in that from Holoroth puzzle. The puzzle was a little aspect that they had added on that map, and then in Celestra or Morris Isle, being the you know, the OG map, the only thing we really got from that was money. You know, like money, you were able to pick up as much coins as you can off drop to, you know, try to scale up. You know, before a lot of moonbanes being called in. But not anymore. But you know, you're able to buy out now with the changes in Immortal War as well. You're able to buy out armor or whatever the case they want to buy from the store as well. So you know, that is the difference between the maps, and you know, it's nice to see how how different is and versatile Perdoya has been here for these games as well, or for everybody, or the game alone, I should say. Being how different it is, Bullpine. I mean, Bullpine. Everybody's trying to get that 1,000 health back. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Who wouldn't? We see it being procced a lot though in the realm of Yang, which is I believe like that's probably like the worst case scenario, right? Like if you're going inside the realm, like you want to try to save that for end game if you can. And then whenever it happens, I sometimes see I'll be staring at the player cams whenever I see it right after, because I'm trying to see it, you know, like what that means for them, because I'm pretty sure every single time I see any game proc in the Roman Yang, they're so frustrated because they want to save that as much as possible, especially whenever the realm is done and these players have Yang depletion timer. They don't want to be caught up in a situation where, you know, they get eliminated just because, you know, they get focused off of somebody with Yang depletion timer and then the whole lobby's on their back, and now not even having the Volpines just makes you end your run off of that game alone. So, you know, there's a lot of differences in these games that, or in these maps, I should say, that are, you know, they are nice and always amazing to see. And being able to see the red longsword, the siphon stick just being out of play in the pro league is just crazy to watch. But, you know, at the end of the day, comes out to whoever's the last one standing with most eliminations to be able to take this bi-weekly final home. As we see, Mike did have a bad game for his third game of the day, and now it's the bounce back time here for Mike. He needs to try to bounce back. T-Star had a bad game too. Did bounce back here for game number 3 as well, so he did get some points up off of that. He is on the bottom side of the pyramid for now, but Mike now trying to take another bi-weekly home. This is where he has to go with that same aggression he had for game number 1 and 2. But, you know, we are going to be able to go ahead and take a quick look at the highlights previously here. This time around, I got WBG Spider. And Spider, I mean, Spider's still on the top of the pyramid as well. And Spider has a good chance of taking this bi-weekly 3 home as well, Severio.
Yeah, and this is into that first round play, guys. So this is where we saw Perdoya the first time around. Spider having Akko's game for game 1. Kind of throw out players in there, what their vicinity of what the choice picks would have been, I should say. But he takes into Romy Yang, since the first Romy Yang, he has a full set of gear, right? Purple arm, purple Hong sword. Make sure he can look for the kiting opportunities from AIS, F2 roar to try to look for the stagger. But then look at the positioning. Scare rushing straight up, charging R&B, looking for the bait out for a jump LB, looking for staggers as the rollout's coming out from AS. That's anticipated. He knows it's going to come out here. Clink number 1 now forces them to be in forced close quarters combat, giving him full opportunity to burn out energy and then giving himself enough time to look for the aggression. Star, on the other hand, up against Spider, right? Looking to lock down the scare rush. Look at this chance. The F2 comes out, but that poison splash was exactly what kind of killed him out. That sustain from the Sobel was not guaranteed to be at its full value. And then finding out Fong, and then seeing Fong again and the Romy Yang for number 2. And then round 2, he took his chance against AIS. And AIS takes every single Romy Yang that he can kind of muster in going through. We've seen this. You know how Mike goes into frame 1 the moment he gets it. Now you're going to see Fong taking his chances here as AIS is on the upset end, because he is the one who ended up losing this. The soul break was confirmed there for the crouch LMB. And I may mention this. Once you see the Justina cast and they're that low, you get a confirmation. And DRG said 2-0, and he went ahead and knocked it out of the park.
Wow. And now the Matari F into the R&B focus there off the terrain. That was a beautiful catch there from DRG's Fong for our last highlight here for this intermission. But, you know, one thing I was, you know, I had in the back of my head was we're seeing a lot of F2 Aquuses right now on the field. So I'm gonna keep an eye out to see if we still see that trend happening. Maybe there's something that these players just are deciding to find the value off the F2 more, because you know, Panda Man was that F2 connoisseur. He loved that F2 on the Aquos. Everybody else back in the day was playing that F1, but Panda Man was loving that F2 for quite some time. But I don't think I've seen a lot of value off the F2 when he was rocking with it, but F2 has tons of value. You're able to catch the prio. We saw it earlier for tonight as well. We saw how you can catch people through walls, that long range pressure. We saw Wufong with a crazy F2 or aerial F2 charge them to the R&B focus into the aerial R&B off the fan at Sunwing. I mean, it has a lot of versatility, especially there's another Aquos as well in play. It's just straight like beams just from every direction, bing bing into a knock up. I mean, you can go into range shots or you can go into a focus attack, so it has really good value. for mid-range off that F2, even close up, trying to catch the prior off of it, like I mentioned. But you know, it's something I'm gonna keep my eye out for sure here for the Oculus. And Mike still hasn't played Oculus, so I'm wondering to see if he's gonna go ahead and just play up the F1, or he's also going to be playing that
and,
F2.
You know, it's great that you say that, because Oculus does have a good selection of skills. You know, between F1 and F2, the viability between those two goes a long way. Because F1 invulnerability, it works magic, right? When you're taking no damage when you're casting, and that knockback isn't the only thing that comes through, right? 30% mitigations base. Every single target that you hit, it's 10% plus, so you get 40% for one target, which is mostly guaranteed if you're in a 1v1. 2 targets, now you're up to 50. 3 targets, now you're up to 60, and that's the cap, and that's over half the damage that you would have received to be mitigated against. And then you have his F2, lower cooldown, but it's also essentially giving you blue focus into gold focus as a stand-up, and that can also force hold checks or overholds, and also stamina investment from your opponents. That gives Akos his dominance in close quarters combat. And then if he's an ultimate, especially if he's an ultimate, he's going to take full priority listing of just trying to go for a pounce, or even just looking to try into connecting with a claw attack into uppercuts if it comes down. Now, of course, round 4s. Round 4 picks, I should say. I'm always looking to try to see if any sort of Tesla comes out now, because that's what happened in week 1. We saw Teslas make their appearance throughout this round, and they went to Skygaze Cove and to the western side, and they duked it out. Fong was being the key competitor for that, and that's something that makes things happen where players take that initiative themselves and saying, let's try to work that player, let's try to work that hero out in my rotation, see how she ends up going through and how I perform with said character, and then going crazy. Spider though, my man, lean back. Yeah, Spider once again trying to lock in. But yeah, the Tessa Fong played it like you mentioned week 1, had very good success, and that had me thinking, like, you know, Tessa is a good hero to counter the Keelans and the Liams. Being able to get the enchantment, get the damage off of that, and as well, I believe T225 played it that same night, and he had some good success off the Tessa pick as well, or he might have played it on BIWEEK3 off of the showcase from Fong. But we also saw a couple other players trying to play him, but I don't think they had the crazy success that Fong or T225 had. So gonna also keep my eye out there on the Tessa and the pool. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how the new character is. If it's gonna do, you know, it's gonna shape up the meta a little differently right now, because, you know, even you heard Spider in the interview mention that, you know, Keelan is the strongest character to him alone. And you know, a lot of people have had their thoughts on Keelan and Keelan Ultimate, how strong it is. And yeah, I know, especially in Realm of Yang, Keelan is very hard to try to beat in Realm of Yang. I mean, if you do get caught up with anything trying to kite it out, if he catches you in the air, he gets 2 secure slashes, potentially even 3, depending on the height. So it's just a lot of damage, and just being able to not die as well with the immortality guard. It's just, you know, he's a different character, and you just see like the differences between how characters are. Like how I mentioned earlier, Liam having the ability to not lose his weapon is something we never seen with another character, you know. Yeah, and that's his kit specific, you know, builds that come out from characters. That's why I was making mention Keelan is a threat. And that's why I saw the hottie, like I'm seeing these hotties when they use V1, I'm like, I see it. I see the vision. You have to understand, right? When Keelan enters into Immortality Guard, right, he can use unlimited slashes, but nothing's going to affect his health bar there. Nothing. Not a TN height slam down, not zone. Zone is specifically where I say specifically. I added the extra A because things end out where you just haven't been able to kill the Keelan where you could have. For 4 seconds, that's the timer that you have to take down. When you see a hottie using V1 in solos, I just see it where it's just, I want to disengage from this guy the moment I get him low, because I know he's going to be spamming out here. And this is a secondary combo breaker for hottie himself, right? You see it in trios where the team can take it as a soft combo, but he uses it as a pure combo breaker. Him having that in solos for 20 seconds as a secondary use gives him enough time to try to say, okay, I got my F2, that's invulnerability, but I also have my E, which is the the interaction button by default for them to decide, and then they go into the sky. That's distance away from the Keelan that has to invest time going to the sky. At that point in time, Keelan then has to invest the time in Keelan Immortality Guard, looking for chase, or for a Hottie to reposition once the timer goes down for 4 seconds, and he can release the blue focuses, and that comes down towards close gapping towards your opponent. But like I said, that always comes down towards in terms of skill selection picks for the heroes, but also for the players choosing them. And it always comes down and seeing what works as an optimal choice pick that everyone uses, and whether or not it sticks or it just becomes as it's an option. Like V3 Kaibao using Knockos, that's one ultimate that just got subdued immediately within the first couple of weeks. Yeah. But everyone wanted to be curious about seeing how it turned out, to see how it works in their testing grounds.
Yeah, the V3 Kaibao, that caught a lot of players off guard quickly. He had a crazy game off of that when he showcased it, and then the following week other players started running it. Then the week after that, no one ran it. Like, yeah, we know how to counter this now, and it's not that strong opposed to the V2. So let's just go back to that old. I remember when Aquas first came out, it was like, what is it, V1, V2? Like, what are they going to be running? It's just way too good how the V2 set up with the extension. Being able to get the knock up in the confirmed jump LNB follow up as well off the V2. Just Aquas, I feel like it's just one of those characters that even till now, he's not gonna go anywhere in the meta unless another character comes up that just can overtake a whole nother spot where it could potentially throw him out in that way. But even though still being a very strong character, he will still be picked at some point. But yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how the new character is the following weeks. I'm very, very interested to see what type of character the new character is going to be. I forgot the name of the character. I don't know if you remember. Sierra. What's her name?
Syra. I think pronunciation was the former. I think Syra is how she's pronounced her name, and if not, we'll see it when the time happens, when the translation comes out, and then having to see how she stands. Yeah, because you have perma trio player like characters like Wu Chen and Viper, as a selection in Tianhai, pure trios game type player characters. But at the moment you have a hybrid pick, right? Someone that's used between both solos and trios, like Keelan, Zipping, well, to the majority of Matari. Difference in the ultimate skills, but except for Keelan. But at the same time, having to see how she ends up going through. She's a pure mono trios, or she's a pure mono solos, or she's just like I said, vice versa. We have to take a look and see how she ends up, because that's a really interesting, talk about. Because when it comes down towards a character, right, she could end up being like Matari F1, where she has double casting skills, and that could change the whole flow of battle, depending on which mode for everything coming out. Now, obviously, we don't see backstab as often anymore for the F1, especially when Matari goes in ult, but it is an option. We're going to bring up the option and say, hello, how would you like to be served right here? Have a 5-course meal. And that's the type of things where you have to see whether the players want to eat up one option or the other and just stick to it completely throughout their runs and rotations. Now, obviously, Sierra comes out. We still have a rework in the mix, and I wanted to bring up Justina because she is also going to be something that we're going to look at in the future, potentially to see it within the season or even to the next one. They are still trying to see, the developers are still trying to take a look and seeing about where she would stand best, considering that whenever we see Justina to get reworked, that's where it's going to be either deletion of the V3 or a conversion of V1 and V2 to allow it to still survive, and even for F1 and F2 to be in the mix up to see whether or not F3 even stays in the game, because no one uses F3. But the majority of it that comes out is whether or not that sort of mix-up switches out her position, because Justina has been used in solos as a predominant pick. V2 for Frostivus to be able to showcase back in J-Cup, to be able to showcase that gold focus can be burned through with a V2 dash, and then you take full priority off of that listing, versus having players to stick to V1 just because they know they can get stagger off and they can set up for combos. But then things started coming out more in towards, instead of the sword, it became more into the skill, and that became more in terms of where Justina kind of becomes this fizzle pick where it works out in most cases, but the majority of the positionings for her is now to look towards guarantees rather than guarantors, where it goes towards the opponent that ends up having their ultimate active and or skill and having it available to just survive the pressure that she comes out with, and just turning the fight around in their favor, such as with Keelan in a Mortality Guard, or even for Hotties, and just being able to get the combo breaker for the invulnerability and they start flying around.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to the Justina topic. I mean, even from the video that I watched where they were talking about the new season, they were, saying they're trying to finalize the changes from Justina, because you know, that's another character you really have to be careful with how you change up and how the buff goes. Because you know she's already very, very strong. Still in the meta. We see her every single night here for the Pro League. You know, we did see her. I'm not sure too much if they still playing her in the trios, but she did have a comp where she was being played out in the trios. Yep. But you know, like you mentioned, if they do merge V1 and V2 into one, that could be a problem. I'm not gonna lie, that could be a problem. I wouldn't be surprised though, but it can be a very, very strong change for her, just being able to have 3 dashes, and just you know, 3 dashes confirm, you know, just confirm freezes. That's a free pry or free damage, just kind of like how Matari works, obviously. You know, so a couple other people are saying, you know, they merge V1 with V3, give her a ice streak behind her every time she dashes. That can be another problem too. You know, that could be a very zoned character with aggression of being able to be up in your face, and you know, it's gonna be like a mind game of which way you're gonna tap dodge wherever direction she's coming from. You know, so that's another character they really got to be careful how they change up. You know, I would love to see her, you know, get that nice little power spike though, for sure. Love just seeing a character model. You know, overall, very, very fun character to play. But you know, we have to wait and see once that happens for her. We still have a lot of other characters in the pool that need to be changed as well.
Yeah.
You know, Akko still needs to change too. Akko still has 3 abilities and three ultimates up. So you know, it's just gonna be a waiting game for those characters that everybody's been waiting for. But you know, another character I'm scared about is the Ping. I mean, you know, that's another character.
Dude, because like I'm thinking about this for like just, you know, like the easiest way they can kind of incorporate V1 and V2 together is that you need to hold F to charge up to release a V2 dash, right? There's no longer instant frame dash V2 guaranteed. That's where I would see it. And like I said, it could potentially, like, that's a mechanic that I love seeing when they incorporate the works of combining skills or ultimates, where they have Hottie with the F1 and F3 getting combined, right?
Involve the F, right?
Yeah, involve the F, right? For Hottie, right, you need the LMB, either horizontal release or vertical release for the grapple to pull someone to you or pull yourself towards an area. And it's only a 20-second cooldown skill. So having both of those options on the table, it's an option, but the F2 and vulnerability and the disengagement from it is just a prevalent pick. Now, taking into consideration that if we end up seeing, you know, like how we saw with Valdo with the recent rework that she has into season 14, where she's able to kind of hold F, or she could even soft hold it for like, I guess we could just call it 0.9 for this case scenario, where she 0.9s that bubble and the player just anticipates whether that's an F2, but that's a 1.6 bind time inside of that circle. And that's something that just throws someone off. Team play, we'll have to see, because team play is where things end up going through, where the balance is going to be having to be adjusted for it. And that's just something that the dev team always look towards. I can always go in terms of saying about, okay, yeah, target changes, Takeda changes, Akko's changes. And even though we saw the Wu-Chen rework, he's still using his base kit of using how he's operated into trios as being a mono trios pick. We did see Mike bring out we saw him bring out V2 Wu-Chen at one point in time, but then he got immediately eliminated. There was nothing for him to survive for. That was just something that comes down to seeing how that character operates, singling them out and eliminating them on the spot. And that happened over in Holoroth, for the matter of the fact. But Game 4 has its precedence for us. We've been here, we've been waiting, and we're getting into these rounds play selection pools. Moxie, start the prediction. I know you've been waiting to set up the prediction this whole time. You can do it, because now we're going to go through into the second half, potentially, for today's games.
We're gonna go through with the morning dew in Predoria. Game 4.
The morning dew.
With the morning dew. I mean, it's morning over here for me. Hope everybody's having a good morning. Snack up a little bit of coffee, little, you know, little breakfast for the last for these next and the last final games that we have for today. We do have our first group now. Picking the double Liams are gonna be secured there for the first round of picks in Arano and Verse. Snagging up the Hottie Keelan split there for both of those players. Little patch in the forehead. To be able to lock in.
That's his headband, bro.
Yeah, he had. I was about to say that he has his headband, hidden leaf there for Arana. But Mike, now on the Keelan, Ufong on the Hottie as well. 2-2 split. There it is, the 2-2 split for groups B and C for game number 4. Spider playing the Matari for this game. Fong now. What's gonna be the pick here for DRG's Fong? He's gonna play that Tessa that Severia's been waiting for. No, go. Oh. Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, he's locked in there for the Tesla here for this game. It's gonna be saving that Aqua's probably for later. Now Chuzong and Star. Aqua's for Star, Chuzong and the Justina, XY and AIS. Waiting to pick their last. They are the last picks here for this game. Tamoke there for XY and AIS. Is that a double pick for XY? I believe so. I believe it might be a double Temi pick for XY if he locks in this. AIS, we're gonna have to wait and see when the overview goes up there for these games. But now everybody locked and loaded, and this is where the momentum could change for anybody who had a crazy pop-off game 3, which was TT25. But now locked and loaded. We had a little bit of downtime. Now we're locked here for our second Midoriya game of the day. Still waiting on that Wufong pop-off game. Not gonna lie to you, Severio.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of hoping to see whether or not he kind of instances himself with the opportunity strikes, or if he takes things into his own matter of his own hands and takes a risk. But like I say, Midoriya spawns second round. We definitely might be seeing Arcadia spots to drop through here. F1 V2 for Chuzong. He is taking the full value that Fong had taken into round 1, knowing where it stands. Just trying to buy time for himself when that casting ultimate from his opponent. But V2 F2s across between both Akoses. That's going to be the momentum we've been looking for. Fong standing standard with the F1 V1, and XY taking out. Not a double pick for Tumulch, so he still has availability for him in the future. But no one here has taken any double picks so far. So we still have opportunities here for them to conserve those, conserve the hero points, and then taking that into rounds 5 through 8. But for this round, it's Midoriya. I'm really curious about seeing what these drops happen, because we got a convoluted spawn in the first round. Like I saw 5 people there and then 3 people north, and they just dropped down 2. I kind of want to see it. If it happens again, it's definitely going to be Arcadia. I mean, there's also to keep in mind about whether or not they go for any sort of stashes that kind of work through into their rotation for loot gang. I love seeing purity chamber spots. If it comes down to it, that's one of my favorite spots into the map. But it looks like the whole southeastern region, that's where this map's spawn location was given to the players, and they're gonna take full advantage of taking double spawns off the rip.
We do have our drop here for our 4th game of the BIWEEK3. Do have a lot of players already posted up there on the bottom left-hand side of the map. Fong and GG Shaw on the bottom right-hand side of the map. And I was looking at the Aquases there. We do have the F2s coming out for both Aquases. So, so far, all the F2s for Aquases. Still waiting on the Mike Aquos, waiting to see what he's going to be playing out. Two players, EWG and TE for Imperium, and WBG Spider and JDG right next to it. Could have the potential of third party in that. It's going to be KLA T25 and OUG's Mike contesting the bottom right-hand side of the map. Game number 4. My name's Creators. I'm here with Severio. We're locked in here for our 4th game of the day. Fist bumps are in for the coaches. The coach has been wanting him to wave at us, man. Spider has not been wanted to. He's just ready to get the game in for himself. But Mike now, oh my God, opens up the Trobe and gets a fresh purple instantly here for the start of this game once again. Now WBG Spider and JDG Chuzong are going to be getting active here. LMB grapple. Oh, R&B makes there from Spider. Big damage. Now Chuzong loses all that armor. Chuzong in the back end is going to be forced to pop this F1 once again. And this is another trend we're seeing, the F1s here on the Justinas.
Yeah, and there's going to be a faceplate action coming in here. This works impeccably in Chuzong's favor towards his sword tomb. And hoping to look for an R&B release. 1, 2, 3s get denied with the blue focus himself, but he gets caught by the horizontal. That's a free grapple woman to R&B release. Now Chuzong has F1 in like 5 seconds. He's got to keep kiting around here because Chuzong gets caught by the L2. That's going to be it. 1, 2, 3s gets dodged. And looking at it, Spider gets his elimination. He has all the loot there, all the green troves that I just saw him run past for him to loot up.
Man, I'm so sad. He was playing on Halbert's Hung Sword. He just quickly gets off of it there, off of the body there, picks up a fist blade and a pistol, I believe. So now he's not going to be playing the swap. But now Wufong against XY in the back end. XY on the Temi this time around. Wufong. Oh, man, I know XY double picked Temi. I know he did. I don't know why. I feel like he actually did, but he's still locked in Temi here for game number 4. Wufong in the back end. Could have been Wufong in the Temi, actually. FPS EQ's verse on the common dual blades. TE Star on the Akos. It does have fist blades out right now. Overholding both players' pairs. They're on with a weapon advantage, but now F2 called in once again. TE Star gets that blue armor swap quickly there, I believe. Now, Scare rushes on in, trying to see if he can find a pile. Does not manage to do so. Arano playing the size of this. They are trying to contest here for the Volpine. Nbpl here for TE Star to the uppercut combo here for the fist place. Big damage there. 1, 2, 3 follow up. Now Arano's gonna be forced to pop this Hadi ultimate, and that's gonna be a chase game here against Arano. And TE Star might be showing Chuzong who's weak here in the situation.
Yeah, now Rano has purple rarity weaponry, so his strike's gonna hurt hard, but you can see about disengaging here first and foremost. TT25 though takes a V1 test enchant to the face. Looking towards DRG Fong. Fong could look at the time to back off and reset. Looking to try to kite away in the Mercury River. We got to remember also, Mercury River, he can just slide on that. But, you know, TT25, he's hunting around. He's flanking around. He's going to go ahead and back off here completely. Go for a reset. His ends. Has that one elimination onto the board. Now, Fong, having not a lot of gear to work with, it's going to take time. Meanwhile, Ascension form position back again. Wufang having a Hadi ultimate, looking for strikes. Level 3 swing comes out here, and the killing ultimate comes out from Verse. I'm not sure if GG Shaw wants to take an investment of just chasing this one down, but if he does, he could potentially get a 2-kill spread here, so long as both of these opponents stay to the ground.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be able to stay up. Oh no, we got Verse already on his case. Nearly gets him off that slash. Now Verse gonna go ahead and top off that armor. Finds another blue armor there. It's gonna go ahead and swap it on out. Now white health here for FPSEQ's Verse. Has the blue dual blades. Wufang, purple Hong sword in hand currently right now. GG Shaw on the chase against the Hadi right now. Trying to see if he can kite the situation between both of these players right now. But Wufang gonna go ahead and loop this out. We see this a lot. A lot of these players try to loop top side, bottom side of this terrain, but now gets caught up there. Scare Rush connects as well there from Verse. Gets a little bit of damage on the backside. Trying to see if he can try to stay alive, but the damage is still going towards his way. The 1-2 off the fist plates to the Scare Rush there from GG Shaw. Liam ultimate invested there from GG Shaw. And the follow-up hit there off the Great Sword there from GG Shaw. He is going to snag the elimination off of that. And he is going to go ahead and see if he can find a follow-up there against the other player as well.
Yeah, Verse is going to be putting the pressure into his own binding state. F1 now available for Shaw as he cancels ult. Nice avoidance of the combo breaker from that Keelan. Now Shaw takes aggression to his own hands, looks for the whole check, gets caught to the release, has F1 still, right? But we see XY into the vicinity coming in from the north side, making sure he can try to find an investment for himself. And in terms of forthright kills, musket shot like that, it's clean. F1 investment though, Shaw now has himself to worry about this backline. There's a vertical release, and now of course XY sees that ultimate coming out here. The immortality guard for the Keelan guard are going to be coming out for 4 seconds. Shaw is now going to be investing himself to space out. Soul Bloom pick up for Verse. That's 1,000 heal, folks. That's going to be him going up against a Tumult, but he cancels ult, tries to go ahead and gets himself caught into a corner. Parry mode not enacted, but the ultimate from the Tumult comes through, and that whiff throw is clean. And XY, he said, hey, I'm about to send you to the next zip code, and there's going to be the release. Musket shot to the musket shot, LMB uppercut, and the Tessa and Chan doesn't come through to kill, but Fong is looking here to try to go out here for the kill steal.
Fong just walks right through that Tomoko ultimate now. Gets the R&B focus there from the Halberds and gets a follow-up as well. That's a lot of damage there from Fong, and XY is gonna fall for that. And that was disgusting there from XY, though. He caught the whisk, musket shot ×2 into LMB prior uppercut grapple 1.0. That was disgusting, even though Fong snags up the elimination at the end there on the Tessa. And that's what Fong does best right there. And this is the character he can do it best as well. Being able to catch those mid to long range Tessa enchantments to get, potentially 2-3 people who are in a scrap off to, get the final hit there for himself to pick up those eliminations. But we have our first run with Yang. Start already forming up here for game number 4. Chizon already posted up. Arana right next to Chizong's Rumble Yang Gate. GG Shaw is going to go ahead and probably contest Arano. Do have OUG's Mike on the bottom side as well. WG Spider on the right-hand side of Perdoria, but TT25 getting active against WG Spider right now. LMB uppercut here for Spider. No, TT25 has to have to stay safe out the purple staff. Trying to see if he can find any sort of scare rushes here. We do have the roam already starting to spawn on in. TT25 quickly going to go ahead and snag up the pass. Spider's going to go ahead and take the full reset in for himself as well. Now, T225 once again, cannon in hand as always. We've seen him. I mean, in Morris, he had a common cannon. He did have rupture gale, but it's strong, especially in these solo games where in the end game everybody's pretty much closed up. But T225, quick little replay against OG's Mike, and this was Keelan against Liam here for the scrap off.
Yeah, and this is going to be possibly where we see, like I always mentioned, TT5 versus Mike always happens. There's the armor swap, but TT5 keeps the pressure. 1, 2, 3, scare rush confirmation for no stagger, but he goes ahead and gets attached to LMB, and there goes down Mike. And I saw Mike, I was like, man, 0 eliminations, what happened? And then all of a sudden, that's the moment where I realized what happened. TT5 is going to grief out. Staff is in play for purple rarity. Has that cannon to be on standby for Rummy Yang. That's why he's waiting this out and being in the pool, while Spider really disengages from that area into the to northeast of that area. It's funny, it's a claustrophobic area, like, the little furnace room. That small little affidavit, just scale rushing back and forth, that makes all the world of difference. And now we're going to see Mike here finding the resets, having a purple longsword. Very luckily so for him to find that, especially coming off of a loss of a first life. But DRT Fong is his opponent, and now they're going to go to disguise, and they're going to combat each and oneself with a clink or maybe even a blue focus release.
We did see that he had a great sword in the back or in the second slot of his inventory, so he's going to be playing for the scale rushes. We do have some pressure here from Mike off of cannon. Do have already Fong try to charge up a scare rush. Big R&B focus there. Drop down there from Fong to the follow-up there from the greatsword. Back-to-back R&B focuses as well. Now Tesla ultimate is going to be a void there from Mike. Now it's going to be to mix up F called in for the Tesla. Goes for the longsword swap now for Mike. Now he's going to go ahead and clink off the jump LBs there from the pillar now. R&B Pro here for Mike. What's going to be the mix up? Imagine just catch the uppercut into the 1-2-1-1. Big damage into the reset as well. Triple carousels once again. Gets a double there. And Mike with a massive showcase and off the carousels. And that was disgusting there for Mike. Now we got TE Star against GG Shaw.
Absolutely mental play coming in from Mike. And the F1 investment coming in against Star. Star looking for the chase down in his roaming. GG Shaw takes the kiting for the pillars and looking for the crouch LMBs. But of course, the F2 roar comes out, gets avoided. We're going to see an uppercut confirmation go for the scare rush. That's a quick scare rush confirmation here as well. And now Star is in a position of being at a 1-point position where if he gets caught in neutral, he's done. He's got nothing to keep himself alive. He's going for cannon shots. He's going for proximity damage. And now we're going to see GG Shaw putting himself into the corner here, blocking off those cannon shots with his own melee hits. And now Star jump LMB contesting with a pulse sword and a vertical blue focus release. Just like that. Snap of the finger. You saw Star. All right. I see you, my boy. And now it's going to be GG Shaw getting the buff, and now he's going to get everything that he's working in terms of surviving. That play from Mike.
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
Ooh.
And he's still getting active. Look at him against Arano. Has Vermilion's Burst Mike to do so now. Clink comes in ×2. Mike on the dagger this time around. What's going to be the mix up? Oh my God. Gets the follow up there. Arano sends that LB follow up there off the 1-2. Now Mike overholding, gets the damage off the LB focus. Has Assassin's Lens as well. Arano now has the call that the Assassin's Lens is in play. We have another player showing up to the party. GG Shaw. Gold Nuts in his hand here for GG Shaw. I wonder what gold weapon Mike received. He is playing the Jades in the situation. He does have Vermilion's Burst Mike. So he might be in a bad little predicament here, but he is going to be able to stay up. He's going to go ahead and swap on over to that purple armor. He does not want to lose it just in case he gets eliminated. LNB Prime here for GG Shaw. Killing Ultimate Investor here for Mike. T225 not showing up to the party. Killing Ultimate now is going to go towards GG Shaw's way. Got a lot of damage now happening towards GG Shaw's way. Needs to be real careful. The 1-2 off of this to the Keelan LNB. They're from the Ultimate. GG Shaw now is going to get eliminated. T225 snacks out both right there. And that's 2 on the board there for T225. And that was massive for himself. And now he's off the scene. We see him now trying to retreat from the situation.
He's first place right now in the overall in T225. It's crazy. He picks up those 3 eliminations total in the match. And 2 of them were Mike. So far,
cleanse.
3. No cleanse. I was about to say that, but he still has Roma Yang depletion. So now my man is escaping from the engager, Arano. He has 12 grapples. He doesn't have ultimate yet, but we do have T225 looking to try to hold down the ground here for himself to back into this corner, into the Imperial camp. This has a lot of levels to this, but this place has a lot of levels to kite around here. For T225, though, spacing out, making sure he can just buy out rage per second over the course of time. It looks like the visual glitch because he did find a soul bloom. So, we're going to have to take a look and Sansing, T225 getting chased out of Arano's end. Because Arano is not stopping. This man is on 5th gear and he ain't shifting down. He's going up to 6.
Yeah, 10 grapples in inventory right now. Now TE Star joining the chase here against T225. T225 now trying to gain back some of this rage, nearly up to 80%. So he can kite this out just a little bit longer. Oh my God, he sends the legs backwards, but the parry still connects there for TE Stars. 2-on-1. R&B in the ground, crouch LB for the extra damage. 1-2 as well. Crouch LB there for T225 in the corner. R&B focus, but Arano with the pistol shot there for the elimination. And that might be T225's game forward. It is. He gets eliminated with 3 on the board. And the following players there with 3 are going to be WBG Spider and GG Shaw. So they are going to have that potential to take this MVP home. T Star now with a massive jump LNB parry there against the Stone Form. Morano now eats up a lot of damage. R&B 1-2 there. Catches the replay off of this. Jump LNBs into the jump LNB finisher there for T Star. And he just wanted to get the Vermilion's Burst Knight proc there for Arano. And T Star is going to take that. You saw him smiling. He's like, sure. Yep. I mean, you going to go ahead and just sit there? I'm going to go ahead and take this elimination. But DRG's falling against WBG Spider this time around.
Yeah, he's like, all right, we'll take the run back later on. I'll see you later, boy.
Yeah.
DRG Fong, 2 eliminations. has Roman depletion for 50 seconds. He invested his first Tessa and chance. Doesn't get a confirmation hit at all. Gets caught in the parry. Spider can just go ahead and lock down. Doesn't get it. And making look sure to get the dagger back. He's going straight back in with the dual halberds and making sure he can go for it. F2 investment comes out. There it is. And it looks like Spider looks to try to go for the jump LBs for the Saggers. And there's going to be a chance for the soul break. No, it's not going to come out here. Spider gets his ultimate cast. He's going for an immediate teleport. What a quick action.
Oh my God.
And Justina coming out here to try to play. And a teleport again. Second one for Spider. Fong looking for that mid-air and Chant doesn't get it. F2, he is bobbing and weaving, but he's got time against him. R&B release. Justina goes for the freeze. She finds it. She's going to go ahead and force Spider into the corner of using F2 to escape here for the third one by canceling ultimate. And now we might be seeing a chance for Spider to cancel it. There it is. There's a cancel, but he's using it to disengage. Fong doesn't have time. He's going to go ahead, burn out, making sure the time comes into the moment of Recluse, and that's where he is eliminated due to
wow.
It's an upset. It's an unfortunate upset. He's in fourth place overall. First also eliminated heavily, but we still have Wu Fong. We still have a Ron on to try to look for themselves, trying to get into the top 4 and just get closer and closer to that match point threshold.
Wow. I thought he was going to get full focus there once he threw out that second ult, but no, the pressure went towards Spider's way. And the elimination go towards nobody's way there off of DRG's Fong, and he is going to be able, or he is going to get eliminated off of this game alone. He was with 2 kills currently. He's still in 4th place with 20.1. OGG Smite has Gold Spear in the back pocket. That's what he got off of the first round. We'll go ahead and swap on over to it this time around. Now, nice game 4 here for OUG Smite. WBG Spider now could be trying to contest Chazong this area. Ronald's in the backside as well. It could be a potential third party for that player. Spider, though, just gonna go ahead and rotate around. GG Shaw already posted up, waiting to see if any other players take the round, trying to see if he can get a free round for himself. But it looks like nobody else wants to take this round. Morano is going to be going towards the Spirit Well. Chazong and WBG Spider are going to be contesting him pretty soon. There's a lot of this already posted up towards Morano's way. Spider just going to disengage, I believe. TE Star on this Roman Yang against OUG Smite. And we do have GG Shaw against X1's Wu Fong on the other Roman Yang. We got Gold Pole Sword already here for TE Star. And you know he's going to be looking for the Scare Rush hits here for this Roman Yang.
Oh, absolutely. Making sure you can capitalize onto it. Nice F2 mid Aurora, and it's dodge. Mike was anticipating it. R&B comes out from the spear. LMB to the dash LMB. He gets that 1-2s and looks for the 3. It's going to work against him in his favor. Straight R&B slam down. That is 900 damage, my friend. Mike now has to look for the Scare Rush again and again. Goes for cannon shots in close proximity. Hold checks horizontal. Gets dodge. Looking for Assassin's Lunge. He confirms it. F2 Roar, though, up again. And this is going to be a chance for the swap. There it is. An immediate kill swipe. As you can see, is not playing.
Oh my God. I didn't even notice he was playing staff first. Like, I just took a look at, I just saw the gold pole sword. I didn't know he was trying to play swap there. I mean, he's going to go ahead and take up the gold spear, and already had the gold pole sword, but GG Shaw gold nunchucks against Wu Fong. Wu Fong, LMB Prowl. No, tries to catch the dodge, does not manage to do so. Proc comes in off the nunchucks, doesn't let it loose, catches the LMB Prowl. Does have that V1. Hottie lever tech, what Severio calls it. Had to think about it for a second. Crush LMB, therefore. Oh my God, manages to weave around, but does get clip off the last hit there from GG Shaw's LMB focus. Trying to see if he can find another opener. Since the R&B focus gets the damage to Fong now. Trying to stay up. The health is pretty even right now, but a last final R&B focus. And look at the damage there up the gold rarity. Yeah. That was one bump right there for half of that white HP, and that was disgusting there.
I was like, boom. And he's like, oh, ow. Come on, man. But now Mike, he's chasing Spider. We got 4.5 minutes for this chase. Spider looking to try to disengage as fast as possible, has a dagger on standby. F2 does go ahead and hit some spot damage on Mike, but Mike still doesn't let up. He is still going ahead straight towards the Cinderfell region, making sure he can kind of corner off Mike here if he can for a clink. That's kind of the biggest investment when someone starts scare rushing. You can jump LMB around the corner, or you just LMB dash. You can just potentially clink out if they are going back and forth, just trying to see about breaking your ankles. But there it is. Spider finds a window so to go ahead and be close towards. He's got F2 back up, so he's just creating more distance. He's making sure that X-axis makes sure it goes into Y as well. As Spider gets himself further away from Mike. Mike's still burning down time. I think we're at 4.5 minutes right now, and Spider having ultimate just in a quarter of a couple of rage points. He's literally looking to try to get through. There it is, going to be a chance for a little bit of chip damage, but Mike having F2 to avoid. Nope, it's going to be a case where Spider uses it to disengage. This is just a back and forth between these two, you know. And I'm kind of curious and seeing about this because GG Shaw 4 eliminations to the kill leader spread. He is still first place. Spider has 3. So as much as time works out against him in his favor for Mike, if he can find the time of just locking in onto this Keelan and knocking it away from the end game, this will be a huge benefit for Spider.
Man, Matari has it all, man. Matari has it all. Mobility, being able to catch the prior off that F alone. Pop that ult to get another one. Oh, the skins too. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the OGs in the pool for all these characters. I mean, Matari, day one character. Always got the love on her, but still. Now, Mike's going to invest the Skeelan ultimate. F caught in there for Spider. The gold for him there keeps him safe for the time being. Tries to invest the second one. There goes the TP, but a Keelan slash there to avoid the prowl there for the focus attack. Now back-to-back slashes here from Mike. Trying to see if he can find elimination onto Spider. Still clips him there in the backside, even though he goes back. Now double slashes, triple slashes connect there for Mike. Spider now trying to stay alive. The quadruple in the fifth one as well connects there for Mike. 1 HP. Picks up the Soul Blue. Murano in the mix. Now Mike's going to be able to try to kite the situation out. Catches him in the corner. Has to have to stay safe. Waits it out to see if he can get the proc there off the F, but LMB proc there for Ronald, spins it back there off the aerial LMB into the scare rush as well, and Mike's gonna fall for this into the aerial R&B, and that's super unfortunate in there for Mike, and Ronald picks up the Soul Bloom. GG shot to E-Star and Wufong on the scrap bar right now. It looks like Wufong has 3 minutes and counting to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer, but he's already taking flight here with this whole Hottie ultimate.
Yeah, he's setting in the teleporter here. This is engaging it, having at least 20 seconds to back off into that corner, as long as GG Shaw doesn't see it. But then again, he can space out. He's got 40 to 50 meters of range, 45 to be exact, for him to take the teleportation for him in solos. And now, of course, GG Shaw, he's kind of keeping the high ground here. It's like, don't push me, Anakin, because everything comes out and I'll chop off your limbs. And now it's going to be GG Shaw disengaging, going straight towards Star. A lot of gold armors in the play into these final fights. 5 players left alive. Kind of crazy to see that compared to where we've been before, but yeah, it's like we just saw when Mike had Keelan ultimate, he just straight deleted Spider. And I know players are gonna see Keelan, he should probably get nerfed. And I'm like, listen, things come out, working against it, playing against it, but then again, if you get caught, if the player knows exactly when to catch you off of the end, that's just what happens. Like, dang, like you get caught by an LMB, what are you gonna do about it? That's what happened to Mike. He got caught by LMB by Toronto, and then he couldn't do anything about it because why? He has no combo breaker. He had no way of disengaging from that, and then he get caught by another neutral. So it just happens by the circumstance of the decision making there, where it just leads out towards that position. I mean, Matari Ultimate came out in play, but we'll have to see. A lot of weapons right now though in TE Star's inventory. Wow. To the point where I'm like, yeah, my man is cooking right now with stacked set, and of course working into playing that into the end game circle potentially.
Yes, and for the Spirit, we have Mystic Mike up for grabs if any player wants to contest the Spirit well buff for themselves with that gold armor as well. Crazy change here for the solos. I mean, being able to get a buff plus an armor reset, I mean, it's just crazy. So we always see contesting there for the Spirit well buff. Already starting to form one up in the middle of the next zone, but Wufong applying the pressure onto Chuzong, trying to see if we can try to cleanse his depletion timer. Still has it. GG Shaw though quickly grapple checking him, and it goes right in. 1 minute here for Wufong. GG Shaw though choosing him out of the bunch. It looks like we do have gold dagger in hand there for GG Shaw. Wufong can be able to go ahead and kite this out. Might just go ahead and just go inside the zone, not give anybody the elimination right here. Could go as deep as possible to make sure no one tries to snag it up. And GG Shaw still trying to lay down some pressure there off the range shots. Looks like Wufong is going to just call it a game 4. Go ahead and just give it up. Yep, he's gonna go ahead. Hands are up. Taking off the headset. He's gonna wait this out. GG Shaw is going to be able to take a full reset in for himself for the next set of zones. We do have the Spirit World contesting there for T-Star, Jizong, and Aran already posted up. GG Shaw, the 4th one in the mix. Phoenix Blast here for GG Shaw. He is going to be quickly paired, though. He is going to stay safe, though. He is going to save his weapon in there from the Liam. Now, Rana overholding the purple pole sword. I remember when the Fist Blades first came out, they were playing a lot more Fist Blades here for the Spirit World, just to be able to have that movement there, right?
Yeah, man, they were using Fist Blades just to kite around here. It was just a faster animation too for it, but now the animation got a slightly nerfed. It's kind of being careful about it because there's always third parties. Blistering Edge from Arana though, having to be careful, looking for parries if he can. But I mean, now he's kind of around against the Justina, and that's a Justina with F1, right? So as much pressure comes out, she's just gonna proc F1 and then be safe for a couple of seconds, at least to the extension. Blistering Edge can still pass through with the burn effect. It's just whether or not we're gonna see Arana going for those cannon shots, and that's right for Gale. That's burn as well. So now it's gonna be with the burn Jade to be labeled. Now Star is a little bit.
Oh my god!
Deleted as a result. The Blistering Edge doesn't connect there, but Star looking for himself to just back off completely, disengage, get out of dodge, and then he's get caught again. And there's a healing deficiency that we don't like to see when we're the player. and that's going to force Star to just keep on pressing away. Arano, he says, I'm going to chase you down. And now GG Shaw might have the spear wheel to his own, but Arano finds the R&B, doesn't get a confirmation hit kill, but he is going to get caught by the pounce, and then the disengagement, frame 1 from Star with that gold weapon, looking for the scare rush with the staff. He can look for a lineup. It's going to be the case, but this is a hottie we're talking about. This is a hottie with F2 still available, and now there's going to be the hottie ultimate to try to go ahead and confirm this kill with a 1 level 3 swipe, or maybe just going for the 1-2s. We'll have to see.
Oh, he clips him off the second LMB there. Now, oh my God, catch third. Winning this out, gets the last and final hit. T-Star is going to be limited. It had 2 for this game. Chazon's going to get the buff for free. Now, everybody disengages. Now, the Bane's going to go ahead and clip him. Did anybody see this? We're going to have to wait and see if GG Shaw got the call that he did get snagged up off of that. But the gold armor reset there for Chazon. It's going to make that not an issue for himself. With the Mystic Might buff as well, is going to have the call and the... you know, the UAV online for himself, knowing where all of these players are posted up. We got gold halberds in hand or in the back pocket for himself, who does want to play up that weapon, but it's like he is going to go ahead and stay with the fan. Double gold pole swords here for Arano. Look at these stacked inventories. I feel like every player has had a stacked inventory for all these games so far. Everybody has had multiple gold weapons in one inventory, but the F1 already called in there for the Justina Chazon. Go ahead and wait this out. We do have the pressure still going towards his way. It looks like the Liam is going to go ahead and wait this out in the middle of Mercury River. GG Shaw going to go ahead and move on out. Next zone starting to spread, I believe, now. So, I mean, look at this. Gold staff, gold dagger, gold nunchucks, back pocket. Everybody has gold.
You know, it's crazy.
Gold
Shaw also has
right
wind
now.
spout, too. He has a dagger on standby, but if he wants to convert it to a fan, he can just easily use that as well, because he has wind spout and Phoenix Blast, so he has options on the table. But Jishan, Arano, kiting it out here. Stoneform proc comes out from that full pulse sword and a massive jabbing with gold staff. Not safe. We are not safe. That forces everyone to disengage because that damage goes crazy. It's a huge hitbox. That's going to be forcing out these guys to back away from one another. And the Mystic Might working in Jishang's favor, not taking as much, right? The mitigation that comes out of it. But as long as it comes down towards him just getting poked out between both targets, it's just going to even out. F1 gets nested. We're not going to get as much healing as we're hoping for. The burn is still going to deplete that healing by half. But at least he just has enough chances of just going ahead and spacing these guys away from each other, because Arano has no armor whatsoever. He's got combo breaker, he's got ultimate. He's safe to go off in the safeguard, but he gets caught by one jabbing. You already know it's gonna be a frame 1 ultimate cast or an F2, like right there. And now Arano has himself to be in flight form. Looks the time to take the chance to disengage and to reset, and then go straight in to try to create some aggression between both of these players. Top 3 left and live into the lobby, folks.
Yeah, this is bad for him though. Once his ultimate goes offline, the pressures are going to go ahead and continue his way. We do see him canceling no for that 20%. Chazon GG Shaw quickly starting to move on in. Stoneform, oh my God, sends the blistering edge there on the backside there onto GG Shaw. GG Shaw now with a little bit of burn damage is going to be able to top off that, almost top off that gold armor with the gold staff. Chazon as well, they're going to go ahead and cut the aggression for now. Now the first one re-aggressing is going to be GG Shaw. Cannon shot connects, I believe, on Toronto. No burn tick so far. We go ahead and try to see we can try to stay up, and this is just a bad situation right now with no ult online. Trying to see if we can get the ult up once again with 50% left here for that ultimate. The jab and spins it back, doesn't let it loose onto one of these players. F1 or the F called in there for the hottie, trying to see if he can wait this out. The counter grapple, still lots of pressure. This is a very, very bad situation to be in. If you're the first one to pop that ultimate, oh man, it's just rough.
Oh yeah,
it's just rough. As we see it already, Arano, a lot of chip damage. Assassin's Lunge there for GG Shaw, and Assassin's Lunge there for Arano as well. Double Assassin's Lunge in the back into the LB focus there for GG Shaw. Now it's gonna be GG Shaw against Chuzong here for the last 1v1 here for game number 4.
Yeah, parry going to be huge and massive. The Sap J is going to come out here to be avoided, though, as GG Shaw invests his F1 to dodge. He's got ultimate still to kind of hold off of here. V2 Shang has himself the V2. The confirmation only comes through once GG Shaw decides to take the aggression to his own hands. There's going to be the R&B. There's going to be the Clink. A lot of damage. 500 HP left on the board right here for Shaw. He gets the self-assassin lunge. GG Shang going to get caught through. There's going to be a swap out here for the staff, and the jabbing release. Not going to come out here. No parry, no nothing. And there's going to be a chance right there for the elimination. But the F1 comes out in clutch. We still got enough chance to get aggressive upon this with the ultimate cast from the Justina, and then self-teleport in place doesn't happen anymore. GG Shaw has F1, uses it, invests it. Another dash, Justina dash to be invested, and that's going to be where GG Shaw just spams out blues back and forth and gets a parry against and gets 6 kills. First place, multiplier placement. My man got it all. This is the dream that we look for.
Hey, that was a disgusting assassin lunge movement there for Chazar. I'm not gonna lie. GG Shaw is gonna be the MVP though. Does get eliminated there, but had the kill advantage there against Shazong. He is going to be taking our MVP for this game. Massive games. I mean, wow. Felt like, you know, first 2 games we had Mike in the mix, and now, you know, he's starting to fall on down. We have other players starting to rise up for these points. 2-2-5 last game. I mean, it's gonna come close to who takes this bi-weekly home. And I mean, game number 4, I believe no one's in the threshold right now. We still have a couple games left for this for the day for bi-weekly 3. But wow, even though Mike did get eliminated, I believe with 2 on the board, that was a disgusting Roma Yang there with a double carousel restand. I mean, that is just disgusting.
I know Finney's like, all right.
Like, really,
dude.
That's what we're doing.
It's like Punk the God. I am the alpha. You know, it's like, wait a second. Forcing into this engagement, though, round 4 has concluded. We now have the second half to work through. GG Shaw actually, I think he actually got the highest points earned today in a single game. We got a lot of 4-way ties that happened where some players could have gotten the multiplier for it. Didn't happen, but he also succeeded in getting his 6 elimination. He catches that 1.2 multiplier, so that's now 6 up to 7.2 plus 3. That's 10.2 right there. This man got 10.2 points in 1 game. That's a third of the points needed to get into the match point. So now he's able to kind of work into taking that momentum and hopefully catch into the standings. But we got a question for you guys, Twitch chat. I know you guys are chatting up there. I see this. I can't interact, but I do like to make mention of that because I got a question for y'all. How many players chose Matari in game 4? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Make sure you guys type it out. Have your whispers available. Don't forget, keep count. And if you guys in the YouTube chat, you can mention always swap up over to the Twitch chat if you do have the ways necessary to make it there in time, because that's going to be a quick answer that's going to be picked up by random folks. And I'm looking at you, Zingers. You getting every single rewards, like every single time, bro. Every single time.
Marbles. Special point raffle. Man, come on. Always taking it. But yeah, this is where you know, the questions are going to start getting a little bit more difficult. You know, the first questions of the day are, you know, a little bit more lenient towards everybody in chat, but this is where you guys are going to have to start paying attention to, you know, the little details in this game or in the games, like, you know, how many players chose Matari. You know, that's something like, you know, you're not really expecting that you need to remember. So just keep an eye out with, you know, little stuff like that to try to memorize, to be able to take one of these summer split random gifts home. Wow. Game 4 out of the way. Pedori now. We're going to have those Firefly maps now for our next 2 games, followed up potentially if we do need 2 more games to crown the winner. But, you know, this is our scoreboard so far here off of game number 4. GG Shaw had 6 with a 10.2. And this was what I was saying, Severio. It feels like, you know, we're having different players coming up to the rise to get that crazy pop-off game for the 10 point plus games.
Yeah, and that's like, it's rare because I always say a 17-point game, 17-point game before, because it was a 10th place and the 1.4 multiplier, or 10 kills in the first place. Something like Spider usually always gets. And this is where the slow roll is now seeing to be standard, because Arano got 2nd place with 5.5, but Spider, Star, T225, 3.5 points each with those players. 3 points from Mike, 2.5 for Fong. Chishan gets 2. Inverse, XY from ASC, and Wu Fong gets 1 point each. AIS still not being able to catch points into this game as well. But still, like we said, some games can pop off, like such as with Star. He's literally slow rolling from the bottom to try to get himself, you know, towards round 5 and 6. But now standings overall, AIS having 10 points so far for JL. JDG Shisheng has 10.5 and 11th. Star with 11.2 in 10th. 13.9 for XY here. For 9th place, X1's Wu Fong has 16.2 and 8th. FPX's Verse has 17.7. This is the bottom 6, right? So bottom 6, 17.7. That's literally like 11 or 10.3 points that he needs, and then he matches out towards match point. But Arano at 17.8 and 6, Fong at 20.1, Spider at 20.6, 20.8 for Shaw, skyrocketing into 3rd place.
Wow.
TG25 having 21.3, but Mike is at still the lead, 22 points. And we still need to reach match point, which is 6 eliminations if it happens. And if not, just the 3-kill game, maybe 1st, 2nd place, catching a little bit of points here and there, because that's all that's going to be needed. And even then, 3 kills, 2nd place is not enough. You still need to try to get yourself into 1st place, at least for one of these games, Mike, because after that, then it's going to be a hunt down, and then Fong's going to be spawning every single time because he knows your rotation path.
Come on, man. Leave OUG back alone. You know Fong, though, he has his phone number. He has him. He be catching him, but a little bit of a replay here for game number 4. Powered by Thunder Robot. We have 2225 against OUG's Mike. Big damage here onto him. Catches the scare with damage until Nbpl off of that as well. XY here with a Temi whiffs there onto Verge. Goes to the LMB uppercut into the re-wisp into the musket shot ×2. Nbpl once again. The Tesla ultimate there from Fong for the third party here. Goes inside the sandstorm with the elimination onto XY. It's the R&B damage focus to the LMB follow-up here off the purple halberds. Just lots of damage to the R&B minx there for the elimination onto XY. And this is what Severio was talking about, I believe. No, this is not where Spider gets eliminated, but this was a crazy two-piece there from T225.
And Star taking his Romeo up against Mike. This is nasty. Pebble Sword Swap is an immediate kill selection there. Mike is like, bro, I just got caught. Gotta be kidding me. And now everything comes down where Mike deletes Spider with the Keelan slashes. The Mortality Guard, infinite slashes, folks, for 1.0 release, since he just spams that out even at the last possible second. He almost got caught by a pistol shot. He still gets eliminated, though, as Marano finds it. And the scare rush from Marano right there anticipates it, gets the uppercut again, and jump meets the R&B and eliminating him from the lobby. 5 eliminations for Shaw, though. Close quarters combat. Gets himself against Shushang. Remember, no combo breaker, and plus he was an ult, so it's going to be nothing for him to stand upon with his own 2 feet. With the MVP, Liam, you know, comfort pick. But we're popping off. My man got the V2 Orc Sword Fusion core there, but no one's using that V2 anymore. But everyone loves that V1, and he earned himself here for that MVP spot for sure today.
I'm a little sad, I'm not gonna lie. A little sad. No generic on the replay. No double carousel on the replay. Yeah, I'm a little sad, I'm not gonna lie, but you know, GG Shaw's not sad with 22,000 damage, 6 eliminations for game number 4, second MVP, big damage, big MVPs, big points, 10.2 off of 1 game, skyrockets in the overall standings for the BIWEEK3 Grand Finals. How Wild Wind Spout, Phoenix Blast for the long sword, Ripple Step, Phantom Step, and Assassin's Lens Nether Step, Cyan Fang, and the jabbing. And you know, trying to catch players with the Phantom Step is, you know, it's another element you got to really try to play around, because you get no aim misses while these players are dodging. And you know, in a game like NARAKA, you're trying to catch those dodges for the prio. You're kind of a little bit forced a little bit more to play more of the, you know, focus game. You're not able to catch anybody out for any dodges with that Phantom Step, unless you know directionally input it yourself. But still, you know, having that Jade very strong in inventory there, especially for GG Shaw. This is a crazy game. Georgie's Fong. I wanted to take a quick. We didn't even see in a replay, but I believe it was a Tesla Ultimate there invested onto T225, where Fong had threw it down, and he had the health advantage as well, I believe. And you know, T225 fully commits into the pistol shots there to ice the pressure off there from DRG's Fong, and he does connect back to back. I would probably even triple pistol shots there in that situation, which makes DRG's Fong very, very weak. So he was forced to not even engage that the Tesla enchantment there, which was crazy, because you know, that's a full commitment there. You either connect your shots or you don't. And you know, in that situation, T225 manages to connect all those pistol shots, makes them even lower. So he has to he was forced to back on up there to, you know, stay up. And you know, gambles like that is what makes this game crazy, you know, like that's a 50-50. You have the pistol shot, you have the shot for it or not. But you know, T225 did in that situation. I mean, the double carousel and the Roman Yang as well. Can't believe we didn't see in the replay. I am sad about that, but you know, you don't really see the restands like that. But you know, that's terrain manipulation right there. Being able to get those. I mean, you can triple that. I didn't even know you could triple that until I saw Misu do that in Morris Cup. I'm not gonna lie, the double. Yep. I mean, triple. I mean, imagine you had calm and longsword with cooldown of 20 seconds. You could probably get quad carousels in the Roman Yang wall. I mean, that would be insane. But still, just being able to loop the carousel is just a lot of damage. And just the potential of having the long sword there, it's just insane. But you know, yeah, a lot of things that we used to see as well was the fan infinite that got nerfed as well. A lot of people were a fan of fan infinite. So as well as the long sword infinite, you know, everything is pretty much just, you know, it's kind of hard to get a TOD off. You can't do it with abilities though. I mean, we did see Liam TODs. Everybody else doesn't really get played. Tarka, nobody plays Tarka, can't TOD with that. Raw Dragon. But you know, it's slowly coming into, you know, this hyper aggression play styles, focuses, R&Bs, or whatever the case can be. But you know, TODs getting pushed out. But you know, game number 5, we're locked. Locked Surveyor. I mean, I know we didn't really be talking about predictions, but I mean, what do you feel is gonna happen here? Do you feel like we're just gonna have a dark horse just climb up to the ranks and just takes it home, or do you feel like one of the OGs is gonna go ahead and clutch up for tonight?
I want TT5 to get that Lalabombo energy in his games, man, because he could possibly he could possibly just go crazy for the next round. Potentially, like I said, like, you need a lot. He's gonna need a lot. He's like Mike is no worries for the next round of playing, unless someone else catches up, and it is not that far away for someone to catch up, like, especially for TT5, especially for DJ Shauna, who just skyrocketed past to 3rd place. And there's some players, you know, like we said, right? There's some out-of-pocket picks that got weekly winners this season, and this is kind of nuts for me. And to see this happen is just because whether or not these guys go through and go crazy on it, have to be looking towards this selection pool process. Now, we're now in Fireflies. We now have Fireflies across the board. We got Fireflies from now until the end. Players gonna be really locking through and being aggressive. Heck, I'll be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Zai show up out of nowhere in solos. Considering that they might be preparing for herself when she gets her changes, who is another character who got to rework. It would be potential to seeing if that's going to be a one-off pick just to conserve hero points if they need to just really pressure out between the next rounds. But looks like Hottie and a hybrid of Hottie and Liam here for the first round. Chishang and Star can lock in the Hottie and Liam themselves. You know, it's crazy. It's going to be a chance between these guys to make sure that ban goes in place. Now it's really to round 3. We've seen some out-of-pocket rotation outputs here. Keelan's not going to be available, though, for Spider, and DRG Fong now holding on for it. Could go for Akos. He will. Kind of working into deciding upon that, locking that in, but we still have 5 seconds for them to decide that or less. And the characters coming out into these games now leads us to seeing, okay, what is the one person lead who's going to choose? And they're going to see about Mike getting Justina, but Wu Fong's still anticipating what his choice pick is. Akko swapped out here for Mike, so no Justina play today. Matari guaranteed for Wu Fong, and we might see that into the mono pick rotation for round 5 and round 6 selection. But nope, Mike said, I'm gonna hold off on my Akos. I'm gonna wait for more style and wait for nighttime, because that's where he really does use Akos. I think that's where his best benefit comes out. Triple Justinas in one match would have been crazy. The fact that the Keelan's been available, though, is just knowing where these guys are holding on for the Keelan for the future, because they know that if they need to just go immunity status, that's what they're going to take. Matari's still available, though. We might have a triple pick Matari in the game. TTG5 making sure to flicker over Akos as well, deciding upon reaching through what works best for him here. Like we said, off drop spawns. That's where Holoroth can actually just, you know, make or break a person, especially coming off of loot gain, but also for ultimates and for certain characters that don't even need a weapon like a Keelan Zhang.
I know the binoculars emote.
Yo, yeah.
You know the that's me right now looking at Mike with that Akos for game number 5. Gonna go ahead and wait and see what the ability is gonna be. So, you know, he usually be playing that F1, but now with the trend that we've seen, every Akos playing at F2, it's gonna be very interesting to see if he's gonna be able to, you know, join that trend as well, going in with that F2. And here we go. Fong is on the F1. Where's Mike at? Mike is on the Justina, actually. He didn't even play Akos for this game, so never mind what I just said. He swapped back on over to the Justina. I was very excited to watch Mike's Akos, but you know, he's probably gonna go ahead and save that for one of the last and final games of the day. But Jazan on the Liam, as always, the F1 V1s for the Liams, super strong abilities, and the Matari's on the F2 V2s as always, the F1 V2s for the Keelans. I mean, nothing crazy stands out here for the ultimate abilities for all these characters. It's just the standard stuff. I mean, the F2 now for Verse can be one of these differences opposed to OUG's Mike on the F1. We do have that little mix up right there between the Fs, and we've seen all Justina's play F1 until now, where Verse is going to be whipping out the F2. So that's just a little different. And then we do have the mix up between the V2s and the V1s. Mike is on the V2, 2 dashes, confirmed freezes, and the Verse is going to be playing that V1, 3 dashes to try to snag up Prio or, you know, a freeze if they're not holding blue. But we do have our drops here. We got 2 players at Plume Castle. Nobody contesting puzzle, I believe. We have a little bit of outskirt droppers there from KLA C25. Might be rotating on in there onto puzzle with JDGs and TE at you know, in the middle of the zone. Gonna go ahead and Plume Castle just wait this out. Might have a little scrap off there. The WG Spider gonna have all this area to himself. We have the village just getting contested by EWG and FPXEQ, and another team in the back. Another player can't seem to see him, but still do have our 5th game of the day, and potentially a player entering the 28-point threshold off of this game. But still, more NARAKA to be played out for these games. Even though we get a 28-point threshold, we are not going to have a winner off of this game alone. So Hope everybody is locked and loaded as much as these players are. We have our spawn off here for T225 and DRG's Fong contesting the puzzle here at Hollow Ross.
Yeah, and the puzzle's going to be in the zone right now. You can see 1-2 coming in here from Fong as the Akos with the frog head. Now, T225 is in fear and shambles. I'll stop. Listen, he's going to keep guiding around, though, looking for some gear to left alone. He finds a blue armor swap. He's going for the scare rush. He keeps cutting around. He's got 7 seconds for F2. He can commit this kill elimination. Oof, nice delay and making sure that F2 or F1, and that's going to be an F2, but T225 caught in his pants, maybe going ahead and getting caught with no armor. No to the case scenario. And a third party around the corner. Scare rush confirms elimination. Soulbloom picked up. Not going to be the case. Soul Informed Prog. This is scary. Looking for the clink, I should say, as the face blade's coming out from TE Star, and no chance of getting sustained back. No armor powders, not enough high healing berry to kind of work out. He's going back for that blue armor, and Star's going to be coming out close behind. Tashong is now into the vicinity, as we can see the salvation podiums in the first minutes of the fight.
Man, it's crazy, man. You know, we don't really see the Aquas on Hollow Rock. They usually save them for the Moras, and we really got baited. Like, I mean, T225 swap on over to a Batari, and then Mike swap on over to a Justina. I mean, that was just sad. I'm not gonna lie, that was just sad. Fong though does have an Akos, so he is gonna be playing that. But now JLAIS X1's with Fong. Go ahead and get proud here off the R&B. What's going to be the mix-up here? 2-on-1 off the uppercut. Yes, R&B. Tries to go for the jump on the B, but gets caught up there on the railing. Now F caught in there for Wufong. Doesn't catch the F doesn't catch the prod because the F was available there for AIS. Now, our ultimate investor here for Wufong has TP if he needs it. Overhold, sends it back-to-back. No AIS will spawn with R&B focus. That's a little double tap dodge there to avoid the F there from Wufong. Trying to find the opening. There goes the TP to the R&B focus. Back-to-back as well. That's elimination there for Wufong. No parry from AIS. And Wufong staying up there in that fight. And now we got GG Shaw against XY. And already we got the Hottie Ultimate Investor here for XY.
Yeah, XY has common rarity Hottie Ultimate. Going for a level 3 swing, he confirms it. You got to remember, in Hottie Ultimate, you could also parry blues. So it really comes down towards the minute moments. Now, GG Shaw, my man's kiting out. But XY gets an armor heal. An armor swap becomes available for Shaw. He keeps kiting around towards his area. Now, it's going to end up going into Plume Castle towards the Achilles Crest. But we got to be careful, right? Because any sort of engagers coming in from the zone, you got to remember the bottom left of the map of the circle was Salvation Podium. This whole entirety, this area, anyone that's coming out from the Imperial Village that's come down south from that area, making their way from Frigid Pools down to the Northwestern Barracks, like this fight has been happening. This is where things can get a little bit more dangerous. And there's going to be the chance, there's the LMB, there's going to be the F2's investments from both opponents. No parry there because of the rock. But GG Shaw looks to try to go for the Scare Rush and try to initiate into this chase, but the Scare Rush comes out here from XY, and this is going to be a potential for them just to keep kiting into the trenches, but also look for armor swaps. But GG Shaw might be caught out here with everything in the corner, and the 1-2-3 is released, and the grapple extension doesn't happen. Here he goes for Matari Ultimate. This is going to be a turnaround potentially for Shaw.
Wow. He could catch the restand there, but didn't have the height. There goes the TP into the LMB focus there off the Matari, and now GG Shaw. Go ahead and invest that F, doesn't cancel though. Gets a double TP R&B focus, big damage there onto XY. Now the last and final hit there for GG Shaw for the elimination there onto XY. And that is going to be a nice elimination here for game number 5. Coming off that pop-off game 4. Nice little showcase in there for GG Shaw. WB Spider though, taking flight here on this Keelan Ultimate T Star as well. Catches the grapple into the LB focus there from the Keelan Ultimate. And WBG Spider now with 1 on the board. Wufong though now showing up to the party. Wants to regress the Keelan now with no ult. And Wufong does. Spider needs to see he can try to kite out the situation. Grabs up the bloom to secure that 37% on that rage. Does manage to create the distance that he needs to stay up. But he's running right into Chuzong at Plume Castle. This could be some aggression happening towards Wei. Wufong though, a little bit of movement error there, is not gonna be able to go ahead and find the line of sight of him. Spider does go underground, is gonna be able to kite out that situation for now. Now OUG's Mike though, spawning in the outskirts. I don't really see a lot of aggression or early games here for OUG's Mike off of game 4 and 5 so far.
Yeah, he's only a 0.3 difference between him and T225, who did find that one elimination this game. Still taking a look and just trying to loot out as much as possible for that macro. But right now, for the moment for it to be where Romy Yang spawns in, that could change it up. He got Imperial Village onto the Beast Pen towards himself. He's making a way towards it. Meanwhile, over by Plume Castle towards the Achilles Crest, 4 players still in rotation. DRG Fong exiting the Altered Tranquility and just looting up around there, versus on the southern side towards that bottom courtyard inside of the Plume Castle. But over to the east, XY is just by him lonesome, singing, singing lullabies and waiting for the time for when someone shows up. It's like, oh, hi there. I didn't see you there, type of situation. He's Bob Ross. But everything comes out here for TE Star in the zone outside of the Salvation Podium. Makes himself very well aware that he has low on supplies, and he's going into the Heat of Thunder, if he looks for a Bell Strike, he's going to get notified of the players north of him, which is going to be Spider. GG Shaw out by the Frigid Pools. He's heading towards the Rumyang, and this is going to be where a Purple Fan is going to be potentially the only reason he makes it. Otherwise, his supplies for healing berries, not a lot, but he's got a lot of armor powders to work into the circle.
Yeah, he does have 8 of those armor powders. And now, probably posted up for the Rumyang as well. Do see him there with Health Jades and attack buff for the Jades, trying to practice on that 2-1 there. The 2-1 on the Fan is a little different compared to all the other weapons. It's more of you input the uppercut, and then you have to re-hold the R&B to the dodge R&B weapon swap. So it's a little different if anybody is interested in that. You can't overall just hold down the input of the R&B like every other weapon. But Fong, blue nunchucks, so trying to get active against WBG Spider, I believe, trying to take this Rumyang. Do have the pass on one of these players. Not sure who snagged it up. It's Chuzong with the pass right now, currently on the Liam. This plays in hand as well for Chuzong. Loses a lot of HP. He's going to be forced to pop this F. He's going to go ahead and retreat from the situation. And I believe Fong's going to snag up the pass, probably. Yeah, he is. And we got Digression now going towards this way. Assault Smolder there for Spider onto Wufong's. And go ahead and invest the F. Gets clipped, I believe. Now, F called in there for Spider. Matar ultimate invested there for Wufong. Can't pop it. Still has some time left there. 14 seconds to try to make inside the Rumyang. Has 1 F invested already. Go ahead and use the second one to try to ice off the pressure there in the back game. We still had the TPs available for Wufong waiting, and now double pairs there for Jazon. Triple parries.
Yeah.
Does not want to let him lose. He does not want to get baited out into the TP, into the Rumyang. Now we have OUG smacking his JL's AIS.
Blue armors on both opponents. Only difference is that Mike has that purple staff. Taking it into the initiation as an F1 Matari or F1 Justina with V2 up against AIS is going to be difficult. It's a Liam. So he can lock him down. There's going to be some shots though. Connecting here. 207. Big damage from for purple pistol. Nice parry though. AIS takes a chance of picking it up and he gets it successfully. He swaps out that common pistol for it. Nice investment. F1 though for the armor heal. What's AIS's position here? Stagger. Are we looking for it? We get it. We earned it. We're going to go for the R&B. There's a 2-1-1. Not going to get a successful blue focus release. Going to go ahead and try to get himself caught with the F1 investment, and now he has ultimate status to come out here for the knockback. He's looking for their chances here to kind of look to the and chase potential of locking him to the corner, but Mike, he's cutting around. B2 is still on standby for Mike to look for the proc. Activating it will mitigate that bind for a couple of milliseconds, but then he's gonna have to be careful. There's the
that was beautiful.
Yeah, and having himself to go for kicks though, and that's our early easy peasy lemon squeezy R&B release. Big upset for Mike to release that blue, but we have DG Shaw up against XY, and we're starting off with a parry and an uppercut.
Yeah, 2-1. There it is. Area R&B for the extra damage as well. To the Scare Rush, 2-1 back to back. XY with big damage into the R&B follow-up as well. Oh my god, that was disgusting there from XY to pick up the elimination hand as Rumyang to get the purple armor gold staff as well. Oh my god, that was filthy there from XY. Oh, he's gonna go ahead and snag up the millions birds, might as well. Man, oh man, that fight in the realm just shows how strong Liam is. Even though you still have O online there, Mike had the Justina O online. He doesn't even get any value if he catches the dodges while that Liam ultimate is online. It's just so much. He's able to recast the prile, can extend off of combos as well, follow-ups. I mean, overall, just Liam showing up how strong he is and how he's, and just apply a lot of pressure for all these players. But Arana gonna go ahead and try to see if he can find some sort of elimination here. Currently on the board, trying to see if he can find his first one of game number 5 on the key lane. But FPSEQ's verse drops very low. You do see him there with common armor swap, loses a lot of the white HP as well. The soul smolder or the hit there almost connect there onto him. Does not manage to do so. Now trying to kite out the situation. Is gonna be able to create some of this distance in the back end. We do have the Hong sword now. Oh, this is a pulsar for Wufong still in hand. Lots of pull swords in hand of a lot of these players right now. But Verse trying to kite it out. Isn't be able to stop any of this pressure. I don't believe. I'm not sure if it was Wufong or the other player with Bliss and Edge. We're gonna have to wait and see who repocs that in. Could be Fong or Wufong, one of the two. They do have the pulsar in the hand, but T-Star now getting aggressive on him from OGG's Mike.
Yeah, now we're over towards north side, west of the quarry now. Mike having him a little bit of trouble here, trying to see about lockdown. He can hear it in the background. There's the ultimate cast coming in from the hottie. No guaranteed freeze. Unfortunate, misses it by millimeters. And now Mike is going to be looking to try to go ahead and charge R&Bs off the side just in case he kind of rocks around, but he's kiting around easily. R&Bs coming in from these fist blades, though. Hoping to see whether or not Shishang gets himself alive out here and get caught, but CE Star looks towards the light of just trying to release the R&B blues. Every single one of these times comes out. There's a jab, there's a lethal jab coming in from Mike. Now he invests F1 and the fist blade's denial. Huge. Mike, though, locked into this corner against Shishang. He's going to look for a scare rush. He gets the LMB neutral. There it is. But that terrain grief just comes into play. Goes for Clink instead of holding blue. Mike makes sure that he can kind of look for the armor swap. He finds it. He always does. But now it's going to be a situation, right? Once he chips away his armor here, as long as Shishang keeps that pressure on, nice parry. Might be looking towards and seeing Star on the ballista, though. I see that man up there, and I'm scared for Mike right now because now he has to keep his radius very keenly put. Now they know they've seen it on the map, so they see it moving. They're going to be making sure they can move themselves.
Man, I'm just talking again about the Liam. I mean, I think Liam's the only character that can avoid the damage while you pop that F. I mean, just having the distance, just seeing that F, you still take some damage. I'm pretty sure every other F as well. Keelan, I'm not sure. Haven't really looked into it, but just Liam just showing up here, and Mike with a minute 14, trying to see he can eliminate Chazong on the Liam with the ultimate still online and 79% here for Mike. He might not be able to catch the elimination here, and another parry doesn't even matter. He stays safe. He's able to kite this out. It doesn't matter you parry me. I have the F online. I can't release blue. Common armor swap here for Chazong. Now F1 called in here for Mike. TE Star, though, looks like he is going to be choosing Chazong out of the bunch right now. It's going to be a quick little reset. 50 seconds to count in here for Mike to try to stay inside game number 5. Has a yen depletion timer, though. He needs to see if he can go ahead and pick up the Soul Bloom, but Chazong is going to go ahead into better terrain for him to stay up. Wufong going to pick an elimination onto WG Spider in the kill feed, and Spider might be limited off of this. Yeah, he is, with 3 on the board. Second Roman Yang starting to form line up. Chazong kiting it perfectly right now. It looks like 27 seconds here from Mike. Has to see he can find the opener, and I believe this could be bad for him. Scare rush on in there for Chazong to the uppercut there from the fan. Now TE Star is choosing Mike here out of the bunch. You got Hottie is going to be caught up off the V2. No problem. You have the F caught in there for the Hottie. Mike now 10 seconds to count. He might just need to go inside the zone to go ahead and not give anybody an extra elimination, and he is, and that is a sad sight to go out. And we've seen a couple of these throughout the night. A lot of these players are going to have to just get limited by the zone.
And kind of putting in the spotlight, right? It's the same thing that happened last round with Wufong, having to just not give eliminations. We can't give kills, man. Not here, not today. And that's like each kill just gives another mile for a player, just like T225. We saw Spider getting a kill elimination against T225, but Spider's done. He's gone. I don't know who got him, but he's done. 24.8 points for T225. Man stacked with purple jades on the standby. He's got gold halberds to make sure he has it through. He also has an advanced seal, if I'm not mistaken, so he is also locked in for that. Overlord is on his build, so if he does get a pulse sword later on, he could just go ahead. That's how priority to pick that one and start using. But forcing out to Sparewell, this is a different story. DRT Fong, this ghastly miss where the hands spawn in and all the troves get respawned through. The 8-second silence could just stop someone in their tracks, especially ability-based characters. Hyperactive characters, they can go ahead and go crazy with it, like Anakos, right? Because considering that he can just jump and pounce. But now, Romayang fights. AS taking Wufong for a ride here with the double armies. He's going for the 1-2-3s. He releases those, and there he goes, all of HP for Wufong. Now go looking for the chance here of the Matari ultimate. Whether or not we're going to see a Liam get himself another victory in Romayang, we'll have to see right now.
AIS, though, has the weapon advantage against Wufong. Wufong loses a lot of HP quickly in his realm. Yang goes into the 2B R&B focus, gets it now. The V there, or the F there from the ultimate from AIS does not connect, has 1 charge left. Scare Rush does not connect due to the F there from the Matari. Now overholds, doesn't catch the Scare Rush. Now goes into the F, and that's a lot of damage. It catches it there for the elimination, and XY against EWG Arano in this Roman Yang, and this is going to be a Keelan v Hottie for this side.
Yeah, now it's going to be Jump LMB. XY has that gold stab. You better not throw a reckless blue, because now it's a horizontal release coming from Ferrano. He gets his F1 investment there. That's exactly what X1 needs. But now Assassin's Lens reveal, pistol shot dodge, looking for the R&Bs. Scarushes from Arano puts himself to the sky, but he still has ultimate to kind of work off of. He's just looking off this end. There's the parry. There's a Jump LMB. There's the Keelan ultimate. The Keelan guard is now in effect for 4 seconds. It is burned without Arano's position of it being in his favor. And now the slashes come up from XY. He's got to invest a lot of these dodges, because the moment he goes for another slash, there goes down Arano's health, and there it is. Now XY just gets those double swipes back and forth. XY's victory in Romayang gives him another set of kills and placing out.
Yeah, this is a good game for XY. He had a good game 1, I believe, as well. So he is going to be posted up here for these matches, and especially could be getting to that threshold, I believe. No, 16.4. He did have one good game. I think he didn't have enough points to get him up there on the leaderboard. But Jell AIS against TE Star. AIS now eating up a lot of damage here from the opposing Hadi. He is going to be able to go ahead and invest his ultimate, catches the F from the O, and now the Hadi F is going to be invested as well to avoid any sorts of prio. Now the chasing him is on for both of these players since the RB focus doesn't get parried. JL's AIS now trying to kite out, trying to see he can find TE Star. TE Star, I believe, did manage to find a common armor swap. There goes the F once again. Catches the prio off of this, but the terrain is not in his favor. Goes to the F, the O into the follow-up R&B, and another common armor swap there for TE Star. Since the R&B focus, lots of damage. Gets clip off the opposing Hadi's R&B focus there from the halberds. Overholding the LB charge. Does not get the damage, though. Now TE Star with a triple common armor swap 3 times. Since the R&B focus, it looks like it's the same line over and over again. Common armor swap to R&B focus follow-up. Now, doesn't connect off the pair, and the AIS is going to be able to pick an elimination here against Star, and that's just super unfortunate enough for him. And now Chizong has that Yen depletion timer on his back and has 4 minutes to do so.
About whether or not Arano can really push down Chizong's gaze, because this is going to be a case of who's going to ult first again. Like we've seen that prior towards the Roman Yang. Now the LMB is captured. Chizong gets caught, looking for 2-on-1, denies it with the F1. Chizong now gets himself outside of the tent line of this small little yurt, but ASE's XY, X1's Wufong, they are not too far away from this area. The engagements between those two are still happening in the background. Arano looking for the reset as the F2 investment comes out from Wufong to push down XY's position. Nice horizontal. Little scary moment because, you know, that's why Wufong threw it in the other direction. He didn't know he was going to get parried regardless. He got the hit for the first one. 3 minutes left under the clock. Nice uppercut. Oh, my. Oh, he tried to go for a second one. Not going to get it. F2 investment comes out. Clink going to be made. All right, I'm a little bit lose my mind a little bit. But Wufong gets caught by the stanchion. This is not good for him right now because now the R&B comes out from Arano. And this is a connection here for Crossbow. Oh, my goodness. I would slam my desk so hard right now for that player for Wufong because I felt that to the core of my soul for everything that's worth. I'm sorry, dog.
Oh my god. Back-to-back R&B focuses off of a stab between both players. You get caught up with one. You saw him already looking up like, okay, really? Got a third party, got hit up with an R&B focus, and he gets knocked back into a follow-up R&B from another player into the pistol shot finisher. And that is just super unfortunate way to get out for this game. And Wufong now with 2 on the board into this run here for game number 5. XY with 2, AIS with 3, T225 is with 3, and then Arano has 2. Super unfortunate there for him. That is sad sights there for Wufong, but still top 6 now into the last and final zones starting to happen here for game number 5. XY with gold staff, gold dagger as well, has had a really good game. Currently with 2 eliminations once again on the Hadi. We do have a lone wolf Hadi so far, 2 Liams and 1 Akos, 1 Keelan, and a Matari for this game. So we only have a pair of Liams still up for this zone for coming up pretty soon. But T225 now, gold armor. We're going to have a quick little replay here for the Roman Yang for himself. Matari v Matari goes 2-on-1 there for the nunchucks there for Wufong. Now, counter Matari ult there for Wufong. T225 trying to see if he can find an opener for himself. Is going to be able to go ahead and take a quick reset, and Wufong as well. Both of these players trying to top off their armors. Now the aggression going to go ahead and happen here for T225. Swapping on over to the nunchucks. Goes in and jump Fs there into the 2-on-1. Doesn't get the damage off of it, though. The counter F there for Wufong to the 2-on-1. Gets the damage now. And another F into the LMB uppercut there for T225 to the aerial R&B. Now overholds in. Oh, he's going to go ahead and overhaul. Another F there for Wufong. Catches the prio into the 2-on-1 again there for Wufong. T225. How does he manage to stay up in the situation? Get caught up. Another F prio to aerial LMB. R&B. Overholds. Proc comes in. Lets it loose. Maybe no. Probably once again there for T225 in the corner, aerial LMB to the aerial R&B. Oh my god. Bro. He stays up. He gets caught up with 2-on-1s 3 times, but it was only blue nunchuck. That's not a lot of damage as we saw, and T225 snags up the gold armor off of that. He does have gold weapon in his inventory as well, so we're gonna have to wait and see what that is. A little bit of resource top up there for him as well. Gel's AIS with gold staff as well, so we have Fong and AIS with gold staffs, I believe, in their inventories. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Look at that. And he has mortal.
Yeah, he does. Survivability at its best. Peak. Taking 3 gold weapons in his inventory. And I'm actually going to see about what's going to happen here. T225 with the longsword. XY with that Phoenix Blast. Not going to be able to have that unless he parries it out. We're going to see if that mixed match happens. But AIS, he's got all the gold weapons in the lobby, it feels like. Universal Slash of reveal from Arano. This is going to work out in an endgame circle as long as someone doesn't want to take the push against him. But Matari output coming in from T225 is one thing this lobby is going to have to be really careful about, considering that the pressure of stealing as well as just chipping down damage and chipping down HP comes out. Rampage reveal from Chushang as he's going to go ahead into the Spear Well, throwing his out R&B blow focus release and just going for neutrals 1-2s against XY focused out. Cat Bloom coming in from Romano, I think, as well, and looking towards Fong with his fan and making sure he can try to spam R&Bs. This is something Fong is very, very keen in doing to these end game circles, especially in the finals week, just looking for the R&B fan and going right back in and going right back out. There's going to be the chance, there's going to be the Sanction, there's D1, there's DF1, and AS has himself to look and keeping himself on those moonwalk shoes I was making mention of earlier. Having the proc ult has at least three Auric swords to go off, and like we said, this is going to be a White Tiger's prowess to be available for him to take full advantage of.
Yeah, we do see him now trying to see if he can find elimination there off the Liam. Oh, does get clip off the killing ultimate. The first slice does go towards his way. Arana, though, loses a lot of HP. No armor left for himself as well. Casts a little bit of damage to the backhand, but now trying to take a quick reset, and cannon shot starting to fly on in. Needs to be real careful here to try to stay up. Go ahead, play inside the zone, but a pistol shot there from Fong. Gets elimination onto Arana, and now only 5 players stand in game number 5. Chuzong, T225, DRG's Fong, XY, and AIS. Our 5 players still up in this game. T225 is going to go ahead and hide in the bush. Three eliminations right now. Could potentially get into the threshold if he gets the multiplier. But we're going to have to wait and see how he does. Next player up will be DRG's Fong. Also, 1 on the board. Potentially he gets 2 or 3 at those end circles plus a multiplier. Could have that, or it could be very close to that threshold as well, depending on the point distribution. But XY getting full focus in the situation. Gold dagger in hand, gold armor as well. Nearly gets clipped off the R&B focus. Does manage to get the terrain advantage there to avoid it. But now lots of pressure happening towards this way. Scare rushes everything. Another scare rush. Does manage to get on out. Trying to play around the ballista tower, I believe. And he's able to find it. Could be in zone though. Nope. No ballista tower. He is out of there. XY needs to see if he can try to take a quick reset in. Oh my god, the Bane needed to clip him. He scare rushes into it. And that's a lot of damage there onto XY. The players in the back end are clicking off the scare rush. R&B jumping to be there for Chuzong. Now the Hottie ultimate is going to be invested here in the Liams, not letting the Hottie chill for not a second. They are going to be going on the hunt here against this Hottie.
Yeah, just XY is going to have to take the full reset here. He's going to probably disengage ultimate now. No one's chasing him. He's at 25%, 20%. Still getting chased. Doesn't matter. AS wants to go for it. We're going to throw it out there. AS is looking towards the crouch LMBs, looking for the R&B's releases. As the F2 invested for XY, his only option now is to go south towards the direction inside the Moonbane to try to force out and peel off the pressure that is coming towards his way. He reinitiates this, but you gotta look at the supplies, right? He's got a lot of grapples, yeah, but he's got only 2 healing berries and 3 armor powders. That's enough to reinstate his whole armor bar if it goes down all the way. This is gonna be the potential here, right? Everyone's been releasing out a 1-hit neutral hits attack. They're chipping away at his HP, and you can see it coming back and forth with the scare rushes. Now XY is taking so much kiting pressure. This reminds me of what happened at J Cup when Spider was hunting down Light Hypernova. This is exactly the thing that kind of comes down where you just can't come off of you, and they keep that chase going down. And this is exactly what's happening from AS from Chushang. And there's going to be XY just keeps kiting left and right. He's pulling out a Fong here. If he can survive, he definitely can earn that mantle of Dagger Fiend, because everything comes out as once this Fong has been able to go ahead and down this path days before in the past. He's been able to kite around here and getting himself out of danger. But XY, it's going to be a tough output for this man.
Yeah, look at the range shots already starting to fly in. This time around from Chuzong and Fong, trying to see if they can find another one on the board. And Fong earlier picked up elimination there off of that pistol shot, but now AIS, first one on the scene, try to chase down XY. A little bit of clickage there from Chuzong onto XY. Overholds, Blister Hands in the back end, and that's from Fong, I believe, on this T225 with the pulse sword in hand. And XY with tons of pressure flying towards his way. In this lobby, being the only Hottie, you are going to be called out here between the both of the Liams. And we do see him trying to survive as much as possible, trying to kite it out. He's been doing a really good job thus far, but now does manage to pop one Battalion, topping out the white health. The pressure's still going to go towards his way. Chuzong in the back end. Fong, JL's AIS, T225 playing a little bit more retreat from all these players. Might be fishing for a pistol shot or any sorts of range that he has in his inventory. Maybe a cannon, I believe, that we saw earlier. But XY now, go ahead and he's going to be forced to pop this ultimate again with 20%, I believe, raised left. The F2 misses there onto the Hottie, trying to see if he can find some sorts of tick damage there off the burn. Now the ultimate is going to be canceled, or he's going to run out, I should say. T225 is going to invest the F. Does still stagger him there, even going the other way. Now, 2 blocks of that gold armor. The pressure is still going towards his way. He's staying up as much as he can, but I mean, they're not stopping. You know, it's like, come on. I just need like 2 seconds. Let me just pop 2 powders in and we'll be good. But no, everybody is not letting him breathe. T225 not joining in the mix. Everybody's still trying to fiend this hottie. Do see him getting a little bit of a nice little spot and rolls on out, but gets caught out there by AIS. Blistering edge there in the back end. XY with a common armor swap. Look at everybody. Oh my God, he is right in the middle of all these players. Quick little reset. They got a little low. Look at the little pressure stops on off them though. They are gonna have to be forced to pop the powders there. And XY still getting full chase down. The army focused there from the Hong Sword, and this could be bad still for XY.
Yeah, F2 investment here from T225 doesn't get the last hit on XY. That would have been kill confirmation central right there. There's a parry. He might be caught from any range shot whatsoever. One sneeze, and that's T225. He needed that. He needed that for sure. He's at 26.8 right now. T225 Pole Sword Overlord might have that blistering edge, and that's huge because he gets one stone form proc. He can go for a level 3 swing for that horizontal release, and that could delete somebody if they're not careful, especially coming off of the strikes. T225 taking himself in the scare rushable positions, has ultimate still to this day, looking for himself. No repair chest, so he's got to be very mindful about his pistol shots if he's going to be looking to try to get locked into the sky of just locking down into below. But of course, hoping to see if he doesn't catch any strays out there. You know what I'm saying? And comes out. Phoenix Blast comes out for T225. He's just going to corner off himself. He's got that Jade from the body from XY. So now it comes down to T225's benefit from that loss. Now, here's Fong, 4th place. So far, we have, in terms of the 4 players still left alive, Scaros comes out, Jump LMB, and there's going to be the F2 from Matari as T225 looks to charge away here. Fong looks to try to reset one heal off. He almost got caught by Buttery Rocks, but he's still taking zone take damage in that little bit of a corner. He takes a cannon shot. He's looking for himself to get a little bit more heals. He is available to get these heals because he's got V2 to be ready to go for this. And now he's looking for the pounce. He's looking for the V2. He catches it. AS is now locked in the zone. It's going to be huge. The F1 gets invested. Now Fong has F2 to still throw this into this area through the rocks. If someone gets it caught out, meter dump comes through. And we're into this final circle, hoping to see whether or not the RB is going to force out Fong into his lifespan, because right now he's taking a lot of damage. He just slippery sloped himself down there. Look at T225. This man wants to play out. I need this man. Please get him the match point. There's elimination for AS. There's going to be another set of multipliers coming out from the placement points potentially after the second elimination, or we could have a 3-way tie, because that's exactly what it's looking like. And there's going to be the Oryx Sword coming out. T225 gets almost caught out like we saw from earlier from Wufong. That's going to be the elimination. Unfortunate. And that's Tushang getting himself 2 eliminations. And with AIS, I think, picking up the MVP for that round.
Wow, we're going to have to wait and see. We saw the Liams staying up there even throughout the last and final moments of the game. The Liams was paired up. It was focusing the hotties. Hey, you know what? T225 was like, hey, I just need this multiplier. I need this placement. So you're going to have to go ahead and deal with that by yourself. But it looks like Jails AIS is going to be our winner here for game number 5. Massive dub there for AIS. Potentially 4 or 5 eliminations here for this game alone. Not sure how many he picked up there in the last and final moments of the game, but still, massive game. He was currently in 10th place, so could be jumping up in the ranks there off of that game alone. As we've seen throughout the whole night, one player gets a pop-off game around a 10-point game with 6 eliminations on the board, shoots him right up on the overall standings. And I still think we don't have anybody in the threshold so far. Even though the threshold got brought down by 2 points, nobody has been able to make it to the 28-point threshold. So, you know, moving on into game number 6, we are going to be having potentially a couple players moving on in to the threshold, depending on the standings. But yeah, 5 games down, still have 3 more games to be played out so far. Going back to, you know, Firefly maps here for game number 6 as well on Morris Isle. Mike, I'm talking to you, Mike. Let me see the Akos. Let me see the Akos, Mike. I know you need it now. Still in first place, though, I believe. So we're going to have to wait and see how that pans out there for OUG's Mike. But JL AIS is going to be taking our MVP here for game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, Morris Isle Night is sometimes the best place for Mike to actually go through and go crazy, right? T225 is lightly, like, he's on the cusp of match point. Unfortunate. Yep. Close. Unfortunate. Case study needs to be had, because we're looking at these guys getting 1 point or nearly to a point in like a 1.2, maybe even 1.2 points, but just 1 kill away. And that is the circumstance that leads down T225's path towards round 6. And then if we hit into round 6, you know what's going to blow? The fact that he's going to end up going into last round selection for round 7. 1.2 is the point where he's away from reaching into match point. So this man is like on it. He is close. He is close. And he's going to be the closest one yet. Mike's still on the board for the Morris Isle pick. We know that's going to happen. We know that's gonna happen. Spider, he's close in too. But I got a question for y'all. All right, all you in the Twitch chat. I got a question for an exclamation point raffle. How many kills did CD GG Shaw get in Game 5? It's an A1, B2, C3, D4. It's like I had this same exact question in the past. The A1, B2, C3, D4. It's like a deja vu.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Sorry. Number 553 Tower Chase now. I can't with you. The question: how many kills does CDGG shot get a game? Number 5 is going to A1, B2, C3, D4. But yeah, 1.2 points for T225. This is where we're going to see it right now. The scoreboard here for game number 5. It's going to be Gel AIS with 6 points. Actually, had 4 on the board. T225 wasn't the last one standing. Could have had that 0.5. Still wasn't going to be enough for him to be in that 30-point threshold. But JDG Shazong with 2 eliminations, 5.4. WBG Spider with 3 eliminations, 3 points. As well as XY and Arana with overall game score of 3. Wufong and Fong with 2.5. GG Shaw with 2. TE Star and OG's Mike with 0.5. And FPSEQ's Verse with 0 on the board for this game. And man, I mean, you can see what Mike has been talking about. He's saying he's been struggling, he has been struggling, and he had a really good opener for the night. But I mean, as we see it so far, back-to-back games, has not been able to, retaliate from that.
Yeah. And it's crazy too, because like for T225, right? If he just got first place, just one more placement point.
Yep.
Just a little bit of multiplier point. That's all he needed in making it through. Our standings though, bottom 6, Star, 11.7. Got 3 games to match up. So Shishang is here in 11th place, 15.9. 16 points for AS in 10th. ASE's XY was 16.9 in 9th. FPX is versus 17.7, but we want to look at the top 6. I know I want to look at the top 6. Because Arano's at 20.8 in 6th. Mike's at 22.5 in 5th. DRG Fong is in 4th with 22.6. 22.8 for Shaw. And then 23.6 for Spider, who takes that 2nd place mantle. And now it's 26.8 for KLA65, right? 1.2 difference. That's all this boy needs. This is all he needs, man. I just want him to get a succeeding day where he's able to catch an MVP, win out a week, and then we take that momentum when we go to the mountains. We go sky high, cloud 9. But T225's fingering guns can only come through here so far as it comes out into round 6, because once we hit into Morris Isle, no player, I don't think any player has hit double points, double pick choice picks. That happens always the case. They always kind of keep that in reserve, but by round 8, that's where it's going to be coming out. But we're going to have some clips of highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers United, C8, take it away.
T225 with a massive scare rush down to Fong for the elimination. Wufong here with double TP R&B focuses. No parry there for AIS. Now GG Shaw, massive R&B there onto XY into the LB follow-up. Even though he got caught up there with the carousel in the hut, T225 here managed to stay up against Wufong. I mean, triple 2-on-1s there from the blue nunchucks was not enough. Manages to uppercut there because it's soft true, and Wufong went for double LMBs, and he is gonna pay the price for it as we see it here. He is gonna be eliminated there off for that, and now WBG Spider and Kilo Ultimate picks elimination onto T225. Wufong third partying here. And I believe this is where it happened. I think this is where it happened right here, Severio. Oh, no, it's not here. We got to see the double R&Bs. No double R&Bs. But that's why. Yeah.
If we see that coming out here, diabolical. We won't see the staff infinite, the congeneric swap, but we'll see that. All right, there it is. It's going to happen. It happens. Okay, then there's the R&B, and then there's the right there. Wufong goes down. My man slammed the table, like I said. Now it comes down to Shangzi's last hit confirmations. This is all he needs to get first place. Last hit R&B is coming from the pistol shot, and he catches it. And that's going to be the case scenario where AIS comes through for Team JL to represent, and another Liam MVP. Would you believe what I said? Because Liam comes out here, storms are running in, and he's got himself no specialty J's besides Soul Shatter and Nether Step. His weapon selection was a dual halberd setup. Under 2k damage, 20k damage to say. Crazy enough, though, staff is secondary and skills and ultimate is 3. It's kind of funny, too, because, considering that the skill and ultimate had that damage nerf to be more sustain base, it's an incredible amount to kind of earn off. And having AS earn himself this amount of damage with the ultimate just goes alone, where he was just prioritizing those minute decision-making hits.
Yeah. Not a surprise. Liam's MVPs. I mean, it's a Liam. I've pretty much been seeing the Liams just having MVPs across the whole night. But yeah, 5 games now. TT25 super close to be able to make it to that threshold. We are going to be having shortly our first player to be able to be eligible to take the bi-weekly 3 for themselves. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. But you know, it's gonna be a little bit of time for that. We do have our game 6 loading in just a quick moment. So we're gonna be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're gonna be going into our game number 6 here for the bi-weekly 3 finals.
And ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. We are here live for round 6. Hope you guys got your drinks. Hope you guys got yourselves some food, because we're going into round 6 Morris night. And my name is Severio, alongside with C8. We're going ahead. We're 2-1-1ing out of here. And making sure we can see the players come through, you know, because it's such a prevalent skill set coming through for solos players. And we saw some failures, we saw some succeedings, and we saw some failures and succeedings not only to that specific, but we saw it into the open value of the standings. That's where we're looking at. We have to make sure you look into the top 6. That's where we're locking through, of hoping to have TT25 reach match point, and if not, Spider's right there on the cusp. Mike's right there on the cusp. GG Shaw on the point. All they need is just going to get some pop-offs to make sure it happens. TT5 just needs to sneeze and a kill and placements, or just 2 kills, and just keeps himself going through. Either or takes 1 elimination, he can just hide in the bush and then take that 0.5 placement points once he sees the count goes down to 9. And then he is...
Yeah, because regardless if he, has a pop-off game, it doesn't even matter. I mean, it does, yes. Even going towards game 8, so... obviously he's going to try to put up as much points up on the board as he can for this game alone. But yeah, he can just play out for the MVP. it's super rough though. It's just trying to stay up, and depending on what character you're playing, we saw that for game number 5, the Liam's just, full taking control of that last and final moments of that game alone. It's just very rough if you're in a situation like that. T225 though played the high ground there, opposed to everybody else that was on the low ground. The both Liams in the last final moments of that game 5, where just completely taking control of the bottom side. T225 was playing the safe side on top, so it's all situational in these games. And X1's Wufang, I want to talk about Wufang for a little bit as well. I mean, he has crazy qualifier rounds. He has really, really good games, and then when it comes down to the finals, I'm not sure if it could be the nerves or what it is, or things just not going his way. But it's just super unfortunate not be able to get those points up on the board. With having a great qualifier rounds, and transferring all those points from the qualifying rounds and not be able to perform on the last day where the trophy's going up.
Yeah, and taking it into that trophy, right? Just lifting it out. That's going to be the main course when it comes down to the grand finals, and just being able to catch as many points as you can, just to guarantee top 6 before you hit into last chance qualifiers. But we don't talk about that until the time happens and seeing who has to make it through that era of last chance qualifiers, which will happen after week 4. But we do need to see this first round selection, because after today or after this round, anyone who makes match point, they're going to be up into the echelon of the scoreboard. But that then forces them into round 7 and 8 at the bottom for each round selection. And that's something to keep in mind about. How well do you think you're going to perform to be able to hold off on a pick that would soon to be used? That's just something that's going to be in anticipation. Shout out to the coaches, because we're going to have to take looking at the Liams still to be processed into first round. Wufang taking it into his possession. Now Mike contemplating it, picks out Hadi as an option, looking to try to refresh, and that's going to be the locked-in choice pick. DRG Fong takes Liam as well. Spider on a round 2 selection for Justina. I like to see it. That's the sauce. And we're going to be looking to see about round 3 and round 4 for the selection. An immediate Temi into an immediate Keelan. Keelan's still going to be available for the remainder of this players, but they're going to need to make sure they need to hold off for him, or they're going to use him right now, because they got to make the points to match up. And that's exactly what's in Star's position. He is in the bottom 6 of the leaderboard. He needs a lot of points to work out, and taking first fights and taking Fireflies obviously gives him into not needing a weapon. All he needs to do is get ult, and he starts smacking. Tessa, though, from XY from ASC is a nice choice option here. As you can see, Matari is going to be locked in for Jails AS, and T225 and GG Shaw. Obviously, I was going to say, if there's an Akos and a Justina, it's going to be the case, and that's going to be the case. Yeah. I anticipated it. I was about to say it, process it, and then they mono-picked it.
Man. No Akos for Mike?
Not yet, bro. He's holding it off for round 8, round 9.
Could be using it. Yeah, could be saving it for the pop-off game. Yeah, 2 Teslas, though, for this game. We do have Arano as well as XY bringing out the Tesla. So we're going to have 2 Teslas on the field. We got a couple of Akoses for this game, I believe. 2 or 3 for this match. But still, we're going to have those characters being locked in for these players. DRG Strong, locked and loaded. Always trying to take a bi-weekly home. Always been super close, as well as T225. And potentially this could be T225's day. Snagging up one of these bi-weekly finals will be a good sight here for KLA's T225. Man, he's just always gets so unlucky,
Yeah. Gets caught out, gets bow shotted in the middle of an R&B, and it's over. And gets caught through with no sense of living. But this is going to be our skill selections. Nothing here to be out of the ordinary besides the V2 Justinas from both Spider and Shaw. I'm looking across the board. I'm scanning. Enhance. I see an F2 from T225 for his Akos pick, so that's going to be a must. Verse with the F1 though, so that's going to be the distinguishment between both of those players for their ultimate skills, or not the ultimate skills, but to their skills in general. And the test is going to stay the same. Hadi's going to have that V2 to be operated by Mike. Like you said, right, no Akos into this round for Mike. So holding on Hadi here. Might anticipate interest, trying to go for those last hit confirmations here with the V2. Maybe might catch out an Akos, but Akos can V2 Hadi if they are anticipating it. But this all depends on the on-drop spawn, because everything comes out to Koro's Nest, where players would spawn there, but it also just depends on the circle, right? If we're just going to go ahead and just put a monocle over the entirety of the map like ants on the ground and just trying to not burn out, we know that there's going to be hot drop spawns for the glue, and then into the Fireflies regions. We got everything coming out here for the Daily Meadow. straight north into the tree line for Fireflies, into Sunwings, and it looks like Noble Cave, or in the Servant's Grounds into Noble Cave, is going to be where we're going to see some spawns. Spider over to the Shipwreck Expanse, taking those Fireflies from the Windwell Gorge into the Zest Winery and just zooming, ziplining, however which way he wants to fly around. He's going to be making his way towards any aggression that he can take into these fights, because the east side, man, apparently everyone got issues over there because they're all spawning there just trying to get everything in the Sun Cave.
Everybody got a problem with the east side. They are trying to snag up the soul blooms. We're gonna have to wait and see how the off drop spawns fights go for this game. But now, Forest Isle with Fireflies, very aggressive map, especially with being the oldest map in the pool. Everybody loves to fight, as we see already posted on the outskirts of Celestia, because that is the next stop if they have to try to disengage. And you know what other plays than being in Celestia, having the movement that these players have to be able to kite out all the pressure. But T225 playing Akos here for this game once again. TE Star and OG's Mike are going to be being the first two fighting for this game. OG's Mike with purple fist blades in hand, no problem yet here for OG's Mike. And TE Star is gonna be clip off the jump LMBs there off the scare rush there. Now recatches the LMB prowl into the 1-2 there for the finisher there for Mike. Now verse against Fong this time around. Fong is very low.
Armor swap is going to be happening here for Fong, and for verse right now, Blue Halberds they will catch an RMB if he could. He avoids that crouch LMB from Fong. Fong looks to go for the wind blast and activates ultimate, as the ultimate is already invested. The F1 is available for verse though. He has to be careful, as that bind will delete himself from the game potentially, as the cannon shots coming from the background. We got T225 looking for a quick kill elimination here on the Yakos making. You're going to see the verse with the ultimate cast and tries to chase down Fong as a result, but there's going to be so much distance to be closed away from these two, and Fong has himself to find another Firefly, so he's at 60 to 70% on the rage bar, and we see verse still getting chased down. T225 needs to try to look around, but he decides not to take the engagement. He is backing through and just looting up, as verse is going to be burning out for time. He found one Firefly left. He's going to have at least 50% ready to go here, but Fong's at 75%, and all he needs to do is just commit to a couple of seconds of fighting with blue focuses.
Man, I swear Fong is the luckiest player in the league. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Every single time, man. Every single time he gets an escapage from any direction, right there, he had no O online. T225 chooses the Akos. You know, I mean, Fong's like, all right, let me go ahead and go get my ultimate right back up. And once he does, he goes stacking up the soul, the Fireflies, and gets that ult right back online. But Verse now showing up. Looks like he is going to continue his aggression onto Fong. Blue staff in hand, blue armor as well. T225 now lurking in the back end. He's going to go ahead and third party this situation between both of these players right now. Nice scare rush there for that player. Now Fong's going to go ahead and try to kite this out. T225 might be going ahead and selecting Fong off of this. Catches the... Oh my god, he catches the Clippers there into the army focus now in the back end. T225 focusing Verse once again. Common armor swap there for Verse this time around. It looks like he is going to be able to try to kite this out, but T225 wants to eliminate the opposing Akos in this lobby. T225, blue honk sword in hand, blue cannon once again. Loves playing the cannon as always. Overholds the army focus. Oh my god, he kind of rolled on top of his head there, and Reed goes on top of the roof. Now, since the army focus gets the damage this time around, now Liam ultimate is going to be invested there for Fong. Trying to see if he can catch up the elimination, but that's another Carmen armor swap. Releases against Perry in the back end. Now, Akos ultimate invested there for Verse. And still get clips off the V2. It doesn't even matter. And T225 with side uppercut. Army focus, no, doesn't connect. F caught in there for the Liam. Holds the F2, doesn't connect off of this around. Now T225 is going to go ahead and change on his attention onto DRG Spawn, but DRG Spawn has this ravine here to continue his scanning here for the situation.
Yeah, and the grapple comes in here clean for T225, looking for the Scaros around this corner. You can see the blue Hong Sword damage coming out clearly as it's shown, as T225 keeps the aggression, has F2 roar for this case scenario, exactly what he's looking for. And that's the pistol shot, the cannon shot, I should say, because Fong, it looks to the F1 investment, but that grapple is again clean as a cucumber, because it comes out to T225. He's making a salad, because this man is looking healthy right now with this one elimination, because now Verse is putting himself down the corner into Servant's Ground, or towards the Artisan's Grove. And as T225 has his one kill, we still got players into full count of 12. Wufong finds Arano out here to the outskirts, and of course towards into the Sigma mine. You're gonna see the F1 investment here. Arano's gonna look for the chase, as Wufong is at around 700 HP to stay alive for, but it's gonna be a close call. He's taking a lot of clink shots, and he's looking to try to work out himself into a corner of using the stanchion to his mobility aspect, but also to just try to go for the spacing. R&B goes for purple focus. It's clean. The bow shot, it's immaculate, but he's looking to try to go for the stanchion again. And as Wufong has F1 back up again, the musket shots coming from Arano to chip it away. Look at the charge R&B, no scare rush confirmation, as the range is gonna be way too extreme for himself in a mid-air parry. Not gonna happen there for Arano. I think everything comes down here for one Tessa enchant to work out because Wufang doesn't even have anything left. He has F1. This is huge for Arano, though, as he's going to go closer and closer towards the rage bar. 40%. Looks for the R&B. There's the F1 investment. Looking to get close and close to personal. But Mike gets himself for the horizontal release, and he's going to bring out these fist blades. And because he's not playing around, he just picked up his third elimination. He's looking for number 4 here. Arano caught by the crouch LMBs and looking for the F1 investment. Ooh. Mike gets Expire proc. He avoids the Tessa enchant, and he gets caught by that one new Arano, man. He is living on death's door right now.
Wow, he rolled out of the Tessa enchantment off of Wake Up, and he's, oh my god, that was disgusting there for Mike, and he avoids the F proc as well there from the fist blade dodge. That was clean there for Mike. Jealous AIS against GG Shaw inside the cave right here. Oh no, this is the waterfall area. GG Shaw now is gonna be able to force. Oh, he's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate. Jail AIS as well on the Matari, applying tons of pressure here onto GG Shaw. He is gonna be able to get out for the time being. The back end AIS though has line of sight ahead. TP's on in, doesn't get the damage though. GG Shaw trying to stay up, doesn't have any more dashes left here on the Justina ultimate, and the F called in there for AIS for the elimination onto GG Shaw. He is going to be picking up his first one here for game number 6, and GG Shaw is eliminated off of game number 6 already. Double eliminations there onto GG Shaw. OUG's Mike though with 4 on the board. He has been clearing out so far this lobby once again. He's like, nah, I'm not going to do it this time around. Man, you could tell. I mean, obviously every player wants to win. But you can tell, I mean, if you're personally saying that your mental has not been that great, you can tell you're waiting for the next week to come around, and you got to play your qualifying matches. You know, it's not a fun week for Mike, waiting for another chance to take another bi-weekly home. But Chuzong already posted up at his Realm of Yang with 50 seconds on this pass to try to go inside the round. Do have some pressure there for Verse, and he does have the armor advantage on the blue dual blades.
Yeah, now Chuzong here. Hoping to see avoiding the F1, not going to be the case. It's a wild cannon shot coming out from Verse, but it was close. Looking for the armor swap there. Chushang is going to be keeping himself, not going to have anything in available status in terms of the nearby vicinity, but he's got to be mindful, right? Because if he swaps off an armor that's not going to be a full value, he may not have a chance of being able to go through with it. He finds a blue armor at the shop. Perfect. 900 armor, we take that. We're going to look for the LMBs. We're looking for Chushang, looking for the LMBs again and again and again, and the RMBs releases coming out for the parry. Nicely done. We're going to look for that pick up the jump LMB with a August ultimate is ready to go here. Chushang has ultimate to kind of deny this kill, and that's going to be the case right there for the V2. Is it going to be avoided? The F2 comes out, I believe, so from Verse to kind of look at F1 and usage and looping around here is going to be the most important aspect. Chushang could just have this kill on standby, but guess what? Fang is here. This gives Chushang full priority. Just get in the Realm of Yang, get the reset, and hopefully not get caught out, because Fang would like to get you down before the Realm of Yang portal closes out. And Chushang finds Mike. Mike got Juggernaut. I'm pulling my suspense.
My guy, Juggernaut.
My man can sack this Jade up. He will be an indomitable force.
Yeah, I mean, already massive game 6 here for Mike. Wants to see if he can find this elimination. Nice little grapple into the prow there in the corner. Big damage. This is catch the 1, 2, 3 though. Overholding is be able to avoid the focus since his doesn't get the damage now. Tell me what's thrown down there for the Tomok in the back into Zong though, trying to kite it out. Mike full chase on in, catches the LMB there off the scare rush. Crouch LMB does not connect there for Mike. Trying to overhold. Now a little bit of movement error there for Zong. He's gonna get punished for it, and that's a lot of damage there from the purple fist blades. And he is gonna snag up this Realm of Yang. That was a beautiful showcasing there from OUG's Mike. Now we got Spider against ASXY here for this Realm of Yang.
Now for Spider here, having himself the purple dual blades is gonna work, man. It's gonna work, hopefully. I'm not gonna when I say that, because Spider's not gonna drop down here. XY's gonna scare rush and keep cutting around here. Hoping to see the cannon shots mark across these pillars, forcing out R&B, hold check maybe for the horizontal release from the fight from the dagger. This is gonna be a big position right there for the F2 investment, as Spider is now locked through against a Tesla with no combo breaker. Now for everything coming out, we still need to hold out and trying to burn out cooldowns here. We got 1 minute and 20 seconds on the Realm of Yang, and that can go in the blink of an eye if a fight ends up going through. Clink number 2 coming out here. The soul break in the opposite direction as XY goes for cannon shot to try to tip away. Goes for double R&B. Spider looks for the ultimate investment here for the V2 for the Gina. No parry coming out here. Soul break is free. No, the horizontal comes out, but XY has F1 still, right? So that's going to be the investment of the Foxfire. And the Tessa enchant is good. Now it's up to whether or not Spider goes ahead and confirms the freeze and goes for the disenchant, but he's going to space away, gets a freeze, and has enough time here, potentially not getting enough damage dealt. Let's see. F2 comes out just in time, and the scare rush from XY could confirm for a blue focus, but Spider, he has to keep himself cool, calm, collected. 45 seconds, cannon shots coming in for the corner side. As you can see, XY gets himself charged up for the horizontal, and this is going to be a chase between both these opponents to kind of work against each other on the clock.
Yeah, he's trying to chip out there off the cannon, as well as Spider. Kind of, I believe the health is even right now, even though the armor is going towards XY's way. Spider, though, fully white held it out. Oh my god, massive parry there from Spider onto XY. Has the F to try to stay safe. Now, since the LB focus gets the damage, has the old times too. Now, doesn't matter to clip there onto Spider. Not interacting there. Doesn't have the time. Trying to get aggressive off of the LB RB. And he gets focused there. And that was a big elimination there for Spider. Even getting enchanted. Staying up in that situation. Now we have OUG's Mike against X1's Wufong. Massive RB focus into the F as well there from the V1. Now, what's going to be Mike's mix-up? He does have the Millions Bird Smart right now with the gold fist splits in hand this time around. He had a purple earlier, and he had already had 4. Now with 5, trying to see if he can snag up another one. Massive overhold there off the R&B focus there from the dual blades. Now it's gonna go ahead and invest the F. Pairs a little bit too early. It doesn't matter to catch the parry off for that. It's gonna go ahead and reset. No old zone called in here for Wufong. Gonna use the F, trying to knock him back inside this ring. It looks like Wufong is trying to scatter out and out off of this, but we have multiple players here. Zong in the back end, XY, and Mike as well. And Mike wants to snag this one up to try to close out to this 28-point threshold. Already super close, only 0.5 off, and TT25 with 0.8. And I mean, even though he had a bad game, he's still in the mix right now here, Severia.
Yeah, he's still trying to hold this one down. He R&B's inside of the circle and goes right back in. So now for Mike, just easy reset. Easy reset period. Wufong goes down. Obviously, he's going to take a full reset in this area. He's going to disengage his ultimate, so he has a combo breaker. For Millions is at 19 seconds right now, so Mike looks for the R&Bs. He gets it. That's 6 eliminations, and that's a solo, and that's match point right there. And so does TT25, as that's going to eliminate and keep us into the top 8. Now, for everything of its worth, you know, now it's up to Spider to get into the mantle of just trying to go through. And just like I say that, TT25 getting chased by Spider here. Now, like I said, TT25, he's good for placement. He's good for match point. But if Spider gets the elimination here, he could end up just going ahead and just fourth right, putting himself there, closing in. Spider gets caught through for that F2 investment, but he's going to be looking for the dash LBs. This is lovely close quarters combat. Through here. You like to see it. Oh my goodness, the mix up going through here. And there it is. Going for the 1-2s, no 3 parry. Like that is going to be clean. That's going to be Laka's ultimate. It's going to be dodge. It's going to be going no effect towards Spider. And he has the Hong Sword to work this one through here. And there's going to be the uppercut into the V2 pounds. Let's see what Spider does here next.
Yeah, I believe he has the F on cooldown now, so he's gonna be able to use this. Double tap dodge back to avoid that now. F2 caught him for TT25. F caught him different Spider. Go ahead and use the ultimate here to avoid any leaves. Does manage to avoid him now. The freeze connects there. LB uppercut off of this. No ACCAs. Does manage to get it off of this. It's an army follow up, and the damage is there off the gold Hong Sword. And WBG Spider is going to eliminate TT25. And I believe that's not a 28 threshold. Yes, it is 28.3 on the board. Use my eyes. It's right there. It's 2 players already up in the threshold, and Spider trying to make that 3 with 3 eliminations currently here for this game. 2 minutes here for XY to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. AIS is trying to see if he can try to pick up this elimination here onto XY, but XY can be a hard task here on the Tesla Fong in the back end, since the only fall up there off the R&B focus. That's a lot of damage. Now the Matar ultimate is gonna be invested there for AIS. We do see Fong, I believe, full focusing AIS as well, so this could be bad here for this player. Oh my god, the F into the follow-up LMB there from the Calvary Bloom there for Fong, and that could have kept on looping, but the F came there from the Tesla to avoid the full damage. Now Fong's gonna go ahead and invest his Liam ultimate here, uses the F off the V there. Big damage here, lots of damage. Now the F called in there for the Matar to avoid all of this. Tries to snag him there. Does manage to use it for movement though. The R&B minks there. And the follow-up Calvary Bloom, big damage there for Fong. To the follow-up as well there from the R&B. And Fong now closing out the distance here with, I believe, 2 eliminations here for game number 6.
He's at 25.6 right now, folks. He's closing in to try to get himself to the match point threshold. Only 2.4 points needed. That means he needs at least 2 kills, and then that will knock out in terms of getting himself placement points, just to be barely across the board. Now DRT Fong obviously looks at Romy Yangs as a position, but we only got 5 players left. It's like we're watching an EU solos match. We got a chance of actually looking into the player's gear here. We're going to see triple Vajra's grip to be available, or 3 casts or 3 usages left for Spider. So he's not losing a gold weapon anytime soon, unless he's just going to throw out 1.0s. But we do see a Phoenix Blast right now for Arano. He doesn't have a longsword. He does have Sap Jade. He has these into his bushes. He also has a Phantom Step too. He still needs to build it out. It's Ripple Step currently in its format, so he just needs to deal a little bit of damage, and he's able to go ahead and work off of it. But there's going to be Spider going taking the initiation to the fights. There's gonna be R&Bs, and this is gonna be Fist Blades up against a Catan sword. Parry, there it is, and there's a sustained regen coming out from Romano, losing out all his armor. Spider has to disengage this, and this is another Tesla that Spider has to go up against.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure off the cannon right there from Arano, and WG Spider wasn't even able to pop the powder. Catches the Prowl there off the Scare Rush. Now, Justine Ultimate is going to be invested here for Spider. Test Ultimate there to avoid any capitalizations off of this. Doesn't get the freeze off of that. Catches this time around. Interacts quickly. No Prowl off of it though. Now, Cartel and B is there from the Fist Blades into the LB jump LB finisher there for Arano. And now Spider has that Yandy Depletion timer on his back. Now we got OUG's Mike against FPSGQ's Verse. We do have the gold weapon rarity scalage there for this Hottie ultimate here for OUG's Mike. So far, he is going to be applying some sort of pressure there onto the Akos. We do see him now cancel, or the ult does run out there for himself. Catches the prior off of it though to the 1, 2, 3, and that's a lot of damage there from Mike. And Mike now showcasing, cleaning out the whole lobby, showing up why he is the man of this game right now. We do see him with the gold staff in hand as well. Off of this Rama Yang with the White Tiger's powers, and he's set up right now. He is living lavish right now off of this game alone.
He also has Aurora Burst picked up from that Roman Yang. So now, if he finds a Hong Sword, he's purchasing. He's like, let me get one. Let me get one. Let me get a Hong Sword. Let me get a Katana, please. Just let me convert it. He's getting a pistol. He get all the range. At least he's getting himself purple weapons. I mean, I'm okay with that. He's got a musket though. This is one of his comfort picks for quick one pot shots. Spider on the other hand has himself still into that Roman depletion. No soul bloom on standby, like we always mentioned, right? In terms of the past, where we used to have soul blooms, not the case unless you're really quick in getting eliminations post Roman Yang. Maybe that's where Spider's heading out. We have to see, because you can leave a soul bloom for 2 minutes on the floor, but depending on how long your Roman Yang fight goes on, then the timing of spawning next to a soul altar, that's time wasted in terms of just trying to get to and back and from. So now with 5 players still left into the game, DRG Fong still at 25.6, Spider, man, 27.6. My man just needs someone to get knocked out here very soon. Either that or we look towards the aggression. Verse Celestra, not really sure if that's going to be a quick set on one-on-one elimination, like less than a millisecond. But listen, the kiting is going to go immaculate for one player, or it's going to fall and devolve into a loss. We'll have to see how this ends up.
Man, I'm thinking about Spider with Yandy depletion timer. He's not able to cleanse. Potentially Mike could get that free gold Hong Sword in his inventory. I'm just saying, with the Aurora Burst, lots of damage. I believe they're still not on the patch where the damage was reduced on that. So still really good Jade in this situation right now. I mean, overall still really good Jade. But WBG Spider with 3 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. Try to cleanse this Yandy depletion timer. Needs to try to make it to inside this threshold this game alone, because you don't want to be playing out another game just to be able to be eligible to win. And fingers crossed the goal of that one of the 2 players that are already currently inside the threshold don't get the MVP. So right now for Spider, he needs to just to have a better chance to take this bi-weekly home for himself, as well as Fong though. Fong is super close. If he's able to get the multiplier there off the placement, could be entering the threshold there for the 28 points. FPSGQ's Verse with 3 minutes here to try to cleanse as well. We might have some aggression happening towards Fong's way, but and Celestra and what we've seen already throughout the whole night here for DRG Spawn, it's going to be very hard to try to catch him inside this area, especially with all the terrain that you have here to scare rush off of. And he has that dagger/fan in the back pocket there, DRG Spawn. 100%.
100%. Verse taking a lot of chip damage out here, losing out all his armor. And we're looking at him with the Romanian depletion too, but he is not the first person to have Romanian depletion. That's going to be sooner for Spider. So now it's up to the case scenario of him getting lobbied. There's a horizontal release. There's the F1 knockback from the Liam. Now forcing a chase out here from Spider here. Look at him. This man is hunting. He's looking for the F1 comes out. That's a mitigation aspect for Verse. Throws out a very, very wild haymaker horizontal, and hopefully not to get parried was his ambition. But with Verse actually looking to hold the horizontal, still finds a blue armor, and he's back at 900 plus, getting caught almost by the stanchion push from Mike's LMB, but it's not going to occur. It's going to be coming through here as Arano finds out the RMBs, 1-2s, no 3s, F2 investment from Spider to avoid it, gets caught by cannon shots, no rupture though, no gale burn, I should say. And as you can see, Verse puts himself inside the building, looking to kite around here. Now Spider's healing around the corner. There is the rupture gale. Now it's been unlocked for the burn. Now Verse is going to be going ahead and scaling out here to try to kite it. There's the 1-2 blue focus release. There's the F1 again in the face of Spider, the one person you kind of don't want to see it, especially in this circumstance. An armor swap like that gives Verse enough time to survive. He's got ultimate for the Octos in case he gets pressured out here. There's a scare rush. There's a test enchant. It's not going to hit Verse, but the Cabloom, there it is, placement point. We needed that. And Spider looking for the soul bloom, not going to be able to get it, but I think in this case scenario, he does qualify for match point. So for right now, he's going to go ahead and go wild haymaker mode if he can, but he's saying surviving for the next minute, it's going to be difficult. Everyone's been waiting out for a nice, a soft target to be with no armor. Cabloom like that, forcing the cancellation of the gives Spider F2 investment, and that's elimination that Arano just picked up. And he's also, wait a second, hold up, folks. Look at the standings right now. Arano is closing in. If he catches first, that could be potential 5 players.
Yeah, could potentially have a couple players eligible. I mean,
I'm not gonna
I don't think I've ever seen a bi-weekly going like that, where we have more than 1 or 2 players making to the threshold off of one game alone. So I mean, a lot of things have been happening tonight, as we see already. Fawn getting aggressed on here, needs 0.9 points to try to make inside that threshold. And as I mentioned earlier, for Spider, just playing off of one game to make it to the threshold, especially for a point deficit of a point like that, could hurt you. So you have to try to stay up here if you're Fong. Liam ultimate investor here for Fong. Now that was the last charge there from that Liam ult for himself. Still getting aggressed on there from Morano in the back end. Mike as well. Full chasing down, gets caught up a little bit there off of movement area, but the scare rush is coming into play now. Does manage to create a little bit more space. Oh my god, the R&B focus there from EWG Orano is so much damage there. He is gonna pick up the elimination there onto DRG's Fawn, and it doesn't even matter. Our MVP is going to be OUG's Mike, but this is where you're going to be playing for that placement multiplier right here. If you're EWG Orano, it's going to be a 1v1 OUG's Mike against EWG Orano. I mean, Mike has been on the roll this whole game 6, so you're going to really have to try to knock him off of this momentum that he has had throughout the whole game. And we see him already try to aggress him. The counter grapple early here from OUG's Mike off of those gold fist blades. Now, this is the scrap off that we've been waiting for. And I feel like every single game we're going throughout the whole night, we are going to have smaller and smaller end circles throughout the night.
Yeah, now Rano has himself with these fist blades to worry about the Cloud Weaver coming from Mike. Gold fist blades, Cloud Weaver can't do it. Got a F1 investment, and he gets a guaranteed Tessa and Jan. He's holding the whole check. He gets double rolled, but we're looking for the LMB uppercut. There's the 1-2s. What are we going to prioritize here? 1 point on release. I like that. Jump LMB. We like those. We take those. We're looking for the LMBs again and again for the blue focuses. There's going to be another Cloud Weaver. Guess what? Rano also has that Jade.
Wow.
1-2s, 3s, uppercut. It's going to be a confirmed Spider. Or I should say Mike is going to go ahead and try to reset here. And knowing for the armor swaps that he's infamous for, another Tessa Enchant is available and another armor swap for Arano. This is close, folks. We're looking for the jump LMB from Mike. We're looking for the charge up. We're looking for the scare rush, and he's going to use it and finding another armor swap for another neutral. And the Tessa Enchant is guaranteed. And now Mike has to really worry about this one because this is going to be a chance between a 1 elimination and an armor. He gets it. He gets the place point. He gets the placement multiplier. My man might have just multiplied his way into New Jersey.
Yeah, this could be a 5-player into the threshold right now. We have to wait and see how that pans out. I think he did it. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure. I think the multiplier might be enough for him to make it inside the threshold. We're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. But needless to say, OUG's Mike, massive game 6, 7 on the board there, jumps up right back on top now, eligible to make it or to take this bi-weekly finals home, as well as TT25 and WBG Spider. Arano did manage to get the threshold there off the 28. So we do have 5 players in the mix, or 4 players in the mix, I should say, because WG Arano is going to join the lineup there from Mike, TT25, and Spider. Now, you think we're going to do a game 7 here, Severio? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, game 7 is going to happen. It's whether or not it's going to be a game 8. You know, I'm looking at game 8 as potential. Now, if we end up going into game 8, if game 7 is the final game, that's going to be the case scenario. But at the same time, I'm just looking to holding out for Arano here. Hopefully, they can fix that one out here as it comes through, because I'm looking to make sure this thing is also working properly for when it comes down to seeing about whether or not the winners are going to be made fourth for this. Everything going through, hoping to kind of see how that ends out going through your CA.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a crazy game there from OG's Mike. He had a crazy pop off. Spawned there with purple fist blades throughout that whole situation right there. Just full aggressive, cleared out lobby there for this game. Made every round we in count. Stays up. Does lose his final 1v1 in the last and final moments here of game number 6. But still, I mean, overall, crazy game there from man himself, OUG's Mike. And Spider as well, that scrap off against T225 was a massive scrap off there for himself. Going against that Aqua's ultimate, we saw him doing that 3-band tech, you know, with the Hong sword. Beautiful showcasing there from WBG Spider, staying up in that situation. But that was insane. We are going to be having a little question for everybody at home. Once again, make sure you guys are going to swap on over to Twitch if you're watching on YouTube in order to take a Summer Split random gift home. The question is going to be, how many players have scored more than match point thresholds?
Ooh,
this is a little tricky one, Surveyor. This is where you gotta
wait a second. Where's my glasses? Enhance. Enhance. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a trick question. This is actually a trick question. I'm oogly booglied.
I mean, to be fair, I did mention it though.
This is for the gamers out there. This is for YouTube chat because I can go back and look at it. But at the same time, you got to be here in Twitch chat to be able to get those rewards, just like the Twitch drops, just like Dragon's Grave. I know you guys are looking for Dragon's Grave. I've been looking for Dragon's Grave since Frame 1. I saw that in my inventory. I saw new items, and I saw that, and it's to be unlocked by exclusive events. I hunted. I looked left. I looked right. I looked at my Twitch drops, and I found it. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I waited for the final stream to happen, and this is it. We're here. We have it today and tomorrow for those for you guys. So if you know any homies that are like, oh, I missed out. Guess what? You guys got tomorrow for trios to doing that. Regardless, though, match point winners, they are in effect now. This means that any players that end up into the match point, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done at 6 rounds. We're not done at 7. We're not done potentially until we hit into 8 rounds, because it matters most when one of the match point winners end up getting MVP for this following round. That's where it's necessary for victory to be had. Our scoreboard is going to be coming out here, having our players and their point values. Mike still getting multiplier, of course, 7 eliminations, no choke, and he got second place. So he took the 2-point ranking points, and that's 9 points earned that game. Arana with the 7.8 earned it out with second place. Fong with 4.5, as well as with Spider. AIS with 3 points. Shishang with 2.5, 1.5 for 225. Wufang with 1. Shaw with 1. Verse with 1.5 for XY. Star with the donut this game. It's unfortunate. We gotta look to see about the momentum push coming through here in the future, because I mean, you know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the standings. I'm looking for the top 6. I'm making sure I can get a chance of peering into that tunnel vision and seeing what the light is looking at the end of the road, whether if it's a cliffside or we're just going into town. Because if we go into Hollowroth into this next round, if I'm not mistaken, for Starry Night, potentially, I'll have to triple check that one. And that's a good map. That's a lovely map. I love Starry Night, Hollowroth, especially coming in.
It's so beautiful.
Massive views to come through, but it also comes down towards the players and just being prepared for the onslaught of the Starry Night effect that occurs, and that they find themselves trapped. Worst case scenario. And the bottom 6 here, TE Stars 11.7, 17.4 XY, Shang with the 18.4, 18.7 for Verse in 9th, 19 for JL's AS, X1's Wufang with 19.7 and 7. This is bottom 6. C8, take the top 6, bro. When it shows up,
man, this is gonna be close here, Severio. I mean, man, I'm hoping it ends here. Like, as we see here, it is. The answer was 4 for everybody at home, if you guys weren't aware. But look how close DRG's Fong was. He just had to stay up for one more life there. But it was Arano there with a massive showcase in there. He does manage to secure that. Now Arano manages to get into the threshold this week around, so he isn't going to have the chance to make it to try to take this bi-weekly home. But OUG's Mike here with 31.5. He did EWG's Arano with 28.6. KLX T2-5 with 28.3. WBG Spider with 28.1. DRG's Fong with 27.1. GG Shaw with 23.8. And oh my god, how close is this top 4 right there, or even top 5? That is so close. We have a replay here, powered by Thunder Robot. Gamers United, like Severio says. Take it away, my boy.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3s. We released those from Mike. He's taking these purple fist plates to the end game. This is exactly what happened. And then he took Shang out for a ride here. He was using fist plates as well. And he took him down for the crouch LMBs and looks for the 1, 2s and the 3s, and he gets himself upgraded later on for the purple fist plate. Now Spider, nice parry coming through here. Horizontal coming out in the charge up. The release of the nunchucks are really close. Yo, this is the closest fight we saw. Because insane. Considering that Spider was constantly chant, he ripped it all. He double dashed forward. He went for the double RMBs and he got the elimination. Next wise, like, I am flabbergasted. Wow. Now Spider go up against T225 over by the Tri-Fit Junction, putting himself into the corner, finding that freeze, looking for neutral, boom, LMB, and there's the ACCA into the grapple bump, blue focus, release. And that's elimination 3 for Spider. That was huge because that allowed Spider just get closer and closer to her match point. AAS getting eliminated here from Fong, who got a massive kill over at Jade Pond. Into the second round Yang, though. XY getting caught through here with Mike actually up against Verse. It's the 1, 2, 3 again and again. Wow. We get seen back and forth here, CA.
That was a lot of damage. And look at that damage off the gold doublets with Cavalry Bloom. It's just so much. And another big damage there from Arano off the R&B focus. And this was the last in 1v1 of game number 6. Arano with some nice showcasing here from the Tessa. Little love tap into the focus attack there off the Tessa enchantment. But doesn't even matter. OUG's Mike had a crazy run into that. 7 eliminations on the board off of this game alone. Already ready for the next round of game number 7 to be able to take this bi-weekly final home. But with this one, 15,000 damage alone, and that's I mean, just with 15,000 damage, you can see that these were isolated fights and there were confirmed eliminations, you know, off of 15,000 damage. 7 on the board, 15,000 damage, 11,000 damage, nearly 12,000 damage with the fist blades. As mentioned earlier, he spawned in with purple fist blades off rip, 1.4k with the salve. Plume Blade, that's the ult with the 1.1k Juggernaut scatter shot, standard damage reduction for the Jades. I mean, what a crazy game there for OGG's Mike. Now, it's cooking. It's cooking. We have 4. We have 4 on the threshold right now, so we got 4. Game number 7. We're about to lock in pretty soon. Still waiting on the Akos. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still waiting on the Akos here for OGG's Mike, and I feel like he might be pulling it out for this game. We're gonna have to wait and see how it goes. But still, wow. I can't believe off of one game alone, 4 players made it. Arano snagging up. I mean, you can look at it like this. Arano pretty much robbed DRG's Fong for the threshold right now because he eliminated him there in that situation. And, you know, if it was vice versa, Fong could have taken the placement points if he had the opportunity to fight OGG's Mike there in that 1v1.
Yeah, his drop down blue with the vertical was huge, and that elimination just then put Rhino into the squeeze for him to try to work through. But guys, we got the final 2 rounds of play. We're gonna be back for a short break, and then we're gonna lock in. We're gonna see what happens here for the final 7 rounds, or the final 2 rounds potentially, or just this round to be next to be the final one. See you guys then.
Welcome everybody back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League bi-weekly 3 grand finals here for the solos. My name is Creators. I'm here with the man himself, Severio. We just saw 6 games being played out. We are in around 7 now for today. We do have 4 players already in that 28-point threshold. I was about to say 30, but it's different this time around. We only have a 28-point threshold, and now off of game number 6, we have 4 players entering. We have OUG Smite, WBG Spider, KLA225, and EWG Zorano. I kind of moved Spider up to the 2nd spot, but he is currently in 3rd. KLA's 2225 is in 2nd, and EWG Zorano is in 4th for this threshold. And there they are, our 4 players eligible here to take this bi-weekly home. Oh no, actually Zorano's in 2nd with 28.6, T225 is with 28.3, and Spider is with 28.1. And that right there shows you how massive the multiplier is off of that game alone. He was even eligible before that last and final 1v1 there, and just being able to stay up, you can see how nice that multiplier is. As we see there for Arano, snagging up 2nd place, and even regardless how close top 5 is all around, even with Fong not even in the threshold yet. So it's super close if it comes down there to game number 8, which, you know, we still have a probability to do so because we have had some players pop off from, you know, mid ground to the top side of the pyramid off of these games alone. But still, yeah, it's lit. It's lit now. We got some pressure now. I mean, pressure's been lit. Pressure's been on throughout all these players throughout the whole night. But now it's another added pressure on top of these top 4 players now who are trying to take this bi-weekly final home. And I don't know. I feel like Mike. If he's able to have a good start right now, he might just be taking this bi-weekly home as well.
Yeah, you know, they're looking like a Playboy Cardi album cover, you know, just flying in the crowd. The moment one of them gets it, they get the MVP, they're set up themselves up for shop. And the thing that kind of comes out is we got to keep in mind, right? Round 7 and 8 operates differently now. Operates differently in the aspect of the pick round selections. We may have mentioned this before. If you guys are not tuning in, welcome in, you know, grab a seat, be prepared. Because this is where things come out in dire straits. Who have we reserved? And every single one of these players and their coaches have already set up the alignment of locking in those top 6 picks and then reserving them all for the potential for rounds 7 and 8. Because when you're in the top leaderboard, you are knocked to the bottom of the base selections. That means you don't have any priority listing unless players decide to go for the usual suspects and for them the bottom 6 to then be the first ones to choose and for them to pop off to their own. And now it's up to see between Arano, it's up between Mike, it's up between Spider and T225. They all have to decide upon who they want to go forth, whether for a round 7th pick or for a double pick. Because when things come out towards this point, it's like all in. Because if they don't make it here for this round and we still go to game 8, man, they got to pick their secondary pop-off character that they haven't even chosen yet. And so for the case scenario right now, hoping to kind of wonder whether or not this is going to be the case between these top 4 players to come out with a dub, the usual suspects between Mike and Spider, but with Arano, with T225, these are guys that I've been hoping to see getting the victory here. You see the Spider's coach is just slapping around that notebook because he's like, listen, here, have some oxygen, have some air, man, fan the flame, because he's about to cook here if he can. But I'm looking for T225's position to make it to on top. That's me. I'm biased. Hoping understands.
I mean,
and for them. That's what I'm choosing.
I think it's time. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it's time for T225 to take one home. It's been a long time coming, and he's been putting in the work. I wouldn't even be mad, but you know, if you guys were here earlier throughout the day, when Severe was speaking about when we got to game 7 and 8 and how the pick system worked. If you are on the top of the pyramid, you are going to be picking last, as we see. Even with Fong in 5th place, he is 3rd to last to pick, and then goes on up to whoever's the highest players on for the last the group right before the final group that picks. As we saw there, Mike and Arano are going to be our 2nd to last pick, and then we have Spider and T225 being our last round of picks. But now here we go. X, Y, and Star are going to be locking in this Liam. Burst still waiting to pick his character. It's going to go with the Matari. Chuzong is on the Keelan for this game. Now it's going to be our 2nd round of picks for the next 2 groups right now. The Liam's locked out, obviously, with the double pick. We do have a hottie here for AIS and a Keelan here for Wufong. And I believe that's his 2nd pick here on the Keelan. GG Shaw and DRG's Fong are up next. A little Temi there for GG Shaw. DRG's Fong might be playing. Ooh, little Zaping there for DRG's Fong.
Kiting Central.
Kiting Central.
Zip code 123 blue. I don't know what to say. Listen, if he comes out as a zipping in and wins it out, that would be crazy. Absolutely coming through and extending the game to game 8. But Mike, there you go. That's what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
The Yakos. But Spider, you pick up a Takeda. I'm hold you to it. I know players are looking for T225 Takeda. It's going to be double T's, but it ain't going to be Takeda. It's going to be Temis. That means that we have 3 Temis on the field to play as a way to counteract the other ones, as well as any potential Akuses, but also to just baseline their skill set and surviving until endgame circle just to have the CC control necessary.
Ooh, got a couple of Temis on the field. On paper, they full on counter the Akos, but still, I still think Mike has the potential to do it off of the Akos games alone. I mean, he just had a crazy pop-off game on the hottie. Now, game number 7 here for the bi-weekly 3 grand finals. 4 players are in the MVP threshold to be able to take this bi-weekly home. Once again, OUG's Mike. We have EWG's Arano, KLA's T225, and WBG Spider trying to take it and end it here off of this game alone. We're going to have to wait and see how it goes. But, I wouldn't even be surprised. I wouldn't even be surprised if DRG Song just stops all that from all these players. I said, he does it. He knows how to do it. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he, you know, just stops the momentum for a lot of these players. And Mike is playing at F2 as well. So that is what we've seen throughout the whole night, just F2 Akos. I think we had a F1 Akos, maybe one round, but pretty much everybody else had the F2.
Yeah, I think Shisheng had the F1, being one of solo Akos to have that earlier in this rounds. But we do see Shisheng rocking a lot of double picks here, you know, even from the players who haven't reached match point, and that's going to be known across the board with the glowing border. So keep you guys in mind when the future of spectating. That's how you know it's a double pick for solos. For anything coming out here, though, man, I'm excited. I've always been excited. About to see what's going to be this drop scenario, because like I said, Starry Night comes into play here. Things go out of proportions. No one's on Salvation just yet. They want Fireflies on the west side of it. Just really quickly, you can see Chachong's on that, but so is XY from ASC, so is FPX's verse, and he's next to CE Star. KLA's TT25, GG Shaw, they're going to tassel out inside of City of Tong, and EWG Arano is going to go for the Firefly cage, most definitely. But we have Fireflies into the northwestern region of the City of Tong, right on the outskirts towards the sites, the campsites, you should say. And this is going to be an onslaught or just a slow roll. Either way, I'm excited. Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. We were here live. Well, for everyone watching on replay, you're going to watch the replay and say, what? We're live? Nah, but we are here, frame 1 right now for everyone watching. I'm looking at you, Lala Mumbo. We're looking at every single one of these guys. Reviews. You saw the roll eyes, the T25's like, yeah, whatever. Easy game, easy life. And he's going to be doing this for the record for today, because we're entering into game 7, folks, and it begins right now.
Oh my God, with no weapon in hand, getting caught up there by GG Shaw, forced to pop this F, tries to get some damage there off the fist alone. Now he's going to go ahead and kite this out. Does manage to find a weapon this time around, actually 2. What a common armor swap. Now, GG Shaw trying to full chase down bottom side. Do see a little bit of damage still going towards his way. We got a lot of purples right there. Purple nunchucks there for T225. Quickly snags them up. Some crazy work there from T225. Being able to pin out that weapon. Catches the whips through the bottom side. Gets the RB damage as well, but doesn't get the elimination. Super unfortunate enough for him. But AIS now on the backside. And GG Shaw now trying to apply the pressure onto AIS. T225 rejoins the party as well. Trying to get this elimination. The scare rush. So the LB focus there for T225. And that's a crazy opening there for T225.
Yeah, nice mid dodge rolls coming from AIS. And there's going to be the R&B release coming through here. Looking for the clink. It goes. T225 needs to kite up the stairs. He's not going to get a chance to go in for the meter dump here. As long as he's Hottie goes through with the F2. He gets caught though. And he has an ultimate ready to go because he was in the outskirts looking for the Fireflies. That's what I was looking at towards the spawns. AIS doesn't get caught with the R&B. F1 from T225. No, the uppercut's clean. And AIS doesn't go for the scare. She goes straight into flight form. And he catches one Plume Blade strike right there.
Wow.
And AIS gets his elimination. A lot of ones across this cage. And this is going to be the end of the Dunes fight between Spider and Mike.
Wow, WBG Spider, crazy pulse swap there for Spider. Now OGG's Mike's gonna be forced to pop this F. Spider though with the with the Temi ultimate, I should say. Now damage is kind of even, but the follow-up R&B there for WBG Spider to take out OUG's Mike. And these players, the top 4, have been going at it all night long. Now Arana, purple nunchucks in his hand this time around against Gels AIS. Justina here for Arana. This is his comfort pick, I believe. He has been playing a lot of Justina ever since he's been in the league. Now we see him forced to pop this F. Gonna go void a scare rush there from AIS. Arana trying to see if he can find a common armor swap. He's gonna go ahead and just stop the powder there. He's trying to get aggressive on. In the back end, we have Wufong now showing up to the party. The freeze connects there for Arana. The 1-2 does not though. Now Hottie ultimate invested there for AIS. And we have Wufong choosing Arana out of the bunch into the R&B LB finisher. And Wufong now picking up his first elimination here of game number 7.
That was a beautiful target selection from Wufong. Knowing that he was looking up, he knew that there's going to be easy pickings for that scare rush. Now Spider, Fong, finding out this fight. Oof, looking for the, R&B coming out here after that grapple bump. That's clean damage, no armor. F1 comes out here for the R&B, gets parried as a result. Double blue focus release, there it is. Looks towards a jump LMB, confirms it, gets himself caught by another horizontal. This is huge, but the terrain grief.
No.
Spider against with that, so he's got to get himself out of dodge because there he goes down the chase down with a V1. Fong is getting healing over time. Spider's only a matter of time before he gets another R&B release with a grapple bump. He goes for another quick release. He's going for it. Bait out. Oh, we're doing it again. Nope, not the case. We're too late on that, and that's going to be Fong not seeing that whether or not he's going to get this elimination due to the time spent to chase down Spider, who's probably going to get at least 2 armor powder heals. Maybe looking for the common just in case. Yes, he will. And there's goes Fong going straight to the Fortress of Caviani. Actually, he's looking for Fireflies. And he knows he's going to be able to pick up 1 or at least 1 or 2. And Spider knows this exactly, so he needs to try to chase this down. And guess what? Fong found it. And he's going to be set up for shot for round 2 for this fight. And that's exactly what Spider wasn't looking forward to.
Yeah, that's some nice Firefly knowledge there from DRG's Fong. Making sure he can re-get that ultimate as quickly as possible here in the nighttime. Starry night. He had a Holoroth. We all love the shower, the star shower, where you get that rage back. But it could also be a double-edged sword. If you do get clipped from it, you are not going to have a fun time. But Fong is right now with a massive scare rush there onto Spider. F caught in there for the Temmie. Fong, though, full chase down, has the weapon advantage here against the blue fist blades. Temmie ultimate invested. Now the knockback is going to happen as well. What's going to be the mix up here into the whisk there for the extra damage? Now another LMB uppercut here for Spider. Can re-whisk as well. There it is. Big parry there. No, big damage there. And blows into the Dragon Slayer. Pop comes it off the Zaping ultimate. Now Fong trying to stay up. And that's a lot of damage there from Spider. I don't know what I said parry. I am trolling, but still Spider coming in hot right here with the re-whisk there onto the Zaping, but Fong just finds an armor powder there to top off the blue armor. Loses a lot of white HP. Now the regression starts here for both of these players.
Now 1, 2, 3 uppercut, jump LMB. We always miss it. We almost got it, guys. We almost got it. And that's going to be the chase scenario. The chase is going to be happening here, and the heal off is not going to be enough for Fong. And blue armor swap off is going to be a Spider 2 elimination. Dang, we were right there. Almost got it through here. He's going to be able to get it. He may be looking to loot up here, but he's got to be careful, right? Emberhawk still has possibility for an invasion or an ambush there. Mike, though, inside of this, City of Tong, still working around here. Arano kiting around here. 0 eliminations for both of these guys that we just previously saw. Both match point gamers. But Spider, he's got 2. He's actually kill leader into the lobby because of that second elimination. First on Mike, second on Fong. And now we're looking towards straight into the Rama Yang, Wu Fong. T225. Scary business right here. The Keelan's going to be locking through. This is Wu Fong's second game as Keelan, so that's going to be his double pick. Having to see whether or not Mike is going to approach the scene. Mike is already on death's door right now, so if he gets caught out here, eliminated, caught through by a third party, this is huge. And he picks the Firefly, even though he didn't need to. He needs to deny anyone else. Just because if anyone shows up there and picks it up in the middle of their ultimate like a Keelan, he's going to have 50%. That means he's going to have to buy more time and just going through and saving damage because this Roma Yang portal starts in. We got a minute before that thing starts to open through for the players to decide upon entering. But we know Mike is going to be cutting this out. As the Roma Yang passes in his, he's just going to disengage completely for a second.
Man, this could be a very, very good situation here for WBG Spider if he manages to keep this momentum going, because there's 3 Temmies on the field. If the other 2 remaining Temmies are able to make it to the end game, if there's an end game inside game number 7, I mean, he's gonna have that nice advantage there to be able to clear out the lobby. But Mike already trying to choose the other Roma Yang right now. He's trying to swap his attention onto GG Shaw. Looks like XY though is gonna pick up the pass this time around off of GG Shaw in the back end. We do have Gels, AIS going ahead and trying to join up the fun as well there from the aggression. WBG Spider. I feel like he's been bullying Fong throughout this whole area of all right here throughout game number 7 so far. Quickly re-aggresses him on the purple halberds this time around against Fong on Common Dagger, swapping on over this for the movement. Gets caught up with there off the Nbpl into the RB focus there from the staff. Big damage there now as a pink ultimate called in there for DRG's Fong. Catches the LMB, F called in there. Catches the 1-2 there from the jump up there from Fong. Overholding, scare rush is on now. Catches the RB, no prior off of that. Just gets a little bit of damage off of it. Now the scare rush on in. Spider full chasing down DRG's Fong. Now he is going to be able to create some of the distance here. No armor swaps up here, so Fong's gonna be forced to tire to pop a powder. RB and Minx there. 1, 2, 3 Sensei. Big damage there for WBG Spider. Now Spider seeing if he can find an elimination, doing a really good job kind of in and out, but we've got another player showing up to the mix. It's gonna be OUG's back here for the third party.
Yeah, and he has that cave sash to look in the open fourth, but the moment he looks south, he's going to look towards these guys kiting around him at the Moonfall Pass. T225, though, frame 1 entry against the FPX's Verse. Verse has his ultimate ready to go through. F2's invested there for the combo breaker. There's T225 getting a confirmation uppercut, but not going to be able to extend past that point. Look for the hold check. Looking for the horizontal release. Verse is going to keep on kiting here. Gets a nice neutral, but the F1 investment from T225 still hasn't been able to throw the whisk throw. He's looking to try to go ahead for the ultimate cast. He's going to be able to have a confirmation. There it is with a whisk. It's too late. That's going to be the Hottie ultimate to get out of danger.
Yeah.
Holding towards the pillar, maybe looking for Verse to get some heal off, but this is going to be a round 2 situation where both ultimates might have been invested completely in terms of the duration here, C8.
Yeah, and that's something I really kept my eye on, how like different now the hot he is with. I mean, it's only 5 seconds in the change ever since he got nerfed, but still, I mean, you can tell like now you see it quickly just getting out, no value there off the damage, but now Verse still putting tons of pressure with a massive shift pair down to T225, and he's gonna be picking up the elimination here in this first Roma Yang against him as well as Wu Fong. And now this is where the middle side of the pyramid is starting to turn up here to make sure nobody gets the MVP, but Mike and Fong now this time around are the two going at it. I believe Spider is still up. Yes, he is. Still with 2 on the board. OUG's Mike with the purple fist blades once again for this game, trying to see if he can find elimination onto Fong. And this is what I was saying. Fong, got to try to catch him. And in this situation right here, oh, man, I don't know. He's able to kite that out every single time. I wouldn't even invest my time into him, I'll be honest with you, because of how well he can kite out any situation. Now, in the back end, we have some aggression there from Star and FPSGQ's Verse. You know, Ronald's trying to join up here with this Vermilion's Burst Might, but the gold weapon rarity is going to be going towards Verse's way.
And that's a nice pair in the background. This gives Arano full culpability, just looking to try to find 1 to 2 lockdowns potential. And as Arano has that Vermilion Burst Bite for 2 minutes, right? Look at him dropping down with the R&B Blue Focus. Love to see that one. He's going for it again, though. I see it. I see the vision. Blue Focus. Oh, nope. He's waiting it out here, looking for the tap dodges and seeing who's paying attention to him. And it looks like none of them are. So there it is. Drop down R&B. Doesn't confirm for the hit. So with Arano actually just staying on top of the building top, he's looking to try to go for the R&B release. There it is. Verse gets himself the ultimate proc to try to deny the mitigation because he knows to get rid of Star, but Star just keeps going into the building, now forcing Verse to go for a full reset. Arano is close behind. Arano can be just looking ahead and looking for pistol shots, but he needs to repair this to make sure all 20 pellets are standby. And T225, we still have him on this chance of positioning against Mike, and Mike is just going to be going ahead with the purple armor, kiting around with fist blades again. We got fist blades again for Mike, and this is purple rarity. And now for Mike to take this into this position with T225 chasing behind him, that's Mulch. It's going to be up to whether or not in the Moonfall Pass will be a position of chase or just denying of the chase, right? DRG Fong with the dagger is in play. You saw him skippity drop over to the rooftop, and now it's going to be up to the case of him looking to drop down here because Wu Fong, he's taking Blue Focus to the face. He gets caught with the LB. It's going to be an F1 investment off that point. The trap, it's going to be, hit. Well, if anything comes out here, Wu Fong gets himself a little bit of heals, and this is going to be a charge R&B release. And now T225 might be looking to try to go for the confirmation of this kill because look, third parties are showing up here. F ability is now going to be down. T225 might have to make a wild haymaker play here.
I know you saw those back-to-back R&B focuses.
I did. Unexpected.
Don't expect it. Not the back-to-back. There goes another one there onto Wu Fong, but Aquila Ultimate is online here for Wu Fong. Doesn't get caught up there. Now this time around, the Wisp does not connect. Nearly gets clip off for that. Now the back-to-back juggles, and the backside to be Wu Fong with elimination. Now XY's in the mix as well. Wu Fong falls off of the situation as well. And now the Relentless Birds Might proc is going to come into play there for Wu Fong. Fong tries to snag up one of those eliminations. Does not manage to do so, though. Now the chase is on. XY full investment here against the Pain. We got a Rhino in the mix. Star this time around. Verse and GG Shaw as well on this side. Wu Fong already with 3 on the board. WBG Spider, though, took his 2 eliminations and has stopped the aggression for now. Needs to see if he can try to pick up some later throughout this game. But Arano still trying to fish with his army focuses here off of the gold puncture that he has in his inventory versus very weak in the back end. We do see the Liam F there invested there from the ultimate, and Star's gonna pick up that elimination against Verse. And Arano's still up, trying to take a quick reset. And GG Shaw in the back end, TE Star as well. That looks like a LMB product for TE Star, but it does not matter because GG Shaw still applying the pressure there onto TE Star.
Yeah, and we're still looking to the leaderboard, right? Overall, we still have around 11 players still gamed in. Unfortunately for T25 out of the game so far, so he's got to really hope out that the match point winners don't have enough of a lead to kind of work out as MVP. But Wu Fong, gaming out over by the Moonfall Pass, has 3 eliminations, has gold weapons, has second round Yang to look forward to if he can, and taking that opportunity of rushing through there, because a lot of these players kiting around the Rome Yang and the Quarry, they have a lot to look towards against one another. If one person is trying to stay out, they're going to be trying to go ahead and try to catch a small bit of extra eliminations. But switching over here, Roger's grip for Mike as well as a Sap Chase, so he's going to have Ripple Step on standby. He needs to further power that through, make it Phantom Step, and have a good time later on. Meanwhile, for Spider, he's kiting Blue Jades, max attack, max DPS. Max DPS for a Temi can do work, especially if he's able to catch that lockdown we saw earlier. Perry, though, coming in here from Shaw, man, nice and steady here for the LMB uppercut, grapple bump, forcing no combo breakers is not available. This man went for the uppercut blue focus, but it didn't get confirmation. You can see the cries out here from C8. It's a painful remark coming out from the man.
Oh man, because I saw the terrain on the right hand side. I saw him catch the prime, but my eyes were on the right hand side. I saw he had a little bit of slope, so I know he was trying to take him for a ride there. But OUG's Mike now this time around in the second Roman game against Chuzong. bow shot opener here for Mike. Does not connect with any though. Still try to fish for one of these hits, but now the F called in for both players. Now Mike with that Nbpl. What's gonna be the mix up here for Mike to the R&B focus to the follow up as well. Explosive armor does proc there for Juzong, overholding the scale rush. Nice little scale rush there for Mike as well to cut the line or to cut the distance there between both of them. Now the drop down does connect there off the staff to the jump LMB. F2 called in once again, and this is gonna be the elimination here for Mike. Doesn't go for the focus attack. He goes for the LMB jump LMB. Now the killing guard is up. He has to see, he has to pop his ultimate. There it is. He's gonna go ahead and pop it. Catches the prime to the V2, and that's gonna be enough here for him to pick up the elimination here in this Rama Yang. Now we have WBG Spider against JL's AIS here on this half.
Yeah, Scarox is confirmed for Truth. Sager maybe looking for the DBS because Spider now backs off, looking for AS, looking for the slide uppercut. Risky. R&B Clean coming out here for number 1. Spider looking for the release for the vertical number 2, and now he's gonna go for the R&B Sager. Now it's gonna force F2. Now it's a good chance for him just to make sure to try to burn out the ultimate, but the 1-2s are confirmed. Looking for the lethal jab here. AS confirms for it, and there's another Clink. Spider looking for a whole blue focus here. Gets not caught by the F1 or by the R&B, but has to now invest his ultimate and locking down the hottie. There it is, folks. That is it for AS, as he's gonna get knocked out here and just 1 R&B, but the F2 into the zone, cannon shot to try to hit it, and he hits it. This is why it is the solo sphere now, folks, and this is because Roma Yang synergy proximity shots.
That's something we don't really see like that. I mean, they know it, but we don't really see it. Those extensions there with the Wisp, if you're even with the staff, just a single R&B focus, you can cancel it into the Wisp, and as we saw there with Spider doing it off the launch follow up there, you get the extra damage, and he was trying to completely get the elimination there as quickly as possible, even though he popped that F there, but you know, all he needed was that extra Wisp there for the extra damage, as we saw there for WBG Spider on the Temi. Now with 3 on the board, tying up in eliminations here with Wufang for this game alone, and Mike trying to catch on up currently with 1 off of this Roma Yang victory that he just had with the White Tigers powers this time around. FPSEQ's verse trying to stay in the mix. We do have a 4-way scrap off right now. Spider joining the party as well. Temi F invested there from Spider. OUG's Mike's going to go ahead and take his full reset in to make sure the health is up, and I believe he has advanced heal as well in the J department for himself. FPXEQ's verse trying to retreat from the situation. Look at everybody. DRG's Fong still lurking in the shadows as we see it every single time. He has just been waiting out, waiting for the perfect opportunity for him to try to go on in and try to snag up the third-party elimination. But WBG Spider off of that Roma Yang does manage to secure gold dual blades in hand off of this game alone. OUG's Mike. Don't know. Oh, Gold fan. There it is. His signature fan as well. That is the skin he's rolling as well for this game. Has the bees out the Mike B. The Spider full on in here against DRG's Spawn. Looks like the Zaping is going to be called out here from all of these players. AIS as well. First one in there against DRG's Fong. And once again, you have to try to catch him. We see him quickly scare rushing around here off the blue dagger. Chuzong as well as in the mix. Everybody trying to post up. And oh my God, he just has the distance every single time. And it's not an easy task trying to catch up here to DRG's Fong.
Yeah, DRG Fong just keeps the kiting game strong. That's exactly his motive. That is his motif, you know. Kite along. Life is short. And for everything coming for DRG Fong right now, as a zipping in, hiding to capture her, please. F1 is going to be available from the dodge roll, and the F2 Mike is going to be avoided because it was missed. And now for everything coming up from Fong, he is going to keep close to this rock face as fast as possible, looking for all the lines from the vertices of each and every single one of these little bit of rocks. A little bit of upset there. He's going to hit that tree line as a scare rush, and that's going to allow for the players to catch up to him. So that's going to be the oopsie. For him to catch another scare rush, though, now forcing Spider into the close quarters position, now gives Mike high ground position. Now Versus right behind him, looking to try to force into a flank. If all the players in the lobby are here, bro, essentially. Wufang now arriving to the scene. We got 2 minutes on Roma Yang depletion, though. Going to be careful enough to see whether or not the aggression is going to come out here in full sorts from Shishang. Shishang having to go for the stanchion here. F2 Roar coming through the backline. And the LMB blue focus from Spider is the gold dual blades, gold chonk. If anyone gets caught by the blender, there it is. The blender is made. DRG Fong gets eliminated, and that's Spider getting the elimination.
Wow.
Now he is going to be the kill leader into this game with 3 eliminations. Wufang is in second. And hoping to try to deny that moment of catching MVP, Spider will go ahead and loot up the body as fast as possible. 37K Dark Tide coins, nothing to joke off about, because if everything comes after Chushang, He's going to be the next one to get eliminated here, folks. He's got no Mortality Guard. He got one blue focus slash to be available. He can't get any heals, and that's going to be the Orc Sword Fusion. That's not going to catch him. And the bow shots, the pistol shots, every single one of those comes through. Shushang finds that heal opportunity of getting that strike back, and he's going to go for it again, but he's 1 HP in the dream. That cannon shot from XY was an absolutely diabolical for the anticipation, though. So he's going to take a +1, and he's at 2 so far into this game.
You know, I'm a little surprised. I'm not going to lie, because, you know, you can sit here and think about it like this, right? You know, the strongest, or you know, the players that are eligible are not going to be on the Keelan. They're not going to be on the Hadi, and they're not going to be on the Liam, you know? But we still see the aggression going towards those players' way. They're not trying to nullify the victory for one of these players. I mean, Spider did have a crazy opener with isolated fights, picking up 3 on the board. So, I mean, you can see it that way as well. They don't know how many eliminations they have, but you can try to keep a tally in your head whenever you see it in the kill feed. But still, you know, like, for me personally, I'm focusing the off picks right here. You know, I'm focusing the semis. I'm you know, because I'm trying to make sure we have a game 8 so I can try to try to take this bi-weekly home. But Arano with Mortal Defiance right here for one of his J's. Gold fan as well. He had another gold weapon in the back pocket if he needed it. But right now, it's looking very, very nice here for WBG Spider to take this one home. Wufang, though, is close to contesting here the victory for WBG Spider with 3 currently. We have FPSGQ's first and ASE's XY with 2, as well as EWG Arano. And then we have OUG's Mike and Jails AIS with 1. But still, 7 players remain here for game number 7. OUG's Mike with Gold Dagger this time around for this game. F2's on in, has the ultimate if he needs it. That's a massive combo there for AIS. He's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. He's going to go ahead and cancel it inside the no ult zone. This is pretty smart because he ran in here, make sure he doesn't get kited out, and another ultimate is going to invest in towards him. So he's going to go ahead and wait this out. Had to pop the ultimate, but AIS is going to be quickly reaggressing him here in the situation.
Yeah, and Crouch on Limby, we got to remember prize fall is in the hands of Mike here. F2 investment coming into play. To see whether or not AS is going to get out here alive and try to force out the pressure, cutting it out here for Blue Focus. Going to go ahead and get baited. Crouch on Limby to the RMBs. They're going to be going for another horizontal release, and Mike's going to go ahead and kite away from this inside the Forbidden Seal. Now it's going to be up to the reset. Now, Spearwell, this is White Tiger's prowess. Having to go ahead and get the reset heal over time is going to be in the benefit of most players that would be able to come through here. There it is. Prize fall comes out. And of course, Spider gets a nice burn on his body, but of course, having to stay in his corner, this is tough. This is tough. Wufang right there. Yeah, that's it. That's gonna him being the MVP so far at 4 eliminations. He's kill leader right now. This is tough. This is absolutely diabolically tough. Mike is the only person with Arano in the stead of being in match point of just trying to catch MVP, but with 4 eliminations, he's a Keelan. First off, he's a Keelan. So he's gonna have himself to have the Immortality Guard as long as he doesn't need a proc and force proc ultimate. I'm going to cast a curse when I say that on purpose. Listen, I want this game to see how well it can turn out for the best of the best. And this is going to be the case between everyone to make their earnings met and matter. Because right now for Wufang, he's at 4-4 resources for his armor powder and healing berry ratio. So for right now, he's got to be very careful about whether or not his kiting gets to a body for resources, or he's just going to have to live it with what he's got.
Man, that's such a gamble, man. That's such a gamble right there if you think about it. I mean, you go for the Spirit Well, you secure the White Tiger's powers, you can have a lavish way here to the end game, right? But as we just saw, Spider does get eliminated off of that and knocks him out from MVP off of this game 7 just to have that lavish victory of having the White Tiger's power. So, you know, another double-edged sword in the game, going for that to try to stay up and confirm the MVP. Wufang snagging it up. We still have a possibility that Arano or Mike could snag up the MVP though. So the round for this is still not concluded. We are still not guaranteed a game 8 this far. But Mike trying to lay down some pressure off the bow shots. We see the hotties in the backside staying together as we see in Arano on the Justina, playing a little bit more further back behind Mike, and ASE's XY as well, getting clipped by the Bane. I saw him here in the middle ground. Now he's going to get quickly grappled on there by AIS as we see it here. Now Mike trying to move on in. Wants to see if he can try to pick up the elimination, but he wants to try to get one of these hotties out of the mix, because right now he's feeling a little bit too comfortable. He's feeling a little bit too comfortable. You know, he's like, yo, I can roll with this other hottie. We're chilling right now, but no, Mike knows the assignment right now. We still have Wufang up there on the Keelan, Arano on the Justina. Arano has been playing a little bit more passive for his last and final moments of this game this far. OG's Mike has been trying to apply some sorts of pressure there, any sorts of range pressure, whatever he can there onto the hotties. But do have Wufang now quickly starting to move on in against AIS, and this could be bad for one of the hotties, or it could be bad here for what the Akos.
Yeah, you know, it could be out if they can hopefully earn themselves out for the final circle, right? They got to be buddy, you know, dap each other up. And I said, oh, you got to be on your hat. And he just slaps the hat off his head. Things of that nature, that's something that Mike can do. Because he's got first off, he's got a Bumble Dog, you know, fan. But at the same time, that gold dagger, if he catches one prize fall in the vicinity, right, that's going to be allowing a lot of sustain coming through here. For himself, though, worrying about whether or not he's going to be throwing wild haymaker blue focuses like the omnidirectional horizontal from the fan or from the dagger, it's dangerous, especially in the close quarters. 3 minutes and 45 seconds, folks. We got 4 eliminations here still for Wufang. He is still kill leader into this spot. XY still has that White Striker's prowess, but he can't take any sort of investment towards this. And he's going to have a gold cannon from that spear wheel as well. So this works tremendously for him, especially just for the pokage. So is Mike seeing this with the bow? He's looking at Wufang, he's looking at AS. He finds Verse, and that's the dodge band. Oh my goodness, Verse. He's got less than half HP right now. He's not going to have anything to survive for. And now is going to be the chance between getting the elimination, but XY finds it. And that's XY's 3rd elimination as a result. We're looking to try to kite away here. That's the last 5 players left in the game. And Mike, looking to try to anticipate himself for a prize fall here, has to be very careful because he could get target pile selection immediately if he gets himself lost out here, because AS is the next target here for the lobby to make sure that hottie does not stay alive for much longer.
Yeah, and the AIS is eating up a lot of damage, as we see there. Everybody's trying to get him out. They're like, yo, y'all want to do this to us? Yeah, I mean, we got more bodies, more off characters in this end circle right now. So this is bad for y'all. Y'all was trying to apply the pressure to us, and we see that now one of them falls. Now AIS is going to be forced to pop this hottie ultimate in the situation. We see Wufang kind of wait this out. A little bit of damage is going to happen towards Mike's way. We do see him trying to kite this out. Now the V2 is going to be connecting there onto XY. OUG's Mike weave there to avoid that hottie slash there. ASE's XY now with the Phoenix Blast. So go ahead and drop down there off the hottie into the F there to avoid any sorts of pressure. The V2 misses this time around here for OUG's Mike. Do see him clipping there off the leap there into the 1-2 in the back end. Phoenix Blast got to be real careful not to get eliminated off of this, but he needs to try to snag out this elimination. We see Arano with the F to avoid the damage there. Pick up the gold fan in the back end. We have XY with another one, and I believe we are going to be going to game 8 off of this alone. I don't think it's possible. No, it can. Arano's still in the mix with 2. XY forced to pop this F in the back end. Now Mike trying to stay up as well in the situation. The Liam ultimate is going to be invested here. Wufang in the back end as well with the rampage from mid-range. Does connect onto Mike. Still trying to stay up, and the Keelan ultimate is still online here as well as Justina. So we're going to have to wait and see how this last final moments of this game pans out.
Yeah, I got Justina ultimate to still hold it off for V1, and there's going to be the F2 midair. Mike gets caught, and of course Arano, he's looking for it. He doesn't get it. XY's at 5 eliminations. Somehow, some way, this man just cuts in the pop-off game in round 7. And for Arano, if he got his 2 eliminations here, he should be good to go. But Arano has to be careful here. There's going to be the rampage spamming out here. Wufang going ahead and trying to keep his corners to himself. Look to throw it in the opposite direction. XY with that Phoenix Blast, just releasing those verticals as back and as forth as possible. Now Arano finds no parry. That cancellation was crazy. And Wufang goes for the shadow steps as it comes through, looting up the body, looking for a bow shot. Doesn't hit it, goes for second bow shot. That's why we're at NARAKA Blade Point melee players, not FPS players. Arano is still going to be looking for it. He gets it though. 186 chip damage. There it is. Parry coming out here. Does a crouch, gets a headshot, and throws out all these hits. Now he heard me through the mic because he's looking for himself to win out. If he can get an R&B release here, he can force Wufang's ultimate. And that's exactly what we need to see here, because the fist plates, as long as Wufang comes out for the next 40 seconds and stays alive, he's going to be going ahead and trying to go in full onslaught mode here, C8.
Who have the Keelan ultimate now invested here for Wufang. We're seeing him now. He knows. He exactly knows. And this is what I was saying. You want to see if you try to, you know, off-pick the off characters here, try to pull them out. We see Arano now be forced to pop this Justina ultimate. It looks like the Keelan ultimate is going to be thrown towards XY's way. We have the Liam ultimate invested from XY as well. Looks like Arano is going to be playing the high ground in this situation. XY though with the last and final elimination. Yeah, and that's going to solidify our game number 8. We are going to be taking it to another round. Even though Arano picks up this elimination, it doesn't even matter. The multiplier is not going to be enough, I believe so. And XY turning it up here for game number 7. Wow. That's a crazy game to have a pop-off game. He stops the pressure for a lot of these players. He goes up a little bit on the rank, so we are going to be having a game number 8 for our decider here for the BIWEEK3 3 finals. Still right now, I believe the points are going to be going towards OUG's Mike's way. So if any of the top 4 don't make it to the MVP, it's going to go to whoever has the most points. I believe DRG's Fong didn't even pick up an elimination that game, so he's not even eligible to make it to the MVP threshold for him to try to snag up this bi-weekly final.
It's tough too because he plays Zipping Ying, but you know it's crazy to see it. You and I, we got 2 round 8ers for solo.
2 round 8ers, yeah.
And these guys are now gonna have more players to go up against in match point. Because like what happened in week 1 is that we ended up in the 8 rounds, and none of the match point winners came through. We had Shashan get the most points, and that earned himself out. Now it's a case scenario where maybe potentially we were close to having a match point winner here. Arano, last one remaining players here with 2 eliminations. But once we saw the elimination coming out from Wufang against by XY, that just gave XY more of a super seed lead, and then catching last hit confirmations. It actually bolsters himself, with the points to make sure that he can catch the leaderboard. I want to see the standings once we get a chance of just seeing whether or not he is a match point, but I'm gonna have to triple check that one just to make sure we are making. But like standby questions go through here, we're gonna go for the Twitch chatters. Make sure you guys answer correctly because I got a question for y'all. What hero did EWG Arano use in Game 7? Is it A, Keelan Zhang, B, Akosfu, C, Justina Gu, or D, Matari? Let you guys know in the chat. Like I said, Twitch chat, YouTube chat. I see you guys into YouTube chat. I see you guys. You guys saying this is replay? I'm like, no, this is live. Yeah, yeah, it is live. But for everyone going through here, make sure you choose correctly. Make sure you have your whispers open. We're gonna be into round 8. Hopefully soon, but we gotta talk about some things. We gotta talk about the shenanigans that happen around.
Yeah, I mean, Spider, contestant Sparrow right there. That's what I was trying to tell you. That was a crazy gamble there from WBG Spider. He could have just not contested and not get eliminated. He literally got eliminated going for that Spirit. Well, he could have just not contested, stay up, wait out to the end game, and hope to try to fight the group of hotties that we saw there, everybody just staying up. So I mean, I don't know, that's a big gamble that he took right there, and it kind of just not went his way. Well, it didn't went his way as we saw, but here we go, the scoreboard. This is what you're waiting for here, Severo. We got XY with 8 points off of that game alone. That was a massive pop-off game, and I feel like we've been having that for a couple of these players throughout the night. EWG Arano with 6.6, Wufang with 5.5, Spider with 4.5, Star and Verse with 3 points on the board off of this game alone. Mike with 2.5, AIS with 2, T225 with 1, Chuzong and Fong with 0.5, and GG Shaw this time around with 0 on the board for this game alone. But still, it'll be very interesting to see how our last and final game is going to play out here for the bi-weekly 3 finals. It's been a crazy night so far. We have our overall standings right here. Severio, this is what she was waiting for right here.
Yeah, I'm looking for top 6. I know X1 Wufang is close, but wasn't able to catch as much as the placement he was hoping for that last round. He could have ended up in an Arano situation of catching the extra 2 eliminations in first place and then easily make the mark for match point. But GG Sean is in the 8th with 23.8. Our top 6 still has 4. Fong with 27.6. Unfortunate. Took a placement 0.5. If he had 1 kill, he would have been able to catch her through it. He did not. It's unfortunate. XY skyrocketed here to 6th place though, taking out 25.4 points, but we still got our match point gamers, TT25, Spider, and Mike. Arano though takes the packs by a lead with 35.2. That is a 1.2 difference between him and Mike at 34. 32.6 for Spider, and then TT25 at 29.3, who didn't have much of an opportunity of popping through, getting eliminated quite early on into the game. But at the same time, if we end up going when there's no match point winners here for the round 8, that means the highest scoring player gets himself the moniker of victory for the whole week for week 3. And that's something I'm kind of curious and looking at for CA.
Which I'm looking at XY right now. Ooh. I mean, even with a 10-point game, I mean, they have to have like no points on the board top 4 for him to try to take it home. But here we go. Quick little replay. As Severio wanted to say, Gamers United powered by Thunderbot here for the replay. We got Wufang with an early elimination there. And this was Spider here catching the pyro, nearly giving the triple jump LMB or the quad jump LMB for the elimination onto Fong. Doesn't manage to do so, but still with the final jump LMB there for the elimination, FPSDQ's Verse and the Roma Yang against T225 with hold there to avoid getting clipped off of it. Now overhold to the ship parry there for the elimination onto T225. OUG's Mike against to Zong here in this Rumble Yang. Catches the leap into the V2. I believe goes for the 1-2. No, that was all that he needed there for the kill. Spider here with a massive ultimate here off the Temi to the Wisp, to the follow-up lunge here, to the extension there off the Wisp there for the extra damage off the R&B focus into the cannon shot finisher, which was disgusting. And Spider with a crazy scare rush there onto Fong. That was disgusting as well. We got XY there with a Phoenix Blast controlling the zone, and Rondo playing the high ground here into the freeze. Doesn't get the freeze this time around. The Liam F there doesn't even catch it into the R&B wind gust ×2 for the elimination there for Rondo, which wasn't even enough there because XY is going to be our MVP here for game number 7. He is going to be taking it home here with the Liam. Not a surprise.
A lot of Liam. We got a lot of Liam MVPs today.
Yeah, they have. I think every game.
I think we got 4 MVPs. There's Liam, maybe 5. Kind of working into today. So that's kind of crazy. And we're looking at XY stats here, 23k damage. This is actually his second MVP for today too. So this is also an impeccable performance at value. Now longsword here, most damaging weapon here, but Phoenix Blast is the reason for that. Stormstride came out as extra tech damage. And then his cannon game was going through here pretty strong. He had fist blades in standby. So I was actually watching Mike getting stabbed by a spider there, and I was like, "Et tu boutique?" Yeah, we're going for the Shakespearean levels. That's great. There's levels to this. And now it comes down towards round 8 between those two, and then it comes down between round 8 between them and Arano and TT25. So it's still 4 match point gamers for this round. Like we said, Fong did not make into match point, so forcing the hands of a kiter like that not to make into match point is kind of tough, but it's still up to the points to be earned if he gets more points than the preceding winners. And so for ASC's XY catching another MVP, people were like, man, how the heck is there 6 players in this team? Like, you got to keep in mind, this is the full roster. This is the whole squad. It's on standby. They're locked in. Look at that, 6 players. Bam, But in solos, comes down towards certain selections, right? That's why you guys are probably curious about seeing players like Kai Bao and Wang Liang playing in the same roster, and then seeing other players between like 5-2-1 and seeing, unique in their member. This is just like the players that come through, but the locked in centralized solos picks, such as with Mike, with Spider, with Arano, with everything coming out from these top players. There's nothing to be more noticed about what they are fully honed into, and that's what this mode is through. It's solo rolodolo, having to fight between your opponents and knowing exactly where your amount of stressing against your opponents, taking the time of being able to knock them out. A placement is something that always comes out, especially with the performance of what the player is going to be going ahead and using, and then seeing what motions they do. That's the usual suspects, right? If you see a player using some sort of moveset that's a mechanical move, like we were mentioning before, a move like 2-on-1, you notice that being done repeatedly, like, okay, that has to be someone that's just, I've seen that done that before. Or if you see someone going ahead and first swaps as often as possible, okay, I've seen that one before. Or using specific weapons with certain swaps, right? Like nunchuck swap with the greatsword, very few times. Congeneric swaps, very few times when you see the congeneric swaps as well. And that's some things that you kind of keep in mind about when it comes down towards the realization of who someone's going to be by the end game circle, and just looking to try to find them out. Because with that rule change, with the lobby change, I would assume, but having the opportunity of not knowing who your person is in solos now, no names, no nothing. You got no identity of who that person is. And now you got to look back on the VOD and watching the gameplay, just being able to study that. And that's what these players have in their possession, just being able to study each and every single one of their foes, but are also to their peers. And for every single time that they come up against each other, each week is always another point into the extension of just practicing against one another, just at the scale that you'd see where their playstyle changes, like we saw in round 1. Bloodbath moment that's happening over into the into Imperium, and then having into round 2 where we were just seeing the same kind of bracket types coming through, where everyone was just like, yo, Holoroth, this is going to be the kill zone, because that's where they can reveal their tactics, their placement style, and then obviously what their best disengagement goes ahead and lets them live another day to fight.
Right here, our list of players eligible here for the match point, and this is where you start thinking about how the game's gonna go, right? Game number 8, people in the bottom of the pyramid, no chance of winning, full on running down. Full on running down. This is where we have our most aggressive games of the day, and this is where it could be bad for one of the players who are eligible to take the MVP home to take the bi-weekly, because you can't get aggrieved, and it's just how it is. I mean, people in the bottom of the pyramid are just like, even if I get a crazy pop-off game, it doesn't even matter. I only made around 9 to 15 points throughout the whole night. I'm just gonna run it down at this point. And this is where a lot of the pressure can go towards a lot of these top players' way. But 4 players still eligible. I don't think Fong can do it, or XY can do it. Sorry. Even if he had a crazy pop-off game, the top 4 has to get 0 kills and he has to get around 10 to 11. I mean, it's a very high task. It's possible, but it's just a very, very hard task. Nearly just eliminated the whole lobby to take it home for himself. But still, round number 8, our last and final game of the day. And like I was mentioning right here, like, you know, if you see any off picks, you should, you know who's playing on it. The top 4 is definitely gonna be playing the off picks. You know, that it's not the Liams, the Hotties, and the Keelans, because every single time those characters are gonna be locked in. But now with 8 games in, this could be a little bit of change, right? Because of the double pick system.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, right, that the round selection process also is let's say reset, but it is resetted. Where the top 4 or however the placements are through, they go into the same rotations that we just saw last round. And coming out for the top 4 now being in the bottom 4 selection, this is where it's going to be forced out for seeing whether they are going to be available for their double picks of selection. We looked at all the hero points. Every single hero that they chosen was once chosen each, and that that door is available. The opportunity there lies between those 7 characters, because of course there's not going to be all of those characters knocked out. Maybe half the roster, yeah, but that's still more than enough for them to kind of work off of the other remaining 3 to then work into their pop off for today. But regardless, game 8 begins. Got the first round selection. And ladies and gentlemen, if I don't see a Keelan in the first round selection, it's going to be because they run out of points for him. And there's going to be Justine Nakos for that round by Jishang and Star.
Yep, and that's what I was mentioning right there. I believe that only applies to game 7 then, if I believe so. If you're not able to, you know, to pinpoint out the off characters, but now you see the Temmie's being invested there off of Group B. They're versing AIS. Quickly going on over. No, versus gonna go ahead and swap on over to the Temmie for this, or for the Tesla, sorry, for this game. Wufong and Shaw. Now, what's gonna be the picks here? It's gonna be a Liam here for GG Shaw, a Justina here for Wufong. For Group C, XY and Fong. Now, next one's up to pick. We're gonna have a Keelan here for DRG's Fong, and XY now is going to be hovering over a character of his choice, which is going to be. Have to wait and see. And I think Mike still has a double pick. Zai. Okay.
Classic.
And Zai, you know, Zai, Kai Bao loves to play Zai. I believe he even played a back-to-back Zai game. And unfortunately enough, he had a pop-off game the first game he did, and the second game just didn't go his way. But I feel like Zai, she just gets outpicked here in these lobbies. Everybody knows that they have to eliminate her. But I feel like if a lot more players play Zai, we would be seeing a lot more Zais in the Pro League.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the recent patch with Season 14 comes through and seeing how our potential shows up. But there it is. Last 4 are actually able to choose those top 2 picks, bro. Be able to pick out the Liam, be able to keep the Keelan and the Liam and the Hotties. Like, free real estate.
Yeah.
Real estate. And everything comes out for them to work it into the magic of this round. Because this is round 8. Part 2. Let's just boogaloo, you know? For week 3. So for us to actually see them enter into this final map rotation, kind of curious, like I said, how aggressive can you be without sacrifice? What is going to be the momentum? Are we going to release the 1, 2, 3 boots because they're going to least expect it? Listen, I'm hoping that if everything comes out on top, we get a nice spread for the match points and we have baller games, because it'll be a very, very unfortunate circumstances. So in seeing somebody get fully eliminated out before they even had a chance that are in match point threshold. But it would be a nice story to show up and then beat out all the match point winners like how Jishang did in the first day, for the first week. So let's take a look and see about these skills, because nothing seems to be different here. I'm looking across the board. Nothing besides the variation for the Justinas between Wufong and Star. Zai playing out for the V2 F1, no surprise there. And then the Keelans having their ultimate status. The Tessas having the same ultimate, as well as seeing that the Liams. So everything standard. Jishang rocking the F2 this time for the Akos. Should be a good chance of locking down some players later on, but yeah. Talk to me. You think we're gonna see some shenanigan combos?
It's rough, man. It's rough, Severio, because you know, a lot of things got patched, you know. A lot of things did get patched, and it's not optimal. I know it's not optimal, and there's only certain ones that you can do now in the game. And you know, the standard has, you know, in the Pro League has always been pretty much 2-on-1. Or grapple 1.0s, you know, so it's rough. It's rough to see. I know Pace when Heaven Step was still in the game, Pace was giving us Heaven Steps. We used to see a lot more
Yeah, he
Heaven
was.
Steps as well. Spider showcased Heaven Steps. I mean, I feel like Heaven Steps were like our combo bread and butter for a lot of players. But now it's just so much that you can do. There's not really any extensions that you can do. It's just straight up like grapple into focus now, into everything. But if you have terrain, you can go into this manipulation with the jump LMBs that we sometimes see as well. So it's kind of rough. The Temis can't extend. We do have the carousel extension though in the round. We did see a double carousel there from Mike earlier. So I mean, there's still a little bit things, but not how it was before. You know, before it was just a lot more complex. And I know a lot of the combo enthusiasts, you know, have taken a hard fall with the change. But regardless, we do have some scrap outs here from FPSGQ's Verse onto T225, and this is bad for T225. Quickly getting eliminated there from Verse early on the Tessa, and I think this is the first time I see the Summer Skin here for the Pro League.
Yeah, actually, for Tessa. And this is gonna be Tessa, or this is gonna be T225's first life. We saw a rotation from Mike into the Tripod Junction. This is not too far away from that area. The cleansing pool of cleansing, I should say. Spider here looking to try to go ahead and using that one Firefly over by the Zest Winery. Horizontal release. Oh my god, AS was anticipating it, but he has no confirmation of damage DPS to be dealt. Throws another parry, man. What is going on with AS? He is locked in. He got his goggles on. He's like, I'm seeing everything. Everything comes out for these blue focuses, and he's prepared. But starting out looking for the chase down, and Spider's gonna have the disengage here. 90% for the rage bar. F1 still available for Spider, and there's a lot of tassels to be had here.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, right, Severi? Look at aggression from throughout the whole lobby. Everybody's getting active right now. It's like, you know, a bloodbath here at the side of this area. We do have Chuzong already trying to stay up on the Keelan ultimate. We do have Wufong on the Justina. Spider as well, overholding. Looks like he's not gonna be able to catch any hits in. Chuzong is on the Akos, so he's gonna go ahead and wait this out, try to kite it out. No ozone popped here from Spider. No eliminations going towards his way, but Wufong already with one on the board. FPSGQ's versus as well. 2 players with 1 elimination currently. Looks like TE Star already out with a life. So OUG Smite trying to go right back in. He had the crazy pop-off game on the Hottie. He's going to go ahead and replay it for this last and final game. GG Shaw though, since LMB focus, F caught in there for the Hottie. Purple fist plays once again for Mike. Triple purple fist plays off spawn for Mike. Game 6, game 5, game 6, game 7, and game 8, all with purple fist plays. We see nice little cancellation there to avoid getting parried there from GG Shaw. We have Vaughn picking elimination onto Verse, but Chusong now choosing Mike here for the aggression onto him.
Now the F2 invulnerability saving Mike for a couple seconds longer. AS is right behind him. Don't throw blue focus. He's ready for it, bro. He's looking for a common armor swap, and he's going to find it. So now for Mike going to the Forbidden Seal, denying any sort of ultimate abilities. We know Spider doesn't have an ultimate ability, considering he had consumed it prior. But now it's going to be Mike just keeping the kiting going, having 98% rage so far, 99, now at 100%. No F2 ready in sight. It's going to be a chance for the double rolls. Of course, the cannon shots come out for the chip damage. Parry from Mike gets it off. And now the Akos ultimate forcing him out to go for the ultimate cast as a Hottie and spacing away. He's got the resources for a full reset for his armor and health. Even though it's a common armor, it's still going to do work here and trying to save himself alive and saving him away from the fights as that semicircle is in the distance. These guys are all hunched together throughout the pool of cleansing. And now Mike, having enough time, still only has 2 grapples to his name and a low supply pool to count.
Wow, this is crazy. This is insane because, like I mentioned, everybody's getting active. Do have the pressure going towards Chuzong's way once again. Looks like GG Shaw is going to pick an elimination this time around. No kills this far onto the top 4. Now Mike chooses Spider out of the bunch right here. How to be Keelan, and Mike knows he wants to nullify any sorts of capitalization there for Spider, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and reaggress a player in the back end. Temis are out there for the round 2 picks there for Jails. AIS overholding on the nunchucks. It's not let loose off the nunchuck. Meter Baron, the proc comes in off the nunchucks. Mike now is going to be able to roll out of danger. We do see him trying to kite it out, but Spider has his eyes there onto the Temi. Jump on the bees. No ult here for the Temi. Has the F there to avoid a little bit of damage there in the back end. Ronald's going to snag an elimination. That's the first one there for the top 4. Going towards EWG's around the way, and looks like WBG Spider is going to go ahead and take a quick reset in for himself.
Yeah, now Mike is going to have his fist plates out in show motion. The horizontal block extreme comes out. Double dodges out, expends all of his stamina as a result. You can see AS is trying to get this cannon shots with the black. That's the second time I try to see him attempt for it. And Mike is going to go ahead and try to go for the RMBs, and he's backing off to the second floor of this building towards the west side Celestra. For that gold trove, could get something neat and nice and tidy in there for him to kind of take into this. But Arano takes an RMB to the face. AS just going to be able to get another blue focus just like that because of the animation. He knows the frames. There's going to be the nunchucks going down for the RMBs. And now the Force Ultimate going to go ahead and get that semicircle, and that's going to be an elimination that AS takes. This is going to be Mike Mike looking to kite around here the pole sword that he also had in the beginning of the game. And now he's going to be looking to try to space out here against AS, but of course looking to hold horizontal, making sure any blue focuses go his way. Going to have to charge up for the stone form just in case he needs to kite
that
Seems
seems
like that's the full. We'll talk about it in a second. KLA T225 against FPSQ's versus it's a big scrap off. T225 when this is last live here of game number 8. He needs to see if he can try to stay up. He's trying to pick up his elimination there onto the Tesla from earlier as well. This is a run back scrap off between both of these players. Scare rushes on in, catches the R&B mixer off the halberds, catches the R&B, tries to go for the full chase down, and jump LMB does not connect. The Tesla ultimate is be avoided there as well. The grapple bolt connects there for T225. Now he has the terrain here to try to stay up, but Verse now is going to look like to try to go on top of the terrain here. Looks like the Liam F is going to connect as well into the follow-up as well with the fall drop back down, and that was a mass elimination there for T225, snagging up his first elimination of the game 8. But yeah, I was trying to say, I believe that looks like the full, like the full punish there for the Hottie ultimate. If you're on Temi, just throw the Temi backwards. Just throw the Temi backwards, and you catch him on the wall. I saw it like 5 times already today.
It's the radius. Temi can essentially just go ahead, stand right underneath where the Hottie ult is, or a Hottie where he's ulting, and then just throw it in any direction, as long as it's no crossfire from a wall. But like a crossfire parry, Chashang is going to make sure Mike's F2 is invested, and now has to roll into a tree. Now comes out the play. Mike ultimate comes out, and he's just going to wait for time. He's actually going to burn for time. He goes deflight mode, right? Wow, look at this. How much I'm going to burn for time aspect, right? Because he can deflight mode at any which point. At any point in time, and you can do this with Hottie. This is the exact predicament that players won't be able to find themselves to avoid, because Hottie can just do this. And this is where it all comes down to stamina and gravity, as Terminal Velocity will actually end up going through here in a moment. But we're not going to see that just yet. T225 up against Wufang here, who has full armor. Gets a nice freeze. The Orc Sword is nice, but Wufang was anticipating that the whole entirety of this fight. And that's going to be the LMB potential for the armor swap, and that's going to be had. And that's going to be another Orc Sword to be available for T225, of course. Looking for the Dragon Slayer, doesn't get it. He's going to get caught for another Orc Sword. This is confirmation. This is going to be a cancellation of the ultimate for Wufang here for the F2, right? From Firm. And having that chance of avoiding that freeze is not going to give that combo breaker available for both of them. And now the R&B is going to be charged out here. There's going to be a chance for the stagger. There is the 1-2, and goes for the uppercut with a swap out here. The F1 investment.
What?
Open to get another armor swap here. There it is. It's going to be a chance for a 600 armor increase, and Wufang is manually restoring his. And then T225 with an advanced heal decides to reinitiate this fight with blue focus halberds, and seeing how well this is going to be coming out for him, because the moment that Wufang decides to want to take this fight into his own set, he will make sure that is the case scenario.
That's a neutral fight right there. No ult, 1F. That's the best fights right there. Trying to tell you. 1 bam, and now GG Shaw, EWG Rano is going to go ahead and take flight, going up high here for this first Rumble Yang of game 8. And we had a lot of aggression in the beginning of the match, but not a lot of eliminations. I believe we have probably around 5 overall throughout the whole lobby. But still, everybody was getting active there off their first lives. GG Shaw with LMB focus open in there off the fist blaze. Rondo's going to clink off of that R&B focus there. Since the second one gets the clip into the jump LMB. Now LMB, but jumps to avoid the full damage. Now the Hottie ultimate is going to be invested here for EWG Arano. GG Shaw overholding, trying to kite it out on his Liam. Oh, has the ult ready whenever he needs it. Arano, though, has not been able to find any sorts of opening this far. And we've got the Liam ultimate pop there to avoid any sorts of slashes there from the Hottie ult. This one is going to connect there. Now, what's going to be the mix-up? Catches the LMB Prowl. Arano's going to be forced to pop this up as well. Now, overholding the R&B. Catches the damage into the VF there for the Liam. And now, Arano with the cannons online. GG Shaw drops very low. One last hit is all he needs. He's not able to find it now. There goes the white held back up there for GG Shaw. And Arano now has a lot of distance to try to cover off of this, because the blue armor pot did connect as well there for GG Shaw. Arano, though, gonna be able to get the damage off the R&B focus in the back end. He still has 29 seconds to do so, but this is gonna be a close fight here.
Yeah, Cannon Shot's gonna keep on going spanned, and there's the double hit confirmation he was hoping for, and Arano earns it out. That's gonna be purple armor, gold weapon, and a buff to boot out for 2 eliminations, gold katana, and taking into the soul jade there for itself. That's going to be a huge benefit here for Arano, especially coming into this side of lines. If he goes into making that Hong sword, potentially, that's just going to be straight up grapple bump, blue focus. That's all it's really going to come down towards. But it's also a case scenario that he actually picks up a tuna as the buff, so that's going to be huge. Now, coming into the Romy Yang fight for this other side, Mike up against Fong. 2 competing players, like I always say. It comes down towards it. Parry like that from Mike, it's clean. F1 investment from the Keelan comes through, and the Scare Rush comes out. Let's see how well this turns out, if whether or not a neutrality game comes into work between both of these players.
Wow. I mean, just look how good the pole sword is. Just covers that ground there from your dodge with the stone form. Now the Keelan ultimate was invested here for DRG's Fong. OUG's Mike responds with the Hadi O of his own. Does avoid that slash there from the Keelan O, and now the O is gone there for the Keelan into the final slash into the LB follow-up is there as well there for Mike, and that's how he cleans up that Roma Yang. Do have the 3 charge there or 2 charge from the pulsar there for XY on the Zai with the clean. This is such a clean skin here for Zai. We do have some damage in the stun that's connected. He goes for the RMP, and that's gonna be the elimination there for OUG's Mike. And that's what I was waiting for earlier. And that is super bad for him. WBG Spider now against AIS, and Spider now with 1 on the board. Mike with 3, Arano with 2, still super close. But this time around, Spider trying to close out of this and there between Mike and Arano as well.
Yeah, finds a nice armor swap though through that spear wheel that had been previously claimed. Now Spider looking to go for level 3 swing. Catches the strike, I believe so. Yes, he does. And that's going to be an immediate elimination here for AS. Match point gamers so far. We got 3 in first for Mike, 2 for Arano and Spider, and 1 for 2225. And they are going to be the top leading kill so into this game. So right now for Arano, looking for level 3 swipe. Looking to see about that Auric Sword. Doesn't get the kill confirmation. That's going to be DRG Fong who finds it. And there's going to be a Soul Bloom pick up for Fong. That's going to get rid of his Realm Yang depletion. Now Arano putting himself with his gold strikes, making sure he can. He said, "Hey, how are you?" And making sure he say hello with a level 3 swing for the burn. This is gonna give Arano maybe potential for this last swing to go right into the face of danger because Shaw has that Auric Sword ready to go here. The double roll comes out here. He switched that katana into a Hong Sword. We mentioned that earlier. Going for the crouch LMB, looking for the fist blades, looking for the LMBs. There it is, the FN2 investment. And of course, Arano looks to back off here. Back dodges stamina investment right there for the hold release for the vertical. And guess who's here? TT25 with the RMBs gets caught by the parry. A lot of HP lost because of that, but the Vermilion's gonna lot if he wants to burn it now, but of course we don't want to give our eliminations to the kills to be free. And now it's going to be GG Shaw finding a last hit clean. That's huge. That's perfect. That's going to be coming through here. TT5 though finds Shaw, and now it's going to be TT25 here at 2 eliminations, and we're switching this fight over to Spider.
That was the best case scenario there for Ronda, making sure that TT25 didn't pick up the elimination there. That was, you know, a chance he had a tank going for that parry, even though he still ate up a lot of damage while he was going to go for him there off of the parry from GG Shaw. Now Spider against Chuzong. Chuzong with 0 on the board currently here for game number 8. Spider with 2, I should say. T225 as well with 2. I mean, the top 4 is super close. Just 1 point difference between the top 4, just being Spider with 3. Wow. I mean, this is going to be a very, very close, or Mike with 3. Sorry. This is going to be a very, very close game right here. XY against Spider this time around. Back-to-back slashes off it is overholding. The Kilo Ultimate does go down against XY. Oh, man, I wish I could have seen how he kited out that Zai ultimate because there's no online there for XY. We do see him going in for the scale rushes on the pillar. No problem yet for any players. Oh, there goes the Zai ultimate. There it goes. It runs out this time around. Just playing around the pillars to avoid the Zai ult. The pulsar clinkish ×2 just over and over since the R&B focus. There goes the F1. Now Stoneforms once again to the F there to avoid the R&B. Stoneform once again doesn't even let it loose. Just waiting this out. It's gonna weave the aerial R&B, and XY falls down at Realm Yang. And WBG Spider now posted up for the second one this time around as well, trying to close out the distance right here. Close already. 2 on the board. Gold pulsar in the back pocket. Do you know what Jade that is, Severio? I mean,
Octa Slash.
Needs dual blades.
Octa Slash is his gold Jade. And he doesn't have any right now, but you know, he doesn't really need to use it just yet. He doesn't have a Rupture Gale though. So that works out. And like we said, for Mike, Fistblades is his name of this game. This is the third, I think this is the third.
Yeah.
This man has it every game. And he's carrying that on for the end game point circle. Advance here for TT25. We saw that earlier with the fight between him and Wu Fong here. Has in Starfall, not going to use it, of course. You know, we kind of hopium copium. Mike, though, if he goes up against TT25, that's like big. Spider, even bigger. And that's going to be a Keelan versus Hadi. And that's purple weapons, purple armor. The sustain is going to be immaculate between these two because it's Fistblades versus Fistblade. And you know how it goes down here. Once you catch an LMB, an F is going to be consumed, and we're going for an LMB number 2.
Got Mike going up high. Spider. Go ahead and find an opener, but 1, 2, 3 needed connects the F caught in for Spider, F caught in for the Hadi this time around. We're gonna see what's gonna be the mix-up. Jump LMB catches is again once again there for Mike against Spider this time around. The LMB focus weave there off of that. Now Kilo Ultimate is gonna be invested here for Spider. Connects out the first. Second one does manage to weave it. Now the Hadi Ultimate is gonna come online here for Mike.
Now Mike has himself to get caught by the Keelan slash. He's going to have a 1 strike left before he gets caught and deflights forwards, but he is going to go ahead and double dash downwards, and he gets caught by the flop. F2 investment was needed, and now Spider can get this full onslaught. This is revenge for what happened earlier in Vidoria, and this is exactly what Spider took with them. Gold pole sword is not going to be upgraded for the gold armor, and another gold weapon into play. Arano, though, outside and towards the Artisan's Grove, is up against Shusheng, and it looks like Arano might be having a little more trouble than he can, fight with.
That was a crazy F2 there for the Akos. Arano drops very, very low, and Chuzan full throttling in. Wants to pick up his elimination onto Arano, and this could be bad for him. He needs to try to kite out this Akos ultimate as best as he can. We do still have him with 2. Mike with Yang depletion timer to come around. Oh my God! He catches a skill rush into the LB uppercut there for the elimination. He manages to take out Chuzong, and now with 3 on the board, Mike is not safe because he has that Yang depletion timer, and TT25 is going to be the first one in here, probably against Arano this time around. Has gold armor, gold fist blades as well, and this is a super close top 4 right now. Oh my God.
Dude, I was looking at the leaderboard. I'm like, bro, top 4 are all tied.
Oh my God.
The RT Fong is on the topping block right now for the Roman Yang depletion, but the fact of the matter is that 2 players aren't going to survive here, and one of them is going to be a match point gamer at minimum.
Yeah.
So for right now, we're going to go to a replay. TT25 takes his second Roman Yang fight up against Fong. Nice jabbing reveal. Fong, being the loser of this fight, is going to see it about the early Keelan ultimate. Ulrich's sword not used, but instead the combo breaker straight up. TT25, though, has pillar to safety net himself. He gets caught, but the Ulrich sword misses. We know the rendering slashes come, on the other side, and now TT25 has his second Ulrich sword ready to go. He catches a jabbing strike, though. This is huge. LMB, nope, not going to happen here. And there's going to be a slash coming out from this play. The standpoint teleport happened for TT25. He's going to cancel this ultimate because he knows he's going to have a little bit of cooldown time. Goes for assault smolar strike, almost with a grapple stagger, going class stagger number 2, and avoids the F1, and parry mode is still available for Fong, but everything comes down to 1 sliver in a health for a pistol shot, something, just sneeze, and there's a parry like that. That's going to be a free weapon for him to pick up here. Now we're going over towards Artisan's Grove. Mike, Arano combating each other. Gold weapons, purple armor. And these guys are on duty as Mike is going to be the one on Roman Yang depletion right now.
Man, that's all ears right there. That's all a sound cue there and prediction to be able to get that parry off, because he was literally grappling over, or he was literally going over the ledge there. But Mike applying lots of pressure there onto Arano. Jump on the beast. And this is what I keep seeing here from Mike. He's punishing the scare rushes, or the potential scare rushes from all these players with these jump LMVs off the fist blades. And it has been working for him all day long. And that is super crazy to see how well the jump LMV works there off these fist blades, being able to knock people down straight down off of the, try and charge up off the wall there for the scare rush. We got Arano now, pressure towards his way towards from Spider. Now Arano gonna be able to go ahead and kite this out. Mike still has Yang depletion timer, Fong as well. So 2 players might be eliminated. 1 player might be able to cleanse. We're gonna have to wait and see with 2 minutes and 33 seconds here for OUG's Mike to try to cleanse this Yang depletion timer, and Fong as well. He needs to try to fight a Calvary Bloom once again here for Fong. Comes right in there onto OUG's Mike. He is gonna be able to get some damage. We've got some pressure there in the back end from Spider. Is going to go ahead and just wait this out. Mike now gonna aggress on once again. There goes the Scarus in the back end as well. And this could be back for Mike here.
Man, I'm looking who's gonna grief him out here, because Mike is gonna get caught by clinks and then caught by neutral hits. This is a lot of chip damage he can't afford to lose, because now it's gonna be case scenario. Someone looks for the lineup, and now Mike investing his ultimate, 2 minutes on the clock, has to kite around, look for some time to go for a charge up and looking for a hit steal. This is the aggressiveness that we've seen from Mike. And look, Spider knocked out Fong. Only match point gamers remain into this game, folks. And Spider takes the kill leader with 4 eliminations. Spider getting chased out for TT25. TT25 looking to try to get the elimination here, as Spider maybe looking into the zone. It's getting caught by Burns, but the ultimate ended at the worst possible moment for Mike. And of course, having a Keelan to worry about, TT25 is going to be the main focal point for Spider here, as an Ulrich sword use from TT25 means that he doesn't have ultimate on standby. So he's going to kite around here for some sustain. But we see Mike still in the Artisan's Grove, and he's taking this fight against Arano here. And Arano, man, we've seen some gamer moves from this bro today. And he's looking for a jump LMB. He's looking for a crouch LMB. He's looking for the lethal jab. He gets a rampage release. It's going to be a jump LMB coming off the side. And this is going to be the sightlines right here for Mike. He can potentially get himself knocked out in the game, as Arano is going to proc ult.
Yeah, now he has to try to kite this out. He only has a minute left. That's 20 seconds down from that minute. So he's going to have 40 seconds to try to pick up the elimination onto Arano. Arano full dashing in. Mike One inside the zone right now, taking a little bit of tick damage off of this. Arano, though, he cuts his ankles in the backside. Now it looks like he lost him there for a second. I believe now he kind of confused him with the Liam. We have Mike now swapping on over to the blue armor. Jump on B. Now F called in there for Arano, trying to re-aggress him as well. Catches the scare rush. F called in for Mike this time around in the backside. This could be possible. 37 seconds and counting. Double parry there for Arano. F called in there for T225 to avoid the damage there. The 1-2 off the purple katana. Jump on B for the extra damage as well. Arano now trying to kite it out. Mike with 26 seconds and counting. I know he's keeping an eye out there on the timer. We do have the F card in there for the Hottie though. Arano trying to kite on out. Doesn't get the damage off the rampage, and Mike falls, and Mike is out of this game. And now the MVP can go towards any of these 3 players' way, and it's gonna be a 1v1v1 situation for all these players. T225 here with the health advantage. Arano though is gonna get parried. Big parry here for T225. Jump LB for the extra damage there. Now Hottie ultimate is gonna be invested here for Arano. T225 still trying to full aggress him there, and he's gonna have to take fight. Now pistol shots connect, trying to weave it out though, trying to take a powder in, does not manage to do so. In the backside we have Spider picking up the spirit well, and he's gonna come in and try to snag an elimination right after that.
This is going to be closing in towards Spider position. Look at the divided armor. He finds it. Arano going to be able to get a 1200 heal off, essentially coming out against CT25. Now it's going to be a chance for Spider to come in here. White Tiger's Sprout is in effect right between players. CT25 at 4 eliminations. Spider at 4 eliminations. 1-2 looking for the 3. And the charge R&Bs might be coming out. And there's the kicks. There's the parry. There's going to be F1 investment coming to CT25. And now it's going to be the ultimate cast. Whether or not the healing is going to be forced out for the combo break here. That's the case. Spider looks to charge up. And there's going to be the 1.0 release. And again and again. And he's getting away with it. And the backline comes out. There's a kick. There's an Auric Sword confirmation for the blue with a headshot stagger. And a Spider puts this one in. He gets a smolder. He gets a chance. He's getting knocked back, but then the blue focuses on Arano. It's going to be an even Steven Lemon squeezing for the fight. Spider, T225 rageful, but it's okay because we got a chance between the top 2 players, between Spider and Arano. And 4 kills each. They got a close quarters combat position. This is literally tied position. Top 2 players in the league right now for this week. And they're looking between a nice and steady run. I know everyone is losing their mind at the edge of their seat, especially watching between these 2 scrap off, because you know, CA, this is exactly what things are going to be met.
Yeah, this is insane. It literally comes down to the last fight of the day. And Arano back on off. He wants to try to pick up the ultimate online. He was, I believe, around 60% or so. Opposed to Spider. Spider just ran out of that ultimate. He's on 14% right now. He's gonna go ahead and kite out this Moonbane. So he's gonna go ahead and try to stay up and waste as much time as possible. It looks like Arano might be setting up these purple armor slots for himself. Has Tuna as well. So he's going ahead and playing for a game plan right now. Oh my god, this is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a bi-weekly. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a bi-weekly final where it comes down to a 1v1. But here it is, Spider getting aggro. This is gonna be who is the best player here currently in the state of NARAKA. That was a massive parry opener there for Spider. Now Arano go ahead and try to respond off of this. Kick comes in. The wing guts does not connect. Arano does have that purple armor swap, I believe, but it's scary there for Spider. Catches the NBPL off of that. The movement hit almost clicks him there. There goes the purple armor swap that he set up earlier in the game. Now Hottie ultimate is going to be invested here for Arano to get full aggressive off of this. First one connects, second one misses. Spider is going to be able to kite this out. Oh my god, nearly gets clipped off the movement this time around. Now Spider is going to be the one aggressing Arano this time around.
This is going to be a dangerous game here for Arano. He has no way of being able to use ultimate, but he's going to have to conserve himself. Gets caught by the Cloud Weaver. F2 to get the invulnerability for the last strike. And now Arano rushes right back in here. We're seeing this back and forth. There's going to be the double set. That's the parry. That's exactly what Spider's looking for. The jump LMB for the confirmation here. And looking for another chance for the 1.0 release. And a jump LMB. And a jump LMB. And an F1 for to come through. And another jump LMB to get the confirmation kill. Spider gets himself week 3 finals. No issues. Easy game. Easy life.
Wow. That was a crazy bi-weekly finals. It literally came down.
2024 NBPL 夏季赛第3双周单排周冠军，微博 Gaming Spider， 有请蜘蛛来到舞台中央。相信对于 Spider 包括所有 Spider 的粉丝，等待这一个冠军真的太久了。此时此刻拿下这个冠军，有什么想对大家说的？
感谢大家一直的诋毁吧。好。
其实这一段时间对于蜘蛛来说，我知道一定很难过，因为对于蜘蛛来说，曾经登上过山顶，又经历谷底，这么长的时间，自己都在想什么？
就保持正常的生活。
I think just to address my psychology. I know. So in the in the past of this season, you have like lost the championship for a long time. But for today, how you think if you have the luck or not? Yeah, I think I'm really lucky today. We know not only the luck, but also the ability, and also we can see the king of the solo game. Now you're back here again. And I know today we have a lot of your fans come to the venue today, and what you want to say to them? I would like to say thank you so much that you can come to venue today. And today also is the holiday, and I know it's very exciting for you and also like your fans, because they can be here and prove that you are the best together today. And now it's the time to welcome your scorer and yourself. Okay, now you can show the sail to our camera. Okay, now you can stamp the logo on the scorer. We know this moment we really wait for a long time, and now please we look to the camera and memorize this moment. To be honest, this championship I think really hard for you. So I would like to know, so for this new season, so in the solo game we can see that every solo game player, they really did great job. And last week we just mentioned about like your two king, you and Mike together. And for the last bi-weekly, you guys are number 12 and 11. And how you think about yourself? I think it's no matter about the number. I think it's about how to adjust my psychology. And I would like to know how you comment on yourself. Are you satisfied with your performance this new season? I think just so. We know that this season, our solo game player really did great job, and also we can see in the hero selection, a lot of players they choose the familiar hero together. And how you think it will affect the matches? Yeah, I think also the same hero really affect in the matches, and it's more need our ability in one-on-one fighting. I would like to know if you memorize this stage of the championship. Really memorize. So next ambition, I think just one step by one step. Okay, at last, but not the least. Will you win? Yeah, I will. Okay, I know it's your honor time, and I'd like to say congratulations again, the third bi-weekly final championship of solo game, WBG Spider.
Yeah, I'm built different, says Spider. I got this. No problem. I'm like the flag on CA's face, I'm waving around. No one's gonna be able to catch me, and that's exactly what just happened, man. My man just popping out here. I know we're in blubbers mode, especially when it comes down to the second place. We know we got Arano here, just in TTG5, especially TTG5, man. I saw that man threw his headset down, and I was like, I feel that, And having to see the performance there, that was a lasting fight. That position that Arano took in the servant's crown, just to have the armor swaps, so long as Spider wasn't able to find the aggression, but he did, and he found any single opportunity just to go straight for the neutral damage and just going for those spam attacks. Once he catches one parry, just forces himself into the territory of Arano, and then lo and behold, finally catching his first summer 2024 weekly win. And now we're into the case scenario for week 4 and seeing what that stands out, because today was a crazy day. Crazy day. 4-way ties 2 times, and then 4 match point gamers, even to the end game round. And when we ended up with just the match point gamers, just to be the last top 4.
Yeah, that was an insane sequence right there. I mean, you could see right there the pressure got to Arano. He had ult up, and Spider did not. And the quick opener was a parry there from Spider, off rip there from the reaggression, and that just from there, just the momentum, and it just started going down there for Arano, and Spider full capitalized off of that in that situation, forcing out that ultimate from the hottie and being able to kite as well right after that. Even though Arano canceled the ultimate and saved the percentages, it was just way too late there. Spider was at full throttle. But yeah, I mean, even with T225, it's just, man, I can't even believe how stressful and frustrating that would be, being so close yet again and not being able to, you know, take a chip home there for KLA, and how close it was for OUG Mike as well. But even him going through these hard times that he mentioned earlier, and not being able to, you know, to catch this one, which would have, you know, gradually bring him back that momentum and that confidence that he needs in the pro league. But you know, it's still been super close. Bi-weekly 1, he lost by 1, and this one, I mean, it was we're gonna have to wait and see how the overall standings look. But it was still super close there from OUG's Mike. But I mean, all these players want to win. All these players play every single day to try to take a chip home for themselves and their team. So you know, that was a crazy grand finals there for Bi-weekly 3. It's been the closest one I've seen so far. It was a crazy sequence there for our last game as well. Just the last 4 being the last one up, and literally being whoever picks up the elimination at the end, like we just saw, was just a crazy sequence to watch. And I mean, you know, it felt like even like last year, like we just, you know, obviously it was Mike pretty much winning them all, and Spider took 1 or 2 off of last year. So you know, everybody had not caught up to the full potential of the game. And then if we got back into summer split this year, and we saw a change from the spring split, I should say, sorry, where, you know, a lot of people started, you know, catching up a lot more, you know, start showcasing a lot more talent in the games. And now in the summer split, with the changes inside the game implemented with how much people have been training, you see how close it is in skill level now. There's not even one player who's just overall way better than anybody. You know, anybody can take a bi-weekly home. And you know, this time around we got Spider bi-weekly 2, we got Pace, and bi-weekly 1 we got Chuzong, and you know, we still have 1 more left. So you know, it's just a full, you know, change around of the game in the pro league so far here for, you know, the 2024 year.
Yeah, and then taking the momentum that comes out from each win to try to process it into the following week. It's always the case scenario. I mean, these guys are like always saying, like, you know, I'm pretty sure I had the confidence to go through and capturing into top standings. And this is where we're going to look into seeing about the scores from last round. 9 points earned out for 5 eliminations here for Spider, 6 points given out to Arano, T225 with 5.5, 4.5 from Mike, Fong with the 3, 2.5 so far for Shaw and Wu Fong, and a 2 for Verse. AES taking 1.5 points, and then Shishang taking 1. XY Star not being able to have that roll around that they were hoping for, getting 2 zeros here between the both of them. And this is going to be the chances here to kind of finish off of solos for week 3. And we mentioned this, right? Trying to adjust to everything coming through, especially into summer season, summer split, and having the scoreboard changes and having the multiplier changes is one thing. It's also the gameplay changes, and that comes into play with season 14 as well, right? Gameplay changes extremely shifted out here in Immortal War, and also to the case scenario for certain ways of operating in combat, right? Backwards parry coming through here, 360-degree parry is more like it, and that's what it is.
That's gonna look nice.
That's gonna be lit, and that's gonna be something I'm looking in for the players of adjusting towards that, because you know, there's a lot of pathing that comes out like around the corners of pillars and Romy Yangs. But we're gonna go over game mates, Romy, you know, from the realm of the replays, brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming, as it's being presented, and this was one of the first eliminations we see, as T225 was the first one to go down.
RB to LNB. My fault. Crazy ultimate there for the Liam there for T225 for the elimination. Now XY against Spider in the Realm of Yang. Clinks here, and I believe he sends an aerial R&B out of nowhere. I'm not sure why he did this right here. The F caught in while it was still up, gets the damage, and tries to send another one. And that was just a free elimination there for Spider. Now the second Realm of Yang there for WBG Spider against OUG's Mike. Hottie Ultimate live here for Mike. Spider, though, it's full capitalization. Oh my god, catches the double there for the extra damage into the last and final slash there. And that right there is what put the pressure onto Mike. Losing that Realm of Yang, had to try to cleanse, and here it is. T225 with the aggression there. I know, man. So frustrating. And Spider here with the jump LMBs there for the damage into the finisher as well. And he is going to be our bi-weekly 3 winner. WBG Spider doing it once again, showcasing why he is still one of those high caliber players. Man, you know what's super interesting, or not interesting, super exciting, I should say, Severio, is we got J-Cup right around the corner too.
I know, bro. Kind of waiting out and seeing how that's going to turn through, because depending on what happens here and seeing about players who have to play within CN Scrim qualifiers, that's also another case. But Spider, 9 points earned in that game.
5.4.
5.4. You know what's crazy too is that, you know, we have to keep in mind about these ranking points to be stacked along, and that's a lot of things that these players are holding on in terms of it. 41.6 though, he would have still been the MVP depending on it. If Arano got it, he would have been guaranteed for the MVP. That's how close it was.
Yeah, it was close.
That's how crazy close it was. Now Mike is in third though, 38.5, 34.8 for TT25, and Fong with 30.6 and 27.7 for Wufong. And Wufong catching top 6. It's a good notion. It's good precedence. I mean, they didn't have as much as a chance in the first couple of rounds to kind of work off, and then you even saw it with the 1 and 2.5 pointers, but still trying to get, getting reconciled in. And as long as the time comes through and practice against these peers, this is the top 3 that we've seen so far for the stat lines, yo.
Crazy. I mean, he had a crazy game. We had that 7-point game on Hottie. Game 6, I believe. 21 eliminations, 93,000 damage. Spider, though, 25. Oh, it's just the damage distribution. Okay. I was like, wait, how is Mike first place? I see. It's the damage distribution there between Mike and Spider. Spider had more eliminations, but less damage. T225 in third with 22 eliminations, 71,000 damage. Wow. Does it again. WBG Spider back on top here for this week, bi-weekly final 3. Here for the summer split 2024, and we only have one more bi-weekly left after this one. Then we have the mainland qualifiers for J-Cup, and then at the end of the year we have J-Cup once again. That's the most exciting times here for the NARAKA Blade Point. Every single region: North America, EU, SE, AS, mainland. I mean, this is where everybody comes together to try to compete to crown the best player of NARAKA Blade Point for both solos and trios, which is always super excited to watch. But yeah, crazy bi-weekly 3, right, Surveyor? We had a crazy run. I mean, I don't even know what else we can ask for to make it even better. How close it was there.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the bi-weekly 3, this is the 9-12 patch. Hoping to see if it's going to be extinguished upon and we go into the 24 patch. But at the same time, I'm kind of curious into seeing what's going to be the evolving effect for the players that are in the cusp of those top 6 and seeing how they're going to change up their style next week. Considering that week 4 will have a chance of seeing how about that adaptability and just trying to see where their focus is going to lie on. We saw the interview here for day 3 for Frostbus, one of the players from the NA region to represent, and now making it to his mainland and practicing through within Alliance's banner. Just had that interview in day 3 about saying, the multiplier system is tough to fight up against. It is a detriment towards what it was once prior, but that doesn't mean that's going to be limited upon. We just gotta, you gotta adjust towards that. And he knows he said he's going to be focused on the last chance qualifiers, and hopefully the case scenario comes into week 4 where he can just test things out, like he said, because testing out into this pro league matches, this is where you're putting people against their top lines, and that's exactly what we're going to see, people testing things out for those fights, and hopefully see that beyond.
Spider, what's good, my boy WBG Spider? Another win here in the book here for WBG Spider. Locked and loaded. We're going to take a quick look at our schedule right here. Bi-weekly 1, as I mentioned, JDG Shazam was our bi-weekly 1 winner. Was for trios. And then we had SS Wins Pays for our bi-weekly 2 with Wolves once again. What? Wolves? Yeah. Okay, Wolves back to back like that?
Yes, sir.
Hey, there we go. We have trios grand finals tomorrow here for the bi-weekly. We're gonna have to wait and see if Wolves are gonna be able to do the 3-peat this time around. Once again, NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League bi-weekly 3 grand finals for the trios will be tomorrow. If you guys are locked in and weren't able to get the full completion there for the banner, I know we've had some issues. It's okay, guys. It will be resolved one way or another. So just be patient. I know you guys don't know what that is, but still, you know, there's not really much we can do about it. Hopefully things do get sorted out. But here we go. This is our last and final schedule right here. One more bi-weekly. One more bi-weekly here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, then our last chance qualifiers, and here it is. And November 11th, we have our solo grand finals. November 9th, sorry, our solo grand finals and our trio grand finals there for the final there. We already had our EU qualifiers. That was throwing me off a little bit. We have our AS, EU, and NA qualifiers already. So all those teams and players have been solidified their spot for J Cup, and now the mainland qualifier will be November 14. This is where we're going to see the last group of people who are going to be competing at Worlds this year. And wow, it is coming by very, very fast, Severio. All these days in these bi-weeklies have been coming to the end pretty fast, and I mean, it's not slowing down.
It is not slowing down. This is the ranking points for you guys, if you guys are unaware. If you guys don't know how this operates, every bi-weekly finals, and then the top 12 in that round end up getting in there, they're going to be able to get ranking points that alleviates them towards a point threshold to make top 6. Top 6 is necessary. Otherwise, you're going to be hitting into last chance qualifiers. And that's only for the bottom 12. So for everyone taking time of playing in the bi-weekly finals, they earn points regardless, even in last place. Wu Fong right there on the cusp of it, though, with 13 ranking points. And Man's actually looking to try to go 4th with 13 points. I'm not even sure what 6th place is having right now. 4.5 to 3 to 5.5. This is the highest bi-weekly game so far. You know, AS actually having 8 points was actually kind of diabolical in terms of that. 8 points is nothing to stop. That's top 6, right? Coming through here. Yeah. And now it's Mike coming through with it being in 5th place, but ASE's XY with 14 total, 17 ranking points for Mike. Did you do 5 with 18? 18.5 for Fong. 19 for Spider, but Arano's still getting consistent here. Got 21 ranking points, so he's at the top of the leaderboard. And I think once we hit into that, once we get the top 6 there, we go to pre-finals, and after that, or last chance qualifiers, I should say, into pre-finals, and that's where the excitement happens. I love seeing pre-finals matches. I mentioned this last season prior, where you're able to see every single one of these guys kind of going out each other. Now for finals, it's like a scrim. It's essentially a scrim, where they kind of practice out one against one another to kind of catch some proposed points, and just getting us a feel about what the players are going to be looking like in terms of practicing against. Because things can happen every 2 weeks. Patches could be updated for the tournaments for the players to choose in the plan. And then last chance qualifier is the definite, or the pre-finals, I should say, definite patch that's going to be for finals. And that's what the players are going to be practicing up against. Whether or not that's going to be changes to happen to characters that make a significant meta shift, or there's going to be a significant decline for certain certain characters, like we've seen between Liam to Keelan to Hadi, 2 top 3 choice character picks, making their ways around between being chosen and not being chosen, whether they're being saved, not being saved. For the majority, we saw that coming through, but our schedule going to be coming up here and lining it up as you come through for trios tomorrow. If you guys are looking to try to catch those last minute standpoint points, make sure you guys look at the wrap rotation. Moore's Isle, Night, Bedoria, Midnight, Hollow Rock Dust, 3 Fireflies, first 3 rounds, rage-based maps. Bedoria, Morning Dew, Sunny for Hollow Rock, and Morris midday at the following 3. And then Hollow Rock starting night is going to be the same case scenario, right? 7th round, and then into Morris Isle Dusk as the 8th round. Now, hero point selections, if you guys, I don't want to get too much into it. It's a different opportunity for the 3 to 8 rounds. That's why I always call the finals the 3 to 8 round gameplay cycle, especially for trios, because hero points in trios is a lot more predominant when it comes down to team selection. And I'm just excited to see about what happens there, because Wolves is taking 2 dubs.
Back to back.
It happens thrice. And if it's because of White Tiger's prowess, I'm going to be upset. But I'm going to be like, listen, that's the last time you're going to have that. If this patch updates, you ain't going to have that anymore.
Yeah. I saw the first one. The first one was crazy. I can't even believe 4 games. I'm like, okay, that was quick. 4 games now, already a winner for the bi-weekly. It was crazy. But yeah, I'm looking into Jacob, like you mentioned. Like if it's gonna be the same trend that we had every single other year, we're gonna have a major patch right before Jacob. You know, it happens every year where a lot of things get changed up. Even for this bi-weekly 4. We should be having. I don't think they're gonna have the new character in the meta or in the patch they're gonna be playing on. So we might see her being played out in the last chance qualifiers. or maybe a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's gonna be very, very exciting to see that. And man, it's everything is happening so quick, man. As you see, we're in October, and next thing you know, it's New Year's. You know, it happens every single year. You see how fast time is flying. But yeah, it is very exciting times here for NARAKA. Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very impactful, full of action night here for the BIWEEK3 here for solos. Once again, tomorrow we will be live with the trios, grand finals, and like Severio mentioned, he wasn't trying to get too into techie with Wolves, but you know, you guys just have to wait this out to see it tomorrow night. You guys will have another chance in order to get the banner if you guys missed today's drops. But that's gonna be enough here for me and Severio. My name is Creatives. I hope you guys have a great rest of your morning/night. Have a good day, everybody. See you guys next time.
Bologna sandwiches, man, isn't that a snack? Hopefully, kind of see that one going through. And if anything, I'm gonna start spinning in my chair because we're out here. We're in overtime. I'm sorry. We have a chance here to see about that. I'm curious, man. I'm taking off the suspenders, y'all. We're done. Game over.
Yeah, you take them out. Don't
taking
do
off
it
the suspenders. We're chilling out here, but this is gonna be ending, guys. We're gonna go ahead and see you guys tomorrow. Moxie, Raven, they're gonna be casting out, so make sure you guys don't miss it. We're gonna be seeing that one live at the same time.